the benefit of displacement. And this is a reason that in the first 100 years of the communities that to criminalize what he said cynicism and burden to the British political society. Since the 1980s, historians have referenced this case with interest in understanding the black life in Canada. But secondary scholarship has misinterpreted the status on describing it as enslaved in history. And it confuses the primary evidence that was given. So this one's a genuinely imperfect study of the lives with more than he was a person of the and he was and going outside with the because several documents gave you physically during the Revolutionary War, British proclamations proclaimed to individually black persons who ran away from American rebels who were in place. Some of them also been black. Black loyalists made up more than 10% of the 30,000 loyalists who arrived in the Station. The Book of Negroes is a register of free black loyalists and enslaved people who evacuated with the British from New York, and that's the first period of activism. In it, Jupiter Rise is described as a 25-year-old coach by or on July 8, 1793, before the bishop already concealed for shelter in the station. Details in the book note that he was certified to be free by the Canadian and he carried a certificate of integration in the church. He issued certificates of freedom to black loyalists in the Rise also traveled in the possession of the he was a footloose associate appeared on the early but his first possession was an ambiguous protection from leadership to other enslavement. But it symbolized some sort of association with a light race within America. So recently, I was very excited to find some early records on Jupiter Rise's life as a black loyalist in New York. He appeared in a return of Western Houses commencing in May 1753. From this document, I determined that he was a tenant on Main Street. He contributed £8 to his Richmond project. Next to Jupiter Rise's name, along with several other tenants in the document, is this notation, 1/3 P. And I have not, for me, that is not precisely clear. Archivists have suggested to me, it might mean that he was ordered with a Ordering Act and provisioned, but this isn't clear, so if anyone knows, I would love to have insight on that. Notably, that notation doesn't appear in any of the instances where rent was excused for tenants who were particularly poor. So the fact that he paid rent provokes the question, from where did he earn a wage? Black loyalists undertook a variety of paid jobs in British occupied New York, and for many, these were their first time earning a wage. Later in Nova Scotia, Jupiter Rise drew provisions with a company of black loyalists in November 1783. So that suggests that he had served with the British Army at one point. But given those details from the Book of Negroes and from the Apollo Passenger Manifest, it's possible that he earned income in New York as a servant to Henry Hodgkinson. So maybe he migrated with him in the hopes of retaining that employment in Nova Scotia. Maps tell us a little bit about his background in New York. So he lived on Prince Street, which was near just a few blocks south of the freshwater pond. I don't know if you can see that. It is right just a few blocks away from the Common, which is the present-day city. This was a space that had been used for meetings, for revolutionary protests, and during the war, there existed a prison, a house of protection, and British military barracks. This neighborhood where he lived was polluted with noxious industrial odors. There were tan yards there, pottery, turpentine manufacturers, and after 8 years of war, many of the buildings were in disrepair. So it's likely that Jupiter Wise lived in less than comfortable accommodations in the neighborhood. At the edge of the common, which you can see closer in the older map, is the African burial ground. Since the Dutch colonial era, New Yorkers of African descent instilled tender symbols of life in their funerary rituals, proclaiming the humanity and preciousness of every individual laid to rest. Archaeologists have noted the remarkably uniform nature of the grave sites, with 90% of interred individuals lying in coffins, wrapped in shrouds, and oriented on their backs with their heads positioned westward. Jupiter Wise lived just a little over 1,000 feet away. The African burial ground demonstrates Black New Yorkers' persistent challenge against a geopolitical terrain that was organized to exclude, threaten, and consume them. Having sought to preserve his own dignity and freedom during the war, it's hard to imagine the significance of this community space not having some kind of impact on Jupiter Wise. After he left New York, Jupiter Wise arrived in Nova Scotia, and records describe him as a 49-year-old laborer living in Birchtown. And 49 was probably a little more accurate than the 25 years old given in the Book of Hebrews, which tended to be a rougher estimation. This source tells us that he lived with a woman named Hannah Wise, who was presumably his wife, and that was really powerful to learn about in my research of him. But sometime after, by June 1784, Jupiter Wise left Nova Scotia as a servant to George Burns, and he moved with him to Charlottetown. Court records from his court case that I mentioned before reveal numerous moments of leisure, food and drink, and even social confrontations that eventually led to his being charged with burglary and assault. The last known record of Jupiter Wise indicates that he escaped jail from Charlottetown with a white man who was also facing a sentence of transportation. A sheriff apprehended them in Nova Scotia and was reimbursed for their return to DEI, and presumably their transportation sentences were carried out. Wise's arrival to Nova Scotia as a Black loyalist and his subsequent servitude and incarceration in PEI is an entry point for thinking about the pervasiveness of unfreedom in the Loyalist Maritimes. And this is an idea I'm developing, so I welcome feedback. Free and enslaved Black people had similar material and social conditions despite their different legal statuses. In other words, they shared conditions of unfreedom. My definition for this term is best described by Saidiya Hartman's notion of the afterlife of slavery. Unfreedom, this living legacy of enslavement, was not a static predicament, but rather a process continually inflicted through neglect, insecurity, and violence against Black people. I was first introduced to the term unfreedom from my undergrad advisor, Jared Curtis's book of the same title. And he argues that in pre-revolutionary colonial Boston, freedom, or what we think of as a lack of social obligations between individuals, freedom for the lower classes was often less desirable than other certain arrangements of dependence. He explains that the social structure did not enable what we think of as free people to fit in with society and thrive economically. Instead, customary obligations between members of the different classes could provide benefits, such as protection and belonging to those of lower ranks. Curtis argues that it was not until the American Revolution that ideas about personal liberty reshaped the concept of freedom as untethered or solely independent into an actually desirable status, and where it was actually viable to thrive politically and economically for the first time in that kind of state. So what about these sort of post-revolutionary concepts of freedom after the war? We see glimpses of this in the expectations of Black loyalists, such as Boston King and David George. We also see this in newspaper advertisements of enslaved people who ran away. This showcases how Black loyalists pursued the realization of revolutionary rhetoric, even as it was frequently denied to them. Using their own words to capture this concept, Works by Harvey Amani Whitfield, Afua Cooper, Charmaine Nelson, James Walker, Natasha Henry Dixon, and other scholars of Black Canadian history have long emphasized this predicament of unfreedom that Black loyalists and enslaved people faced and shared. Similarly, Christopher Curry's book on Black loyalist social history in the Bahamas highlights this unfixed nature of the concept of freedom. He talks about it as being dynamic and elastic, quote, shaped as much by local conditions, labor, law, and access to land and resources, as by larger political and socioeconomic forces within the Atlantic world. I see that unfreedom for Black loyalists in the Maritimes manifested first through outright attacks and hindrances to Black loyalist self-sufficiency. We see this in the numerous land grants that fail to manifest. We also see in Boston King's memoir the difficulties of securing provisions, starvation, low wages, and exploitation. Furthermore, the Shelburne race riot in July 1784 targeted Black loyalists and captures this as well. But unfreedom also existed through a more general insecurity of their legal status. And this is seen in the ambiguous term of servant as a euphemism for enslaved people and how shifting that state could be. Black loyalists were forced into indenture and bondage, which is seen in the case of Lydia Jackson. Kidnappings and re-enslavement were common, as with the case of Dick Hill, who was kidnapped in Nova Scotia and sent away on a vessel despite having received a certificate of freedom. So what I'm saying about unfreedom won't be new in our regional field of study or in the history of Black loyalists, but my aim is to highlight how insecurity in the Maritimes really captures a larger logic of exploitation, exclusion, fear, and removal at work throughout the Atlantic world. And this is especially evident in how Black loyalist expectations for autonomy were legitimated yet unfulfilled by imperial and colonial governments. We also see this in, I think, the neighboring relationship between Shelburne and Birchtown, where slavery and nominal freedom just existed side by side. Study of the Maritimes epitomizes David Austin's definition of Canada as, quote, a laboratory through which we can understand Black diasporic experiences, perhaps in ways that studies of the United States or Britain, for example, have generally not afforded. Indeed, the juxtaposition of a rhetoric of freedom, whether American or British, and the constant insecurity for Black loyalists who migrated to the Maritimes represents a pattern I think that's later echoed elsewhere. We see it through apprenticeship in post-emancipation Caribbean, which Natasha Lightfoot appropriately titles for Antigua of truckling freedom. We also see this after Reconstruction through Jim Crow in the American South. Black loyalist efforts remind us that unfreedom didn't just happen to Black loyalists. They wrestled, shaped, and broke away from it. Yet from fact to fiction to myth, historians have developed diverse conclusions about Black loyalist politics. The famous Walker-Cahill debate on whether Black loyalists were loyalists or not best showcases how widely opinions range. Recent articles have broken in, asserting that we need to conceive of Black loyalists primarily as refugees. Sean Gallagher states in a slavery and abolition article that they use this term, quote, in a self-conscious political sense as people demanding asylum from governments on the basis of being dislocated, persecuted, or stateless. James McKay, in the same journal, notes that scholars had overlooked what Gallagher calls, quote, a politics of asylum seeking. And McKay argues that Carleton pushed to adopt a more expansive policy of refuge that actually brought about greater security for Black loyalists during the New York evacuation. I am interested in positioning the Black loyalists as active political agents at the vanguard of revolutionary thought. I agree with Gallagher and McKay's compelling arguments about asylum, but I don't believe we need to abandon our use of the term Black loyalist to incorporate these people's identity as refugees into our understanding of their politics. Retaining this concept of loyalty is useful because it enables us to situate their innovative politicization of their refugee status at the core of transformative revolutionary ideology that was circulating the Atlantic world. Returning to Jared Hardisty's contention that the American Revolution transformed those notions of freedom and social organization, I argue that Black loyalists deployed an innovative political ideology by appropriating those contemporary revolutionary desires for natural rights and personal liberty from the revolution, and they affixed that to former earlier notions of subjecthood, dependence, and hierarchical duty, as Hardesty lays out for the colonial era, in the context of their loyalty to the British. The revolutionary concept of individual liberty resonated with Black loyalists such as Boston P. He noted in his memoirs that the enjoyments of education and, quote, good victuals in slavery could never satisfy him, quote, without liberty. While Black Americans such as Lemuel Haynes and Benjamin Banneker drew upon revolutionary thought to advocate for Black liberties too, Black loyalists' abilities to do so in the context of Crown obligations rendered their arguments particularly viable. In line with older forms of security, Black loyalists often emphasized British obligations owed to them for their military service. For example, in 1786, John Ennis, a mixed-race man, meticulously referenced his service as a spy for some years during the war, from nearly 10 years earlier. And that was in a petition to be granted a farm in St. John, New Brunswick. For Black loyalists, self-sufficiency through land ownership was the greatest means to realize their individual freedom. But importantly, they advocated for it in the context of their loyalty and their ties to the British state. In 1785, New Brunswick, Zachary Armstrong petitioned, quote, if there is any land to spare, to grant me some, as well as other indigent loyalists. In response to these petitions, even Secretary of State Henry Dundas revealed that the king recognized this older form of obligation too, stating, quote, His Majesty, in consideration of their services, is anxious that they should be gratified. Land grants largely failed to pan out by the 1790s, yet Black loyalists were committed to their hybrid conception of freedom, continuing to advocate for themselves in terms of subjecthood. In organizing the exodus to Sierra Leone, Thomas Peters wrote that he undertook much trouble and risk in his aspirations and advocacy to, quote, become useful subjects to His Majesty. Others, he noted, are ready and willing to go wherever the wisdom of government may think proper to provide for them as free subjects of the British Empire. By their very practical seizure of both old and new concepts of freedom, Black loyalists produced a pure and earnest notion of liberty, something the rest of the Atlantic world could not ignore. With this understanding, I think we can insert Black loyalist politics in conversation with intellectual histories of Canada and the Atlantic world that so far have largely overlooked the political contribution of Black people during this transformative era, such as Michel Ducharme's The Idea of Liberty in Canada during the Age of Atlantic Revolutions. As Black loyalists bridged pre- and post-revolutionary epochs through their politics, they effectively produced new ideas about freedom in the British Empire. And this argument coincides neatly, I think, with scholarship on the British Empire by James Sibley and Christopher Brown. For Jupiter Wise, we don't have an explicit political manifesto from him as a Black loyalist, but we can interpret something from his actions, I think. In terms of these older forms of freedom that drew upon hierarchy, we can potentially see traces of this through Wise's association to Henry Hodgkinson as a servant when he migrated from New York. Even in service to George Burns in Prince Edward Island, Wise managed to enlist the help of Burns' son to write cards of invitation for a party he was organizing. Wise also rebuked two men who confronted him about stolen items and defended his personal space by invoking this servant-master relationship. He asserted that neither man, quote, had any right to go into his master's house after he literally kicked them out the door. And what of these newer revolutionary forms of freedom? First, his certificate of freedom tells us that there's a high possibility he had previously been enslaved in the American colonies. So he may have been one of thousands of enslaved Black Americans who responded to the hypocrisy of patriot rhetoric by claiming such freedom for themselves. If he believed in this idea of universal rights and liberty, we might see traces of this in the way he lived. In fellowship with unfree people of different legal statuses and races, he socialized with fellow servants, enslaved people, white and Black Islanders. Knowing he arrived in the Maritimes free We should consider that his later action to escape from jail, even if it was ultimately temporary, was a moment best explained not by criminal defiance, but maybe, just maybe, one Black loyalist's ongoing rejection of unfreedom in his pursuit of liberty. Thank you.
I look at my reading glasses. I'm young in scholarship, but I'm not young. Thanks so much. My audible. So I am coming to you from the University of Maine. Thank you so much for your welcome. And I'm coming to this subject because of my abiding interest and passion for the idea of religion and spirituality as entwined with liberation and social justice. And I'd like to begin by speaking really briefly about my master's thesis, from which my current dissertation research on African Canadian churches in New Brunswick has grown. This is the Abyssinian Congregational Church, Maine's first independent African American church. In the late 18th century, free African American churchgoers in the northeastern United States began to fight back against the mistreatment they had received in majority white churches. Treatment they felt was not only unacceptable but unchristian. Unwilling to be forced to sit in balconies or provided too few pews in the farthest reaches, given communion last, and subjected to other racist abuses, they struck out on their own and formed independent Black churches. These independent churches were an expression of Black collective identity. The movement grew throughout the 19th century as churches were founded throughout New England, including this congregation, the Abyssinian, which was founded by members of Portland, Maine's African American community, who broke away from the city's second congregational church after publishing a letter in Portland's Eastern Argus newspaper, protesting the discrimination that they had experienced there. The members of the Abyssinian began worshiping together in 1830, or thereabouts. While the congregation dissolved in 1917, its meeting house is now the third oldest still standing Black church building in the United States. A committed group of community members, the Friends of the Abyssinian, have made great strides toward restoring and preserving the Abyssinian meeting house, which had fallen into incredible disrepair and taken for taxes by the city of Portland. And their work has been extraordinary in bringing this building back. So while conducting my thesis research on the Abyssinian, I found references in the church records, which are an incredible document. 2 books of records kept over decades, which I also found references in historic newspapers which suggested connections between this Maine's first independent African American church and African Canadian communities in New Brunswick. The Abyssinian's minutes for September 14th, 1848 read, at a meeting of the members of the Abyssinian Congregational Church, it was voted that, and then there's this sort of space that's hard to read, sort of looks like a name ending in "and." We received a member of this church by a letter from the church to which he was a member of the province of New Brunswick. I puzzled over this entry for months, assuming that it might be a woman's first name, but then my advisor, Dr. Mary Freeman, made the helpful suggestion that it might be a last name with the preceding name left blank as the secretary was writing along and he didn't record that first name. I now believe the minutes refer to Mary Van, who's noted when the church recorded its current membership in 1854. So there's her name in the oval. At the end of August 1848, Mary Van emigrated to the U.S., boarding the Maid of Erin in St. John. Her port of entry was Portland. Just weeks later, Mary Van joined the Abyssinian. So I believe that, I haven't tracked her farther back in St. John yet, but there's that first connection that I've been hoping to start to find between communities. So while I'm aware there are historic ties between Portland's Black community and African Canadians in Halifax, and my future research may definitely include researching congregations in Nova Scotia, I begun my dissertation research by following this thread from the Abyssinian church records to New Brunswick. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about what I know, which is probably less than some folks in this room know about African Canadian churches in New Brunswick. And I'll reiterate them: to listen and learn, less to talk about what my preliminary research is finding. So, though African Canadians established independent churches which were affiliated with a number of denominations during the 19th century, my research thus far has centered on African Baptist churches. And there were at least 4 African Baptist churches in New Brunswick during the 19th century that I've found some references to. We'll get there. Douglas African, which was later known as Wright in Douglas on the north side of the St. John River, upriver from Fredericton. Willow Grove in the village of Willow Grove, east of St. John near Loch Lomond, settled by Black refugees of the War of 1812. Olivet in Elm Hill, one of Canada's oldest Black communities, founded by Black loyalists, and Woodstock, later known as Calvary African in Woodstock. And that one's, pretty proximate to Maine, next to the border, current western border of the U.S. near Bolton. So I chose to begin my research with a focus on African Baptist churches because the Baptist faith had and certainly still has many adherents among African Canadians, and in the 19th century I found some good material to work with, given that I am a ways from Canada and the physical archives. Ease of access to primary source material that's digitized has been really helpful. And Acadia University has some digitized records that I've been working with. 47 years worth of minutes of the Baptist Association of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island, which are often referred to as the Baptist yearbooks, dating from 1851, I think, actually, when 1853 is when they started publishing, but the first Black church that I've started looking at predates those records. But that's where the first reference to an African Baptist church in these yearbooks appears, through 1899. I've chosen to end my research with the close of the 19th century for now, though 2 of the 4 churches I'm studying were still holding services at century's end. The Baptist yearbooks represent only a fragmentary reflection of the history of the African Baptist churches. And the records themselves invite questions regarding the archival silences inscribed by hierarchies of power within the wider and whiter church leadership. The yearbooks exclude, as they appear to include, none of the 4 New Brunswick churches noted as African through 1899 were ever acknowledged as new churches in the annual State of the Denomination reports, as many of the even small white churches, majority white as far as I can tell, churches were. Even the founding dates they report are often contradicted by other primary sources. Olivet's founding date is noted as 1872, but I question that, given that Elm Hill was settled nearly 60 years earlier. It seems to be worship services may have been going on for some time before the Baptist Convention took notice of this. Reverend Henry Hughes, who's noted in the Baptist yearbooks as Olivet's first minister, settling in 1874, is later described in the Christian Visitor as having preached mainly to his own people for over 40 years, the figure which might place him as a minister in Elm Hill as early as the 1840s, if he'd been there for some time. At times, Maritime Baptist leadership completely overlooked African Baptist churches. The two African associations of Nova Scotia were organized in 1855, but the authors of the Baptist yearbooks do not report the African Association statistics or even mention their existence until 1876, 20 long years. So there's their little whoops statement here, which was pretty minimal. So, where were the churches? I've begun trying to visualize where the churches were to understand their relationship to each other and possibly to American churches as well, by beginning a preliminary draft of a digital and spatial atlas of independent African Canadian and African American churches of the borderlands, including maps which represent church locations and tables which synthesize statistical information on the churches. The atlas is more than a means of visualizing data. Just as importantly, it serves as a means of developing new lines of questioning to guide my research. For me, spatial history is a valuable tool that speaks the process more than just a product. It's not simply a means to report findings, but to actively engage with deeper and different questions. These are maps of the journey of thinking, in thinking. I'm currently at work on an atlas chapter on New Brunswick's African Baptist churches. I'm working from a railroad map, so these are actually rail lines that we're seeing, and then also steamer lines in those dotted lines of the water. And drawing from the statistical information from those Baptist yearbooks of the Maritime provinces, as well as newspapers and other primary sources, my atlas attempts to chart the establishment of African Baptist churches in New Brunswick, their cycles of revival and decline, and in some cases their disbanding. My atlas includes statistics on Sabbath schools, which were an important avenue for community-based adult education and literacy, as well as matters of faith for young and old alike in the face of systemic inequalities in public education on both sides of the border. My atlas also includes statistical information regarding neighboring Baptist churches which were not identified as African, which could include congregations which were effectively composed of all white congregants or congregations where white and African Canadians worship together. My preliminary findings indicate some similar trends in attendance at worship and Sabbath schools, though the number of members in Black congregations is typically smaller than that of what's reported for neighboring churches not identified as African. The Baptist yearbooks used annual letters from individual churches to compile and publish membership statistics in their annual State of the Denomination reports. If a church didn't send a letter, no statistics were reported. So it's possible that some churches worshiped together for years before their presence was noted or recognized. Thus, it's impossible to determine with certainty a year a church was established from the yearbooks alone. With this caveat, based on the Baptist yearbooks as well as newspaper accounts and the few secondary sources that touch on New Brunswick's African Canadian history, religious history I've given, my best estimates of the dates of establishment of the African Baptist churches, which I'm discussing. In some cases, I've included the dates of their disbanding. So the first church founded predating the annual meetings of the Baptist Conference of the Maritimes was Douglas African, later known as Bright, established in 1841. Next, Willow Grove, which some sources state was founded in 1850. In 1872, Olivet African in the town of Elm Hill, also known as Utnabog, was founded. 2 years later, Woodstock African, later known as Calvary African, was established. By 1891, Douglas and Woodstock had disbanded, though Elm Hill and Willow Grove remained. So it's important to note that the seemingly small membership numbers reported in the yearbooks don't give an accurate picture of how many worshipers were in the pews on Sunday. Baptists do not count children or those who have not professed their faith and been baptized, in my understanding, in these numbers. So these churches, which seem at times quite small, often reporting 14 or 16 members, likely had many more attenders in total each week. Similarly, church records show that membership at the Abyssinian in Portland generally hovered in the 40s to the 60s during the mid-19th century, but first-person accounts describe services so well attended, the large meeting house was full from the front pew to the back doors. Though some African Baptist churches went without pastors at times, archival research sometimes reveals spiritual vitality that surpassed majority white churches in the same region. In October 1820, while Douglas African was without a pastor, 2 people were baptized at the church, while at the same time, during the same quarter, the church at Shipman reported that the cause of God was in a low state. With barriers to seminary education so high for people of African descent on both sides of the border, the Baptist Church offered a more direct path to the ministry in the 19th century, at least in rural churches, than some other denominations did. Even if not ordained, one could obtain a license to preach and serve a Baptist church. Once a preacher was a licentiate, ordination could happen in the preacher's home church. In October 1883, the Christian Visitor reported on the ordination of Brother Henry March, who had led the Willow Grove Church as a licentiate. The church called a council to consider his ordination. A small council of ministers, deacons, and brothers from nearby Baptist congregations assembled in the morning to listen to Brother March as he related his Christian experience, called to the ministry, and views of Christian doctrine in an intelligent and satisfactory manner. And then the council ordained him in the afternoon. While there are many differences between the urban Congregational and Presbyterian churches in the northeastern United States, which I study, and the rural and small town Baptist churches in New Brunswick, which I've begun to research, important similarities are evident. In both denominations, governance is at the congregational level. The local churches have autonomy, which was critical for independent African American and African Canadian congregations who wish to avoid as much as possible being hampered by white authority. So on both sides of the border, Congregationalist and Baptist ministers of African descent face similar struggles to earn a living. Reverend Amos Noe Freeman, who was the first settled minister of the Abyssinian in Portland, was a principal and teacher at Portland's segregated Black public school, which he brought located at the Abyssinian Church. While at least 2 of the ministers of the Olivet African Baptist Church in Elm Hill also worked as laborers. Reverend Henry Haynes was born in South Carolina, and when he was ordained at Elm Hill in 1882. An article in the Christian Visitor described him as supporting himself with the hard work of his hands all week, then preaching on the Sabbath for little pay. Reverend Manuel Nails, who succeeded Haynes in the pulpit at Olivet, is listed alternately as a preacher and as a laborer in the Canadian census, depending on the year. An interesting note on Reverend Nails, he was born in 1845. Notably, census, marriage, and death records report his birthplace as Africa, variously in the Ashanti region and Abyssinia. His reported birthplace complicates common assumptions about New Brunswick's Black history in the 19th century, which a lot of people, I think, sort of divide into 2 distinct subsets: Black loyalists or Black refugees, the War of 1812. So if Reverend Nails was born in Africa, as was repeatedly reported, he fits in neither category. In the 19th century, some people of African descent were claiming Abyssinian as a signifier, as an identifier signifying African-centered identity. So I'm also speculating it's possible that in reporting his birthplace to white census takers, Reverend Nails was making a political statement. So in conclusion, the maps which accompany this section of the atlas are a visual representation of the data in the tables that I've synthesized from 50 years of these yearbooks. But they're also a means of thinking spatially about the location of these mostly rural congregations and generating some new inquiries. Some of my questions for future research on the location, revival, and decline of African Baptist churches include economic factors such as employment, possibly lumbering or mining industries, which may have influenced the brief interval between the opening and disbanding of the church in Woodstock. Certainly the role of other denominations, churches opening or closing in the area of other denominations. I'm curious about African Methodist Episcopal congregations, which I've not been able to research yet. Environmental and transportation factors were also areas that I'm looking at for future inquiry. How did proximity to navigable water like the St. John River impact the founding churches? And further considerations range from the impact of the arrival of railways on communities such as Elm Hill, where Olivet African Church was located along the banks of the St. John, to questions about migration from more remote farming communities such as Douglas, which was small enough in 1899 to be omitted from this railway map and did not have a railway station. My research on independent Black churches in the northeastern United States has centered on formal and informal networks of professional support and friendship, which linked African American Congregationalist and Presbyterian ministers. Core questions of my dissertation research include whether similar networks may have connected to African Baptist ministers across New Brunswick. Further, were the congregations or ministers of the African Baptist Association in Nova Scotia connected at all in networks of support or fellowship with the African Baptist churches of New Brunswick? Hoping to begin to explore this possibility by studying the minutes of the African Baptist Association and delving further into these questions in archival research this summer. I'll be coming back with some support from my university over the summer. I'm looking forward to searching the archives, beginning with the Atlantic Baptist Archives at KB University to find, if not church records, maybe original letters from the African Baptist churches in New Brunswick to the Baptist Convention of the Maritimes to get more depth than just this little fragmentary statistics that appear there. So in closing, I'd like to acknowledge that my research would not be possible without the path-breaking work of scholars, community activists, and organizations who've worked for decades to preserve, recover, and pass down Atlantic Black Canadian history. I am indebted to their scholarship. I'd particularly like to recognize the work of Dr. Mary McCarthy Grant, whose scholarly work exposes and analyzes the segregation and neglect of Black graves in the cemeteries of majority white churches, as well as the erasure of African Canadian history in Brunswick. My research is still in the preliminary stages. I'd be grateful for suggestions and critiques as I go forward. So, during the rest of the symposium, I would love to speak with anyone who has thoughts. I'm a Quaker, and in our tradition, we talk about eldering. So if anybody's got, constructive direction, including critique, I'm very welcome to it. So thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to do something a little unorthodox right now. Never seen anybody do this at a conference, but our lunch is early. And so I'm going to ask our panelists to bear with us for a bit. We must interrupt the panel because I don't want lunch to get cold. So let's take 10 minutes. If you'd like to make your way outside, get some food and bring it back to the room, and we'll resume our panel. Okay, is that fair?
Yeah, is it just recent? And then sounds like you did a deep dive in the neighborhood. Yeah. Well, you see, everybody that smells. I wrote that down. It was like this will be
Yeah, it's good. Like, it's gonna be charged all day, as long as people can hear.
It was good. The quality was quite clear.
It was clear?
Okay. Once it was back there,
It was just quiet.
yeah, it was better.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go for a walk.
Is it being recorded and pitched? I hope so. Okay, what's that?
We're down there.
I don't know how, I know you mentioned, but
Now, here's the real question.
Because I said everything else.
Is there a judge or the open house?
But I didn't do it.
I did not check.
And when I saw Dave,
Fail.
I always
Yeah,
said,
we'll be honest.
we
No,
mentioned.
it's okay. You don't have to feel bad. You don't have to really answer all my questions.
His path is going to speak.
You should be able to just.
Why do you look sad?
I should. I should.
We're halfway. That's what I Hello? Thank you. Well, yeah, why don't we do this? We'll, so Alan will
Spencer's updated stuff.
That's good. That's good, yeah. Awesome.
So sorry.
All lovely too.
Is it clear blocking people from leaving? I'm moving right here. And if you listen to them,
I tried that. Because it's a big ass shop and it was a big ass dog.
Okay, so we'll get started again, please. So I think we can all say this was a good call. I'm glad to see everybody eating, and we'll continue our panel with our next panelist, with Tisha Happy.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Tisha Cuffy, and I am a master's candidate at Harvard University in Ottawa. And I would first like to acknowledge that I'm a guest here in Halifax, which is located in the Micmaci, the ancestral unceded territory of the Micmac people. I thought I would start with this quote that you see here, and this quote is from The Wreck of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. I really like this quote because, as it states, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. It sets out to change the order of the world. And one of the things I've seen people do when they see this, they think the opposite. They're like, wait, is it saying that it's not violent instead of thinking that it is a violent act? And it's not just stating that it's about physical violence. It's talking about profound psychological violence that occurs, social upheaval that occurs, and the continued colonized struggle that we have to go through to redefine ourselves in this world. So decolonization is inherently disruptive and forceful because it challenges and seeks to overturn global power structures. I work primarily in museums in early 19th century history and organizations trying to further the history. I still get asked by some people, wait, I thought Black people arrived in the 1970s. Yes. So there really is, the response to that is just so varied. But it is impressive to me because the thing is, being in Ontario, of course, we think we're the center of the world. And when you, what I realized too is that Ontario, because of the caregiver and Caribbean scheme, a lot of people associate arrival, particularly people of African denominations who newly arrive, they think of just that time period as when the larger group of Black people, they don't think about Black loyalists, they don't think about the early 1600s. And this is such a gap in our knowledge, and particularly as Black history educator, I focus a lot on children. And as Senator Wander Thomas Bernard said, I've written children's books. And that's really, I have a lot in common with her. I'm not a senator, but aside from that, and the fact that when she said that she hated history, I was the same. You couldn't find someone who just completely disliked history more than I did before I came into this field. And that was, I'd be the person with my husband when we go to Williamsburg or we go to any of these places, he's looking at these classes, I'm like, oh my God, it's a single old white guy with a beard. I'm like, can we just go? And I don't want to read all these plots. And I realized later it was because I didn't see myself reflected. And I had so many conversations with her about it, and it really opened my mind. And just like Professor Daughter says, like, it's the same thing where she opens up this avenue for you, right? And she makes this path accessible. And so for me, when I wrote that book, it was really something that resonated with me that she said as well. I think a lot of us felt is post George Floyd, I could no longer be activistic. I could no longer say this is someone else's responsibility. This is for someone else to do. I have a young son, and particularly looking at him and his space in the world and what he is going to grow up as always being Black first. It was on me to create the kind of world, curate the kind of books that I wanted to read, and create the space that I wanted to inhabit, and particularly in Canada where we have this kind of blindness when it comes to race. So I like to say that museums are the portals through which we view ourselves and others, and that is what I use in entering that museology world, where I ask people to always look at, when you go to museums or you go to these organizations, look at the board of directors. Just have a look at those. Yes, they have all of these activities, but a lot of them are temporary, or they're temporary exhibits, and that's something that I have a lot of problem with, particularly in the larger national museums. So we need to change and push those narratives and make these permanent. Because as you know, and a lot of people have said before her, Black history is Canadian history, and it's not just for Black people. We all need the Indigenous history, the Asian history, Black history, because these are all pieces of a puzzle that fit together to create that whole narrative. And whenever you have these pieces missing, you are missing quite a lot from that story. So my focus, I had written a paper about digital settler colonialism. And my focus in my scholarship is early 19th century Black history, but also algorithmic bias, digital marginalization. So I look at how our stories are being further colonized through the digital sphere, in the digital world. And this is something I think a lot of people experience. If you go on certain search, if you go on certain search, like just Google search, or you go on Yelp or Yahoo, and you're trying to find something, what I've noticed is that you have to sometimes go to the second, the third, the fourth page to find information written by that community. You are not finding it on the first page. What you're finding is government institutions. What you're finding is studies that is, again, funded when you trace it by either government entities, nonprofit entities, but you're not finding the stories by the people who are actually affected. This is very problematic. So as a Black history educator, author, curator, and activist, I work with organizations, schools, provincial and national museums in Ontario and Quebec, and now Museum Halifax. So Halifax, it's very happy to be here. I am focused on that specific time because in 1867, obviously, you know, Canada was born. Obviously, since time immemorial, Indigenous people have been here. But we look at Canada as a starting point. We look at what happened post-1867 as what is currently relevant, not what happened before. Oh, well, we weren't Canadian yet. Who's our head of state? This is something that when people tell me that, it's like, well, who's it, right? And the thing is, it's very interesting to me because people like to take in Canada the piece that they want and leave the other piece. And we have such porous borders. My first degree was in political science and critical race. And I find that it's very interesting looking at how porous our borders are. And now we're actually seeing ourselves through the lens of American viewership. So we're no longer just seeing American news, but we are now seeing it reflected back at us of what we are, which is, again, something that we really have to work at. So Indigenous and Black histories have long been manipulated, erased as a tool of settler colonialism, shaping what stories are told, preserved, and remembered in Western-dominated societies. These erasures have occurred and continue to occur through land dispossession, forced displacement, and the destruction of physical records. We have seen this in archival records and cartographical records, and this is where we look for information. So you see the maps here. Now, being from Ontario, when we talk about Nova Scotia, it's only about Africa. Okay? Sorry, but you know it's true. So it's very, very bad. If we talk about it, we read Shantae's book, Africa, for students, and it is extremely problematic because there are many Africans. There are many Hogan's Valley. You know, there are many of these communities that have faced environmental racism and face dispossession. And this is incredibly important for us to share. So today what I'm going to talk about, I know I didn't even start yet. So it's going to be brief, I promise. How settler colonialism continues through digital tools, the specific ratio of Black geographies in Atlantic Canada, the role of search engines and maps in reinforcing this erasure. And I don't think people realize just how important that is. And strategies that are currently being used within the communities, outside communities, for resistance and data sovereignty. So, settler colonialism in the digital age. So Patrick Wolf said territoriality, thank you, territoriality is settler colonialism's irreducible element. Digital platforms now replicate this territoriality virtually. I'm just gonna skip that word for now. So today, digital dispossession works by removing information from data, search results, archives, and maps. This is especially concerning when we see how powerful leaders, like those south of us, implement policies to erase history. Trump's censoring of government websites, restricting access to private data, and we know usually who it is that is usually affected by climate change the most. Indigenous communities, marginalized communities. So who are the people who are really going to be affected by restricting the money and the funding from these organizations? These are used to alter educational content and enforce harmful agendas. Now in Canada, one of the things that I found as being an educator is that when I talk to teachers and students from different provinces, it's not equal at all. It is different in BC compared to Ontario, compared to Halifax, compared to PEI. And one of the things I've noticed is that I'll have teachers contacting me to have me, read some excerpts from my book or talk about Black history. And I ask them, well, what is it that you do in your school right now? And they're like, oh, it's really independent. It's up to the teacher. We have to do this. We have to use it out of our pocket. I'm just like, okay. So it's looking at that structure now. Ontario, what they did do, actually, you know what, I'll come back to that later. But the problem is that it is not equal across the board. So there's very different information pieces, pieces there, and that is obviously creating large gaps in knowledge. Now, it is getting better. It's not great, but it's getting better with the Indigenous communities because of the TRC and because of Indigenous communities pushing forth and saying this is our digital sovereignty and we need to own this and we need to ensure that our voices are heard. So Black Digital Humanities is located at the intersection of Black studies and the digital technological world. Rupa Benjamin, who is a renowned sociologist, and she wrote, "We must not allow this to cremate our borders here." I think we don't realize how porous our shared borders are. It is very easy to sit back, like others have said, and let others handle it. Now, she wrote a book called Race After Technology. And in that, she talks about how this feeling of inevitability that we have when we say, oh, technologies are here, we can't do anything about it, is actually constructed. And that's a constructed narrative, but we actually are able, just like technologies mutate, so do the relationships that we put into it. So we're able to enforce those changes by actually being those agents of change, either by advocating in government, going to other sites, blocking their sites, getting into, going into, say, protests about how these things are being seen, making it more visible. All these things remove their bottom line, which is viewership, which equals money. And that is always what's going to count as the most important for these organizations. So there's a book called Digital Memory Agents in Canada. It's edited by Matthew Cormier and Amanda Spalak. And it talks about digital spaces as dynamic, evolving, actively shaping how memory is formed and transmitted. And this is where it comes in. It says that memory is no longer fixed, but fluid, both public and personal. It's fleeting yet potentially enduring. And it also depends on how it is represented and engaged with online. So this is where we come in, to be the change that we want to see in the space, not allowing others to write our history, as we say, not about us without us. The specific erasure of Black geographies in Atlantic Canada, I found this to be very interesting as someone coming from Ontario, because there is so much underlying history that you don't see at the surface, particularly online. It's not a lot accessible unless you're here, which is really interesting. So I went to see some of the Black communities. I went and Google Maps, and I tried to go into certain areas, and it wouldn't go. And I was like, what, is this broken? I was like, what is happening? And then when I was there too, my phone kept on cutting out. And I was just like, I'm in North Country. I'm like, what is happening here? And you would go from the car to the phone to the car. This is driving me bananas. And I was like, what's up? So I went to one of the churches there yesterday. And I came one day early to do it to work. And the pastor there told me, yeah, there's only one tower for this entire area. And I was like, oh, environmental racism, got it. And I noticed when you see that, you see it in action. So we always say, oh, it's 2020, it's 2023, oh, it's 2025. It's still happening. So I think maybe that whole phrasing about, oh, what time it is not effective. Because George Floyd died. Oh, it's 2020, it's still happening. Aubrey, I met Aubrey, Breonna Taylor. We have Canadians who've been killed. And the thing is that we're not focusing on we are, but we have to change how we focus. And I think what Dr. Bonner is saying here is coming together collaboratively, because I'm in Ontario. I found out about this, which just happened through happenstance. I was like, I jumped on it. And you can see how many people signed up and how much this blew up, and how necessary it is, how much people want to connect and make those changes. So I am not a specialist on Atlantic Canada by any means. And to be able to come here and integrate my history, because I live nationally, is phenomenal to be able to meet with these scholars. I found an Indigenous scholar, Maggie Walter, in her Indigenous Data Sovereignty and Policy said the extraction of data from Indigenous and Black communities without consent represents a continuation of colonial resource exploitation. This practice reinforces a new dimension of colonialism, where information becomes a commodified resource and another site of dispossession. So as I said, when I went into these predominantly Black neighborhoods, the phone was dropping. It wouldn't actually go, when I went on the maps first to see where I was going, it wouldn't go into the streets. Even though I could see there's a street there, it just stayed on the main road. You don't see this in other neighborhoods. I found that to be very, very, well, obviously very, very problematic. And one of the things that I thought of when I saw this was, if it's not on the map, does it exist? Does it actually exist? Because if people don't see you there, if people can't imagine what was there, was it ever in existence? That's how they erase us. That's how they erased us for centuries. That's how they erased our histories. And I argue that the same pattern persists in the digital landscapes that were traditionally in the physical map-drawn, cartographic, hand-drawn maps that were created. We all know that when you look on the map right now, it is not proportional. Africa is much larger as a continent than what is displayed. Many countries can fit into that continent. And this erasure from geolocation serves as a new mode of colonial control. So In Atlantic Canada, Toronto's Black community was one that I was looking into. So the island, which for those of you, most of you are probably way more familiar about this than I am, again, coming from a different province, originally called Birch Island, it really exemplifies that digital and archival erasure. The island was prone to flooding, it was accessed by rowboat, and it was known locally as West Prince Street in relation to the African Nova Scotian community that was there. And like many Black settlements, it was surrounded by industrial sites, landfills, railways, and through better documentation, it did have better documentation than the hill or the marsh, but its records were still extremely scarce by comparison. So two maps in the, I think it's pronounced Colchester?
Colchester.
Colchester? Okay, thank you. Colchester Historium show land sales to Black Nova Scotian residents, but these were never officially recorded in the land registry, but they have evidence of it. So this is a continuation of historical invisibility. And one of my cohorts here, when they were presenting and showing the census is something I particularly have issues with. Like, working in early 19th century history, I worked co-curating a Black history exhibit at Upper Canada Village, which is a Black pioneer village style. And we were looking at the census, and in the census, it lists you as where you were from country of origin. So if you were from African, or if you were English, right? Or if you were Irish. It wasn't listed as Black or white. And then what they had is that if you had a child, but the man was Black, the child was Black. If you had a child, but the man was white, and the woman was Black, the child was white. And what, yeah. And what, take a minute, let that sit in. But yes, so, and what we noticed is that we actually found an error. Our historian at the Upper Canada Village Museum found an error in the census, stating that the husband was Black, the wife was white, but the child was listed as English. This is how you mistake and you lose this information. This is how it's so difficult. We were talking earlier with someone saying, when you just change a letter, or you change the last two names, or you change, all of these things combined make it extremely difficult to trace our histories, which are so important. So how do search engines and maps reinforce this erasure? So this is by Jessica Marie Johnson, and it's in her book, Markup Bodies. Black digital practice is the revelation that Black subjects have themselves taken up science, data, and coding. In other words, have commodified themselves and digitized and mediated their own Black freedom. Am I out of time?
No.
Oh. I'll wrap this up. So, Black digital practice is the revelation that Black subjects have themselves taken up science, data, and coding. In other words, have commodified themselves and digitized and mediated their own Black freedom dreams in order to hack their way into system, whether modernity, science, or the West, thus living where they were never meant to survive. And this is, I just love this, right? I love this whole paragraph because we are constantly told, they started in the US Black girls coding, right?
Yes.
Huge. We have that here, we have it now here, we have Black girls coding, Black boys coding. I am a big proponent of STEM, actually. You have to include the arts. I think that is a large oversight. And I really am a big proponent of that, especially with young children, because I just see it in my son. He just loves coloring, he loves drawing, he loves science experiments, and it just does something to them, right? Not only does it trigger their emotional responses and their brain and their intellect, but it's just something that is so wholesome for their whole body as a human being. And this is from Ruha Benjamin's Race After Technology. When it comes to search engines such as Google, it turns out that online tools like racist robots reproduce the biases that persist in the social world. So what she was actually saying here was that there aren't actually things such as racist robots. What it is, it's the people who are coding. We don't have true AI. That is not a thing. It does not exist yet. All the things that we keep on saying about artificial intelligence, we are not there yet. It's not Terminator. Okay, we have not reached that point. We are literally at the point that we are still inputting all of this data by people. And if you actually look behind the scenes, there is so much trauma happening to these individuals who are primarily of Indian descent, who have to watch for pornography, they have to watch for terrorism, they have to watch for torture, all of these things that are really difficult and horrific on their psyche as they provide that kind of barrier to what the rest of society can see. But still, we are producing narratives that are inherently racist. That's not going to change unless we challenge them. So in Algorithms of Repression, Sophia Noble describes how search engines often reinforce biases against women of color and privileged systems of whiteness. The new Jim Code, which was coined by Professor Ruha Benjamin, is something that emphasizes how biases, discriminatory practices, and more explicitly anti-Blackness are encoded within these technological systems. The systems often perpetuate existing inequalities and may even amplify systemic injustices. So the things that you see on Google Maps or don't see in communities that don't have those drop pins that show, oh, this was a historic Black community, this was another historic Black community, oh, this was a Black community under Central Park Water that was completely razed to create Central Park. You know, all of these histories, that not having those pinpoints, those historical records online are intentional. Don't mistake it for something that can be an oversight. These things are intentional and you have to actively fight against it. And one of the things that, so there's an excerpt from Race After Technology again. The issue came to light in 2016 when some users searched the phrase 3 Black teenagers. This was a Google search. They were presented with 3 criminal mugshots. Then when they changed the phrase to 3 white teenagers, users were presented with photos of smiling, go-lucky youths. And the search for 3 Asian teenagers presented images of scantily clad girls and women. So there are so many intersections here, I don't even know where to begin. There's sexism, there's gender, there's bias, there's gender confirmation. There are so many issues that intersect. There's not just one thing. When we're fighting and saying that we're fighting for our stories to be included, we have to remember that it's incredibly important as a Black community, as people who are advocating for Black community, not to forget that there are different levels within the Black community. You cannot say that you are fighting to progress the Black community and marginalize the queer Black community. You cannot, I will say that again, you cannot say that you are fighting for the Black community and marginalize the Black queer community. This is really problematic in our society, and I think a lot of people don't also realize that a lot of that ties back to anti-Blackness in slavery and what that came from on the plantation. So, strategies for resistance and data sovereignty. An app will not save us. In case you thought it was going to. The next big app was going to be here. So this comes from Sophia Noble. An app will not save us. We will not sort out social inequality, lying in bed, staring at a smartphone. You will not, and I cannot tell you how many hours I have lost on, social media. I routinely have to get off it because the swiping is real. It's like watching a show, but it's like you're on drugs. Like it's just like you can't stop. It will not stem from simply sending emails to people in power. So just sending it to your MPs and thinking they're just going to do something about it. No, you have to get in their face. You have to bug them, unless it's Senator one that comes around. But you have to show up. We can't just be keyboard warriors like the ones that we complained about in the elections. We can't just say, oh, these keyboard warriors, and then do it ourselves. When using a digital media platform, whether it's Google, Yelp, or some other high-ranking algorithmic decision default setting, it's false to believe that what you see is normal and only a handful of possible results on the first page. How many people will actually go down and move to other pages? I've only started doing that. Oh, you will? Okay, that's amazing. I love how you put your hand. That's great. That's great. But I won't do that. I've only recently started doing that because in university, you usually have to go to several pages when you're searching on your library website. But when you're looking at materials for Indigenous communities, for Black communities, it is frequently on the 3rd or the 4th page, like I said earlier. And this is extremely problematic. We need to push the results from people whose community it's actually impacting to the front. And that only happens with active engagement. There's a lot of work, particularly through local community, grassroots organizations, educators, and politicians, and others interested in changing the narrative. So don't feel like this is all doom and gloom. I know, I came like it wasn't. There's a lot of people actively doing the work. Here, you have Dr. Fua Cooper, and she has her SHIRT-funded grant. Was it SHIRT-funded? The Black People's History of Canada? It is SHIRT-funded. You just know everything. Okay. So she has that funded, and that is incredible. In Ontario, we have MOBA, which is by Cheryl Thompson, and Dr. Cheryl Thompson just came out with her new book, Canada and the Black-Faced Atlantic Performing Slavery, Conflict and Freedom, 1812 to 1897. I've been waiting for that. And so there's also digital memory agents of change, performance representation and culture, and climate organization, which is Black Legacy Collective, which works with children and STEAM in the early 19th century. Now in Ontario, what we have seen is that the Ontario government just recently, I don't know what you have in Nova Scotia, we did talk about it earlier for what you're learning in certain groups and ages. We have grades 7, 8, and 10. Black history now is mandatory for schools in Ontario. This just came out, this is happening September 2025. Finally. I don't know if you have that in Nova Scotia. Do you have anything like that? It's not mandatory. Is it widely taught though?
In February.
Really?
In schools. Honestly, Black history.
Yes, oh, yes. Yes. There's nothing else to say about that, good guess. We see that's especially, and that's the thing, they'll take certain people and have them on such a pedestal that this is the only representation for the entire community. It's like, oh, well, they succeeded, why can't you? Not taking in all of the different layers and all the different issues and experiences people get. So, future of us. Oh, sorry, so, the system of racism is vicious, enormous, ubiquitous, but it is neither inevitable or invincible. We created it, and if we wish, we can destroy it. References, and I like to say that also heritage is a journey that travels with you, and collaboration is what is going to get us to be at the core of our own stories. Thank you so much.
Interesting when there's so much synergy in what you spoke about, and also the ontology of blackness, right? And so for me, who all here are Black loyalists descendants? Right? Okay. So being a little bit older, the world that I grew up in is completely different than the room I'm standing in right now. I do a lot of map work, and when one of the slides here, I realized like I didn't know the street names in a lot of communities because I just didn't ever go there, right? And it was like the geography of race and class and all of these things in the place that I live. And so up until very recently, I've worn my hair short. I was very much about integration and only sort of realized just how messed up the system actually is and doesn't work. So this work here is, I'm interested in getting my PhD, but I'm also an activist, and it is my resistance to 300 years of erasure. And like there isn't, I'm just gonna say it the way it is. Like I cannot explain how pissed off I am when I have realized one of these spaces that I was existing in that was a white place, my ancestors are buried there, and they've been erased, right? So this trying to make sense of geography of place and how having the power to just like erase things you don't like, and then enforce that by making it very, very hard on someone to change the narrative. So I have to admit, most of this PowerPoint was done in the back of the Volkswagen on the way down to the I really wanted to show you the data at the end, and the front end is more of an excuse to make it sound more exciting than maybe it is. Although I did like the front end. This is so it's a talk that and a project that I did quite a few years ago, and I've now returned back to because I'm doing much more work back in Shelburne. And so just overall, it's trying to like address, like if you're familiar with loyalism in loyalist communities and the stories that they tell about themselves, most of it involves like people in ball gowns and fancy clothing and none of the other stuff. And you can see it. If you go down to Shelburne and you walk on the docks on Dock Street, you will see a silhouette of two very well-dressed loyalists standing up in front of a wall. If you go drive into Shelburne, it's a fancy town crier. The sign is in a black community, but the town crier is white. St. John used to have a very like affluent looking loyalist. One of the places that doesn't sort of really push the loyalist background is Fredericton, and that's really, I would say, arguably the loyalist capital. But I think to open that can of worms, they have to then talk about all of the black people who used to live there. I can't remember who talked about Fredericton, but it is, if you want to see erasure, go to New Brunswick. Like, it is completely, we've been completely erased. I found like my great grandfather on a map in New Brunswick. And I'm like, what? How did that happen? But, and one of his wives was Peggy Wise. So I'm not sure who went on. So I'm not sure if they're related or not, but hopefully you'll tell. So this this is not what I'm talking about. It's what the original thing was, but there is some truth in here. I'm gonna try very but after all of this, it's kind of so one of the things that really started me looking at climate was reading Simeon Perkins' journal, in which I think it's in like the late 1780s. He's just sort of like talking about, oh yeah, there was a guy, black guy in the woods, he went in the woods with some rum and disappeared, and we found his body today. And it's like weeks had passed from when he disappeared to when they get concerned. And so it's sort of like, well, how could you be that sort of blasé about somebody other than the racial aspect? And that's kind of like stepping away from race, is like the trauma of the American Revolution and what it did to people. And as it turns out, what happened in 1783-84, which we talked about the Shelburne race riot, without addressing all of the other crazy stuff that was going on in Shelburne in 1783. So that's what I'm going to talk about, and then show some of the implications of it. So I'm going to, because I don't remember exactly all of this stuff, it's very sciencey. But basically, looking at, it's like the mini ice age in the late 18th century, and the near surface sea temperatures, and basically the differential between the mid latitudes and high latitudes, When there's a bigger difference, as it should be, you have a high circulation, which gives you the image on your right. Yep. Okay. So if you think about it like a river, a very fast flowing river goes straight. As the rate goes down, it starts to meander. And that's what you see. So as the mid-latitudes and high latitudes, those currents slow down, the jet stream slows down, and it starts to do this, and weather oscillates. Did I explain that? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what you see is these big sags in like temperature, really cold temperatures in the south of where they should be, which is like Washington crossing the Delaware. The Delaware like is frozen twice in the last 50 or 60 years or something like that. So it was much colder, and they were skating, I think, in Charleston, South Carolina. So just to give you an idea, so this is going on in 1783. And if you remember, the closest analog I can, wherever you were collectively, each of you, the winter of 2010 was the equivalent of this. I spent it in Heathrow Airport in a big snowstorm. And by the by, there was almost an uprising inside the terminal because they wouldn't let us go anywhere. So, and then, yeah, see? So basically, that's the kind of breakdown you see. And then, so the record of the North Atlantic Oscillation. So if you look at 1780-43, it's slower than it should be. And then we also had the Inaugural event. And I'm not going to play this video on the side, but basically in the winter of 1780, which is also the White Winter, I believe is what they called it, in New York City, which the Hudson froze over and everybody was running in and out of New York on the ice. But basically, it also initiated very active hurricane season, and which basically obliterated, at least for a short period of time, the British Navy's smaller, medium and smaller vessels, which made it harder for the British Navy to do reconnaissance throughout the West Atlantic, which meant, anybody, what happened in 1781? Battle of the Chesapeake. The English are surprised by the French because they don't have the ability to reconnoiter that they normally would. So it also stripped away lots of war supplies. And Simeon Perkins writes about it in his journal because they're feeling the impact of it in Nova Scotia. And then, so here's just the data of El Nino years, and it's hard to track, but gives you some idea of what they predict is going on at that time. So, let me just get through these. I can tell you, it's not fun being 55 years old bouncing around with a bunch of habits. So the other thing that goes on in 1783 is the Great Dry Fall. There is a volcanic eruption in Iceland, which then spreads aerosols all the way over into the UK. It's in France. It is basically the crops die in the fields. Weather's a lot colder. It doesn't affect North America because the particulates go to the east and not to us. And it wasn't so big that it circulated the globe at a huge event or magnitude, but it does have a local impact. And it is the impact of this locally in the UK is that the poorer people are the ones who are suffering. And in 1783, who are some of the poorest people in the UK? Black loyalists, black poor in London. So they're starting to drop dead in the streets, like visibly suffering, which then people start to notice, and it's the initiation of the exodus to Sierra Leone of the London Black Poor in 1787. And one of the things that I read is like white people thought that like blackness was contagious, so they were like, whoa, like I don't want my unborn child to become black. So there's this level of like paranoia between race, and so having sick and dying black people in the streets was much worse in public perception. The other thing that's going on, there's a couple things. 1783 it's really cold and it's quite wet. So when the loyalists show up in Shelburne in the summertime, you'll notice if you read Benjamin Marston's journal or Sidney Perkins, they talk about how wet it is. And then, so this is 1783 and 84. So if you look, 1783 is colder than normal. 1784 is also colder than normal, but it is dry. And I apologize for. Oh, this is an really old version of the doc. So the data is not, in fact, on this copy of the copy that I went over. I can't plug my laptop. Okay. My apologies. So in terms of the repercussions of this, so we have all of these stressors going on in Shelburne, in addition to the racial friction. But we also have religious friction between, in the white community alone. And you also have, like David George, he is a bit of a troublemaker, right? He's going around in places trying to convert people right into being Baptists. And the Congregationalists are not really into it. And they're also having all kinds of problems already because the British lost the war, the world's turning upside down, God's angry with everyone, we have all these black people showing up, and with ideas of freedom and okay. No.
I work at my
Okay. So let me get back. All right, we'll go with. Sorry, what's this? I can't even blame the camera right now. So the other thing that is interesting, this is kind of one of the angles that I wanted to emphasize, is that the Black Loyalist community is not homogenous. And even today, there are ramifications of these different parts of the community. And so we have already discussed sort of like freedom and unfreedom, but we also have in the spring of 1784, we have the military auxiliary units show up. And so these guys and women they bore arms. So they were armed from armed units, the Black Brigade especially. And they were the last ones to evacuate New York City. And it's believed that they nailed the Union Jack to a flagpole over Fort George and greased the pole. So Washington had to wait a couple of hours for his march into New York because of it. And so they show up, and usually the race riot piece is like, this is my issue with the Shelburne race riot description, is that these people are mostly trades. They have trades, it's organized labor. They are laborers, they're not tailors and shoemakers and those sorts of things. So all of these people are a challenge to the white labor pool that exists, that didn't have, it's not just about wages, it's also about skills and the ability to do sort of pioneering type work. So and I believe they were living, or at least some of them were squatting on David George's plot. So that didn't help. And so what we find out is in 1784, the people who weren't settled in Shelburne ended up being settled in Fort Mattoon. They lived through this horrendous winter in like sod huts on the beach. So when in like 1784, and in the thaw, they're like, we're out of here. And like, putting blankets up on boats and rowing out of the harbor. And so they're dedicated to saying goodbye to Nova Scotia. And they end up, most of them settling in St. Andrews area. Now this is, this video here, so we missed a chunk of there's another visualization in it. I'll show you privately. And so basically what I did is looking at, there's like the meaning of servants, slaves, free blacks, servants. What if we look at it as just as labor, a labor resource? What does that mean? What does it mean to have, if you arrive, you're a white loyalist and you arrive with 12 unfree people to do your work? Well, it means you probably have a different strategy than someone who shows up alone. And what I started to do was plot where these people settle, and doing a bit of table to show just how many enslaved or servants there were in this community. I don't have really any idea what it means, but I am going to show you. And it kind of is a shock when you see New Brunswick and just how much of a geographic space this takes up. So people have left St. John and Shelburne and started to spread out up and down the St. John River Valley. I don't have a lot of Nova Scotia in there because I'm not looking at that data right now. But I've been focusing mainly on New Brunswick. But there's like little hotspots of servants and all over the St. John River Valley and in around Sackville. Okay. So, I will just show you a couple of slides. You'll remember this one. I would like to say that I'm not like this, but this is exactly what I think it's endearing. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to try and do is show the settlement pattern of Shelburne over the arrival. I thought I was going to do the whole like 1783, 84, but there's just there's too much to do in the time I had. But it's still fairly. When I get to the end, I'll show you why I think it's important. And up on the left side is Benjamin Marston's running commentary, and he's pretty forlorn from like the get-go about watching these loyalists try and settle. So this is the survey work being done in Shelburne, and you'll see on I think it's June 9th. What he says is he went off to do a special survey for the sort of like high and mighty loyalists of the captains, basically. And so this is this area here. And you can see like they're colored by the number of servants and enslaved people together. And what we see is like this hotspot of people being like unfree labor. And lo and behold, they're big plots. And so what is the geography of this? What does it mean? Well, like right around the corner here is where the prison was, and the jail, right? So that's a pretty stark reminder of like who's in power and what the ramifications are for non-compliance. So I don't know, like once we start to spread this all out, the one thing that's interesting is these are the house lots. That's what they were supposed to be, and these are supposed to be the warehouse lots. But everybody ends up living down here, and these end up being pretty much vacant. Yeah, so everybody's living by the water, and the people who don't end up in Shelburne, at least as far as I've gone, they get allotted these lots way out here, in the back of nowhere, which ends up being where the black people end up living, and still do. So you have in Shelburne, even until the recent past, the black community does this, right? And so it's a consequence of land tenure. And I don't know, there's been some work on like more recent settlement patterns in Shelburne, but your guess is as good as mine. But I'm willing to talk about it. So, and then the last slide I want to show and about sort of what are the ramifications in data visualization. Current slide. So lumping these things together based on community to see sort of what the demographics show us. And so there is a bias in here in this visualization because I only did Shelburne recently, and I didn't put in all the enslaved people or servants as individuals yet. Whereas in New Brunswick, I have. But what you do see is like, if you notice all of so the blue dots are the white people. You'll notice just how much labor they have compared to the people, this is St. John. So much, like, I'm not sure what the plan was, but they show up in Shelburne with a lot of labor, probably because they thought it would be a dockside community, like a major capital city, and planned accordingly. But the other interesting thing is places like in Fredericton and Majorville, where it's a significant number of units of labor that exist. And in the early work that I've done with St. John and looking at the Thomas Rogers Slave Act, for instance, where he talks about this existing, even in 1784, there's an existing sort of hiring out of enslaved labor up the St. John River. So trying to figure out, in the end, probably should have opened with this too, is to try and figure out like how white and black people relate to each other in labor, and how, as conditions change for white people, what that does to the black community. So how the black loyalist community sort of evolves as a response to these changes. And I use climate to show you that it's like the story. If you go to Shelburne and you ask, hey, how was 1783? They'll be like, oh, it's great. Like ball dances, and they won't talk about people fighting duels in the streets and setting the town on fire, right? And it's that sort of thing. And it means places like Ross Thompson House, for those of you who visited Shelburne, had enslaved people in it. But you don't learn that because they don't talk about it in the tour. But as it sort of shows on my early work on the Shelburne map, it wasn't a unique situation. It was probably the norm for the dockside community in Shelburne. So it's reclaiming these spaces, much like it's been discussed by other people. Reclaiming these spaces, and then trying to understand what the geography is telling us. Thank you.
Before you run off, would you take that down? Do you want to tell us what the other dots are?
Yes, I can. So I meant to do that.
It's okay.
I did this last time. I knew what I meant. So the blue dots are white bondholders or enslaved. The green dots are people who are described as being black. The red and orange, so the gray dots are the communities, and then all the other colored dots are different proportions of blackness. So and some of them, these people here, it's like my other talk when I talk about this, there is a family of like mixed race indigenous people from Long Island who live, and they're kind of Thomas Rogers' cadre of either servants or enslaved people. So there's one of the things that we touched on is like you do get through like a little bit better when you're maybe better is not the right word, but being a light-skinned black person and being a dark-skinned black person is different. It's a different experience. In my family, we were the right kind of black people, and we are arrogant. Like I got to talk to my family and go, oh, no, we weren't that way, but I knew we weren't that way. And it is I know the show will map up, but we have Clement Street North and Clement Street South. Clement Street South there's a lot more people who look like me. And Clement Street North are really, really dark people who came in from other communities. So.
So you can see, in the interest of time, I won't give an overview of the 4 talks we heard, but what I love about it is how each paper is in conversation with the others in ways that we didn't necessarily anticipate just looking at the program. So I'd like to open up the floor to any questions that people may have right now for any of the panelists. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question for each. First of all, thank you for your presentations. Really well done, learned a lot from all of you. Sarah, your presentation on theory of unfreedom. You mentioned Hardissy's work and that book title. And his take on it was really looking at economic and class. He didn't really address race. I noticed in your conversation, you're obviously taking up Jupiter Wise and all of that. Is your definition of unfreedom the exact definition that he's using there? And if it is so, how are you incorporating idea of racism within that context? I'd be interested for you to talk about that. And also the notion of us being, Black people being property, particularly during the time that you're talking about. So this is American Revolution, kind of freedom that you're thinking about. So we were deemed property, and that was in both countries at the time, right? So trying to think about agency in terms of the type of agency that Wise had, and how that agency got disrupted as he went to different places within the different environments, right? Within the different countries, within the different contexts. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, and if that's your first question, you have one for everybody, we'll be here all week.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, we'll talk later, sorry. This is why, this is my
Okay, I'll start with the last question. Just
Sure,
because I
that's
have
fine.
here.
That's
So
okay.
talking about, is this on also?
No, yeah, we like it. It'll come on, it'll come on.
We can still hear you though.
Is this?
Right here, there, this one on there. It'll come on, there you go.
Okay. Yes, so I think that, with, maybe this actually combines both of those. So starting, I guess, with Hardissy's, idea of unfreedom, and where does race fit into that? So I think that my use of the term unfreedom, I hope to both highlight how, bound laborers, as Graham points out, I think is a really good word for categorizing the connections between both Black and white people, and I think there's probably some analysis with this kind of geography that would be useful to see how they related to one another. So I do intend to use that idea of unfreedom or unfree laborers to show the shared social conditions that in some case created a sense of community between instances where there's community between Black and white people in PEI in this case. So in the case of Jupiter Wise, there's evidence of him extending an invitation to a white servant woman in the community. And so I'm interested in interrogating that because I think it shows us that the on-the-ground experiences of unfreedom, I guess we should say, there are shared elements that did bring people together seemingly. At the same time, I think making that clear distinction that Black experiences in unfreedom were quite different from white ones, and that there were possibilities for white servants to eventually assimilate into the more elite classes, maybe that recognizing that race had a marker on the Black community socially, economically in the area. So I guess I'm kind of trying to do a bit of both. In terms of what you mentioned about Black people as property in Canada, that's a very real distinction that I also hope it comes through in my work, that the fact, even as I argue that it's important to acknowledge Jupiter Wise as a Black loyalist, that he wasn't enslaved, my point is to show that his experience, and even the possibility of enslavement, because he may have been akin to slavery, that is really consequential. And I think it's because Black loyalists were promised freedom here that we can highlight how those possibilities, because that was denied, that foreclosed possibilities for Black loyalists, for enslaved people in the whole region. So I think it's, I'm kind of trying to bring all of those different things together in that use of unfreedom, and there's very particular ways to really be clear about the way that unfreedom manifested differently in different cases. Yeah, I'll stop there, but yeah, thank you.
Nobody's clamoring to ask questions if you go.
Okay. The next question that I'm having is for maintenance. Yes, okay, so, thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, were there any connections around, social justice, initiatives within the church that you've discovered in terms of the collaboration between, the connection between the Black churches in Maine, for instance, and the churches in New Brunswick? And if so, what were they? And there's also a lot of, I guess undocumented, we've had gatherings, we've had kind of informal gatherings within people's homes that might have been sermons or what have you. Has your work incorporated any of that?
Yeah, excellent questions. I have a lot of questions that remain unanswered at this point about, because obviously there's very different conditions going on in the US and Canada at the time. The church I study in Portland was, the minister I studied most was deeply involved with the Underground Railroad. The Fugitive Slave Act became law, and that changed and heightened a lot of concern at that time. Different conditions happening in Canada that I have not yet been able to delve into. Distance has been a problem. I'm also at the very beginning of this work, and that's something that I'd like to hope to get more insight into, making connections in Canada to community members who might help me sort of understand that background more. So that's an unanswered question that I really am curious to chase down more. And then absolutely the question of people meeting in absence of a church building, what defined, what rose to the level of being noticed by these, sort of doctrinal authorities that I'm very aware that what's in the record is, I'm as interested in looking at the sort of question of right now with those records, like what does that say about attitudes toward how people were meeting, gathering, what spirituality looked like, and what got a stamp of approval from the sort of the record-keeping bodies, which were majority white for sure. And there's a lot of, I'm interested in learning more to the extent that I can about those histories before there's a building. Because it's not the building,
It's not
it's the people.
Yes, the people, that's what I'm interested in.
Absolutely, totally, it's the people, but then what gets noticed and what gets reported.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question is for Keisha, and it wasn't intentional to just break down the line. But I was really interested in strategies around reclaiming some digital sovereignty. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to how Afrofuturism might contribute to maintaining spaces online for Black people.
I love that. So Afrofuturism is actually key to creating some of those spaces because it sets us in this new digital world, and it combines arts, it combines technology, it combines film, and it's like when Black Panther came out, right? That's what I associate with it. So it actually is really something that is galvanizing, of course, the community behind it and the ways we express ourselves, the way we show up. And we see it in so many different communities across the country, and that they're invested in. You'll also see it a lot, I find, in certain communities. So in Ontario, we have OBAC, which is the Ontario Black Arts Collective, and they work with the National Gallery of Canada, and they have funds set aside for curators. And we'll see some of these incredible Afrofuturistic elements that come out in the artwork. We have exhibits on hair, and how that is just, I've seen some incredible work where the hair is just stylized in such incredible ways that
it is just, it seems like something so far forward in the future, but it just shows us as well, not only how important our hair is, but, and essential to our identity, but how transformative it is, right? And I think a lot of people too, it can be tied back to the early 19th century where you're going through the Underground Railroads and secret codes and how hair was used to transmit messages and things like that. So I think personally Afrofuturism is definitely something that's emerging. And it's been around for a long time actually, but I feel like it's cyclical. So it's come back now and it's becoming something that is mainly capitalized, which I'm excited to see where it goes.
Hey, my question is for Keisha. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was fascinating. It's like a comment that I want your thoughts on, I guess. So you may be well aware of Google's role and other companies in sort of like perpetuating the SEO landscape that we currently have, where it's like a pay-to-play gamification. And now with AI easily accessible, people are just like churning out fake articles on websites that have not been fact-checked or reviewed ever by anyone. But they're still on the first page of the results that you get. So I guess like I'm maybe not as optimistic that Google will ever be sufficiently motivated to change that. Which like to me sort of goes to a need to like practice relying less on these digital systems and going back to things like even like printed maps, which usually involves like a different similar set of like whose authority is like who's been consulted to create this like community map in history and Mercator projections of the world versus the alternatives. But yeah, sure, your thoughts on that.
Oh, Google. So I find it really interesting because Google, there's been so many lawsuits for them, and they are just a mega corporation, right, under the Alphabet group. And one of the things I find is, I mean, you would say, I look at it like Target, because this was a great example of the US, and how Black churches helped stop and remove Black money, which was essential to their functioning as an organization from that organization. And then the shareholders got involved pursuing the company. He's like, you should know better. Why are you moving DEI initiatives? I look at Google as something like that. We are so entrenched in our everyday. Google has now become our everyday search. Like it's Dr. Google, it's search for Google, everything, right? I literally, my friend told me one day, she's like, I literally Google. And I was like, let's try this read. Yeah. And you know, it's just something that is so synonymous with everything that we use to search, and we don't have enough critical thinking that is used to find our own information. We're also not teaching kids that. We're teaching them to be more reliable on these systems which are deeply flawed. So I think there's a mix of it. I think what you say is that we do have to back to books, because again, regardless of what country you're in, literacy is down. We have to teach children how to search for things. We have to teach them actually how to critically assess information that they receive, because that, I think, is the key to dissolving misinformation and fighting back against misinformation. I definitely agree that it has to come from the institution of communities. So when you're looking at these maps, you have to look at the sources. Where did we get this from? And if it's not listed, don't trust it. And when you can't cite resources, I mean, there's so much that comes out of academia. Plagiarism is a real thing. And now these, with ChatGPT, with open source, with C, whatever, it's the same thing where you're having all of these misinformation that's included as well. So it's incredibly problematic. So we need to really be pushing forward to trying to hold these institutions accountable, whether it goes to Congress because it's an American company, or whether they're trying to change the law. Because in Canada, we have to change our maps, or the Library of Congress and how they're categorized. All of this is marginalization that's laid down the road, and it has to go up to government. They are beholden to the people, and we need to remember that.
Okay, so we also have to teach critical digital literacy. So that's important.
Yeah.
I was hoping to end at quarter after. We have 2 people with questions, so if you could make your questions brief.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. It's wonderful. We're having a great conversation, and I don't want to cut it off, and I'm sorry.
Okay, so generally to everybody, what historical resources did you use and how did you go about getting access to those, but specifically to Sarah, because trying to trace genealogy records here in Nova Scotia, most of those with loyalists go back to New York. So how did you get those New York records and how did you find Jupiter in those records?
Thanks for the question. It was really exciting to find him. So the New York record that showed that he lived on Prince Street, that was in a database at Library and Archives Canada. And I think I have searched for it before because that webpage has been up. But I think that new documents had been transcribed and added to the database. And so this one I think was, I have my notes in here and I can find which one it was. But I think it was like Loyalist Muster Office. But that was on Library Archives Canada. And I searched Jupiter, given name, Wise, surname, and he came up. And I'm pretty sure I had searched before. So that tells me that maybe they're adding more documents with more information. I did go through, so that document was probably 25 pages long. And I searched most, if not all of those names on there. And there's maybe 10 or so who, cross-referencing also, I think, were the individuals who also appear in the Book of Negroes. So it's possible that those individuals also appear in this record of vestry houses. So we can maybe trace their lives to being residents in New York as well. So I think that there's a lot of possibility with these sort of digitizations of records, especially being in Toronto and studying this history. So there's having access to that was a great kind of revelation.
Thanks.
Hey, Sarah, you should also check the Schomburg Center, 135th Street in New York City. That's a great resource. So you should actually talk, and I can put in touch with the person who is the director of the place.
And I strongly advise chatting after.
Sorry.
I'm being brutal now because we really need to be going.
Yeah, the places that we've worked with mostly so far were sort of chosen partly because they were accessible digitally through CJA University Baptist Archives. I got my sources through my own research and meeting with community and also digitally or in person at museums archives.
Pretty much the same thing. Other than I live in Fredericton, so we have an archive close by. But so there's a lot. There's really it's an untapped treasure chest. And we can get into an archive. It complements the stuff that we find online.
Thank you.
So the provincial archives, they are amazing places to find a lot of the work that these people are doing. Also, if you haven't noticed, there is a table outside from SMU, and they have a display of the Lynn Jones archive. And they are there. You can talk to them about what kinds of material they have available in that archive. I think I'll ask Carolee to come in and talk a little bit about it at some point, maybe tomorrow. But that's one of the things that I was hoping we'd be able to do is to actually talk about the Black Archive. And tomorrow's first panel actually looks at some of the ways that we can access the Black Archive in our historical research. And the last question, did you still?
I can ask it after.
Okay.
I want to be respectful of time.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bless you.
I'm a giver.
So thank you, everyone, and thank you to our panelists once again. Well, I appear to have been abandoned by the Dalhousie people, but a little housekeeping. We have outgrown this room, as I said in the beginning, so the rest of the symposium will be held across the hall in 10:20. So if you would take 10 minutes and stretch your legs, grab a drink, whatever, and we'll reconvene in 10:20 for 1:30.
I know we met before. Lance.
Samson.
Okay, Samson, Jerome Downey.
Hi, Jerome.
Yes, right.
Where do you think we might have met, Jerome?
I don't know, you're a familiar face, but I don't know, what are you involved in?
Well, I'm
Maybe LinkedIn. Yeah. Jerome Downey.
That's right.
Paul, you are,
years ago, you were me and Charles came out.
Was it at? Must have been at.
Bro, you had, I remember you can get anime on the phone. No, what's Jenny's, bro? It's like
Downtown. Yes, I think that. Oh, yes. I don't think we're on track too much now. Interesting thing to
That combination. So many. But I want to be that person. I know.
can I go tell something to I don't think you embarrassed.
Visually, it's like so much better, but then it's all different, right? So that's like once you have like okay, I know this person arrived, I know what New York on, I can find the ship log, but once I get to New York, it's just a lot, right?
An hour that you have, that we don't have. Like, now what's happening, society is giving it to like, how well they do. And they embrace it because they don't have to talk about skip.
How do you carry that story?
Which one?
Pushing that is
Okay.
story.
Yes, I
So
know.
they have to carry that story because it's not on the table, but I want my third on the table.
We need
How
to
can
bring
I bring,
Now,
I agree, I agree very much.
as a smaller,
So we're talking about indigenous flag.
records down there.
It's no, you came in.
I know, I know. That's what these researchers love.
You got the good word.
Jim is not the wrong.
So, I wanna say.
Walker.
I'm sorry, you got me wrong. You got me no.
I just have a comment there already. Get a little bit.
Is that Tasha?
I'm never gonna get me.
I was gonna say, the boxes are over there for the thingy and for the lanyards. Do you want to put them back?
What's the mic for? Are we supposed to take this mic?
No, the stuff all set up over there. I just realized. Oh, I'm so sorry. But you can't move it. You can. Yeah, I know, but you can't move it. Like if you want to do the whole thing. I know.
Yes. Like lunch? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm not. Everything's a two-person job today.
Yep. Well, it's a good team.
You are a good team.
It's a good team.
We're the best team, I think.
Yeah.
They can all hear this. Oh, I need to. Hold on. Oh, I have an adventure.
Oh shit. I mean, not that.
Yeah, not that right now. Not that right now.
Oh, I mean.
Oh, I've never been in this room before, actually.
1020?
Yeah, because I've
failed at least one course in 1020. Then that's okay. They can listen.
They can know that failure happens. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's a part of the
Who's
journey.
a perfect student?
Nobody.
There's no such thing. You know what I said in my speech on Tuesday? I said, a great essay doesn't make a great student. I said a great student makes a great essay.
And beautifully said.
And they all said, and then a bunch of people said, oh. Said, oh. I was like, yeah.
Where to put this now that we're in this larger?
Well, if
okay, you like look at it and tell me where to go. Like you look at the thing.
well, let's just claim this spot right here.
You're sitting here, or
No, well, yeah, we might as well, huh? Yeah, we can't be loud. Unless you just want to go in the back again. What's the problem with being in the back? Oh, because the volume. Yeah. So we should sit here. Oh, yeah, I'm not looking. Yeah, it's nice.
Across discipline, so I'm in history, I wanna know what sociology is doing, I wanna know what
Stop that.
I really need that.
Okay. You can't. The problem is you can't. I don't know if they're gonna speak up there. So I'm just wondering if you could like. That's all they need to know. I got it.
Oh, that's your foot.
I said I got it.
No, but there's cord. Okay, no, you're good.
Let me know what it looks like from there.
Just a little bit more to the left. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. No, look, now you can. You check for me.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah?
That's good.
Okay, I'll plug it back in. Okay, come here.
Right here. Okay. I will go.
Why? Oh. Is this going to be in the way of that at all? No? I'm not, this isn't in the way? Okay. Well, they're not live streaming though. We live streaming. Yeah, we live streaming. We live right now. Huh? You can take turns. You go.
So there's a like emo chat.
Plug that in for me.
It's part of the it's
The
part of
image is
that
gone. Are you going to take pictures of
You go with emo chat. And we do a first robotics program.
Do you need any water or anything on the call?
So he's sick.
Do you need water?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Wait, let me run quickly to the washroom. I'm like, I'll be right back, yes, because I want to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the
No worries. Yeah, and like, I don't know if you've seen like the vending machines, but I went to go and try and get like
There's no ginger ale. I had to go back. I went to the library. I went to
and then I felt so bad. I was like, I can't go back. I can't come back with nothing. I was like, I can't come back with nothing.
That's so
Yeah. Well, no, just to the library. I went to kill him.
It's open? Oh,
Yeah, it's
I forgot to water. I'm going to go right back.
No.
I'm so sorry. I was talking.
Oh, there's water right there.
I'll get you one then.
No, stop.
Legacy Academy, I'll give you the full thing so that. And look at it. And you will
telling me. We're going to find out about Halifax and more about
It's hard. It's hard. It's really
we're French. It's French, so French, if they need to have French.
Oh yeah, there's French programs because there's the lunch block. Yeah. Okay, now remember, we're scattered along here. I was in bed and I could go all day and I could walk out. I would go all day, all day. Now, that's what the ASAP coalition of but you can do that. It's absolutely yeah. If I was to have a child, but I would definitely.
Honestly, I'm in Ottawa and I'm close to pulling them out in the next 3 years. I'll probably pull them out in the next 1. I just need to get through my master's and start my PhD, and then I can get to that point. I was supposed to talk on the study that was done in, I think it was 1984 when they did it, and then they did it again. Yeah, when they did the study, psychological study that they did with the black children to see if they were getting representation or if they liked. Yeah, here it is. It's the 1947.
Oh, 1947, yes, yes. I know it, yes, I know it, yeah.
But they did it again in 2021.
Oh, did they? Okay.
They did, so now the same
Well, I say that knowing
actually it's worse. The the children are aggressive to black dogs or stepping on them. I was like, that one I really like to talk about because I was like, yeah. Oh my God. Yes. George Floyd, how many before? Like, I would say 2022. We did not see national lynchings for black lives. And I had some stuff, but I'm like, that's not true. Like, we have so much. Oh, I think we definitely need to talk more about that. It was really soothing. Thank you guys for taking the time. Thank you so much.
Okay, greetings everybody. So, welcome everybody. I'm so glad to see such a great turnout of academics and students tonight for our inaugural symposium covering the histories of Black activism in Canada. It's organized by Dr. Bowen, Dr. Sadie, and myself. So glad to come in on this. And I have the privilege, I have the honor to welcome Dr. Harvey Amani. Dr. Harvey Amani is the Centennial Carnegie Chair for the History of Slavery in Canada at the University of King's College and Professor of History at Dalhousie University. His books include Blacks on the Border, The Black Refugees in British North America, 1815 to 1860, The Problem of Slavery in Early Vermont, 1777 to 1810, North of Arms, Royal Slavery in the Maritimes, and Black Slavery in the Maritimes by History and Documents. His biographical dictionary of enslaved people in the Maritimes.
Nice.
Recently received the Canadian Historical Association's 2023 Sinaloa Prize in History. Dr. Whitfield has published numerous articles on slavery in Canada, including White Archives of Black Fragments, the problems and possibilities of telling the lives of enslaved Black people in the Maritimes, in the Canadian Historical Review in 2020. He has served as highly distinguished lecturer at the Canadian History of the University of Winnipeg, W. Stewart McMaster Lecturer at the University of New Brunswick, and Donald Craven Lecturer at the University of Toronto. Outside of work, Dr. Whitfield enjoys spending time with his 9-year-old daughter, exercising, and watching American football. He really does. If you know Dr. Whitfield, you know he loves American football. So, as a personal anecdote, I was only a grade 11 student when I first met Dr. Harvey Whitfield. Now let me explain. I was in the IB program, and I was struggling to find a topic for my semester. Naturally, like most African social students, or students in general, I wanted to write about Korea's Indian War or the Japanese invasion of Korea, and then on how you feel for countries. But after some gentle pressure from my mother, and recent archaeological digging at home community beach, which uncovered over 9,456 artifacts. I turned my focus towards home. I decided to explore the story of the Black refugee experience. The Black refugee who persisted, showed their determination, and settled my home community beach. And that's when I first became interested in Black Atlantic history. I reached out to Dr. Sylvia Hamilton, and she pointed me in the direction of Dr. Whitfield. The truth is, I was very scared. I didn't know how to navigate academia. Well, I knew how to transcribe interviews, use the library, access articles. I felt nervous to read the academic section myself. I felt as though I didn't belong. What I didn't expect is how deeply that first conversation with Dr. Whitfield impacted. Over 2 hours we were home. A man I never met poured more into me than any teacher I've ever encountered. I was only a grade 11 student when I first met Dr. Harvey Whitfield. He treated me like a peer. He gave me confidence. He gave me time. I'm forever grateful to have met someone like him, to have learned under him. And I couldn't feel stronger to call someone a teacher, a mentor, and a friend. So without further ado, I present to you all Dr. Harvey Whitfield.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So, thanks for having me. It's really great to be here. I think Wanda started off our provost, our AVP, our academic vice president, talking about standing on the shoulders of people. And there are a lot of people that we could bring up. Some of them are not in this room right now, like Sylvia, right? So I'm going to just focus on a few people just briefly who are in this room. And I want to start by saying the two of the giants' shoulders that I stand on are, of course, David States. David mentored me, he helped me. I mean, no lie, I'm African American, so like coming to Nova Scotia was like a shock for me. And this is back when I first got here, you know, I was young, so, you know, we're talking about like 2000, 1999. I mean, you know, at Dalhousie, back in those days, there really weren't that many black students at that. Most black students went to the Mount or St. Mary's. And people who are older than 40 in this room know what I'm talking about, right? It was kind of rare. It wasn't, you know? So David States, I also want to mention, I also wanted to make sure that I mentioned Ken Donovan, okay? Ken is up there. Slavery and Cape Breton were so important for my own development as a scholar, right? And so I want to mention that. And then somebody who I knew, but he sort of was a mentor to me, and when I was at St. Mary's, and he was kind to me, is Jim Morrison. Also, I want to say thank you to Ruth, you know, all of the years, and I just want to say thank you to all the people that are here, especially Gabe, my doctoral student, Jesse, Drea Sullivan, and also want to be very thankful to Sarah Shute. And the last person I want to mention, because I'm saying I stand on the shoulders of these giants, especially Ken Donovan and David States, right? And I think we are in, each time we write something as historians, we hope anyway, I don't know about these days, but like at least in our specific world, in Black Atlantic Canadian history, we're pushing boundaries. And I think that's something that Graham Nickerson is doing. He's pushing boundaries. Every time I hear a paper from him, every time we talk, I just get so excited. I think it almost scares him, like, I just don't want to talk to you about this. I just have to calm down a little bit. So I'll be honest with y'all. So, and I'm gonna try to get us back on schedule. Okay. So the first thing is, I'm just gonna give you a super academic paper. One of the things I'm working on right now with my colleague Jared Hardesty, I think you probably heard his name drop. He wrote a book called Unfreedom, which I recommend to everybody. He also wrote a book, he also wrote many books, but another book is about slavery in New England. And slavery in New England is very similar to slavery in the Maritimes. So that's something that people should keep in mind. We are doing a book chapter right now in a book about basically what we call slavery's woodlot, timber, the plantation complex, and Black lives in early northeastern North America. Okay, so we are looking at sort of how slave owners, for their own profit, wanted to exploit Black labor and what it meant in terms of the environment. We know what this did in Virginia, Maryland, areas I grew up in Georgia, and in the Caribbean. There hasn't been really as much of an explicit linking between the environment in the Northeast and Black people and slavery. So that's why your climate, like you were saying earlier, so it's just something I'm working on. But then, like, sorry. I thought, given what was going on at the conference, I'm just going to talk to you about something a lot more just extemporaneous. I'm pretty good at this, but you might think after this that I actually suck. We'll see. So basically, it has to do with identity. And like, what do we mean by African Nova Scotian, African Canadian, Black Canadian, Black Atlantic Canadian? Like, what exactly do we mean by these terms? How do they change over time, right? You know, like, and so just, how can I say this in any other way? Please don't take me wrong. Who are we? Right? Who are you? Who am I? Right? And I want to be really clear. And I want to make this, and I always say this for people who are like, you know, I think, and I'm going to give George a hard time when I see him. Sometimes George calls me the African American. It's hilarious. But I love George. George is like, he's like an older brother to me. And, you know, but in the first monograph I ever published, Blacks on the Border, it was almost 19 years ago, but I was really young for a professor back then. And I said, you know, this study places the history of former American slaves in a transnational light in the hope of understanding how they formed a new community in the context of British North America. Or in other words, how they became a distinct group of African North Americans. I don't deny that, but I want to be super clear here. My own transnational experience as an African American living in Nova Scotia for 7 years greatly influenced the ways in which I perceive the Black experience in North America. Living among Black people with historic connections to the United States, but who maintained a distinct culture, encouraged me to find out more about their history. Okay? I don't say my own, even though, right, I am African American. Okay? I can trace my heritage back to 17th century Virginia and 18th century South Carolina. And it is very possible, considering my family was in those areas, that I could be related to some of the people who became Black loyalists or became Black refugees. Now, my direct ancestors, white and Black, stayed in the American colonies or the United States. And so I want us to sort of think about, what do these things mean? How do we understand them? And I think, so for me, what I want to emphasize today is to say basically, is it a distinctive experience in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, or maybe you just want me to focus on Nova Scotia? Is it that? My answer is it distinctive? Yes, but it's also connected. Like I understand that, you know, and again, this also, and we were just talking about this, has to do with time, space, and evolution, right? Like, if you're talking about, like, my area of expertise, I don't know, 1750 to 1860, 1865, pre-Confederation, pre-Civil War, whatever you want to call it, then I think Black people in the Maritimes are intimately connected to African Americans, because some of them had literally migrated there. And I want to talk about this a little more and what this means. Okay, so for example, we're going to get a great paper. I don't want to put Keith on the spot. We're going to get a great paper about Richard Preston later today, and I think we're all excited about that. I wrote about Richard Preston in my first book, as some of you all know. But what I'm getting at here with Richard Preston is he African Nova Scotian? Of course he's African Nova Scotian, but we can't pretend he wasn't Black Virginian for the first 27 years of his life. We can't pretend that Septimus Clark is not from the Chesapeake. We cannot pretend that David George and Boston King didn't have deep roots in South Carolina and Georgia. If you look at the list, and this is another thing, and I can talk about this as much as y'all want, but like, if you look at the Book of Negroes, you got to be real careful with the ages, because I've literally seen somebody listed as stout man 36, and then described a year later in a runaway slave ad as an elderly man. So just you have to be very careful. But like, if you look at the ages, I mean, somebody who comes up here when they're 30, like whether it's 1783 with the Loyalists or slaves, for the people I wrote a book about, the Loyalist slaves, right? And they're 30 years old, 27 years old, right? That experience matters to them. Like, if my work has been meant to do anything, if I accomplished anything in my career, if there is the one thing I hope that I actually explained or like made clear to people or tried to make clear, it's that basically, right, the American background matters. The connections with the Caribbean matter. If we can trace people to the West Indies, that matters. People don't forget where they come from, but what they do is they engage with these new realities, and they become African Nova Scotian. right? Like, let me make a point here. Can I just give you an example? Is that okay? So I think a good example of this is just how Gabe's like, what is he talking? Like, is it talk okay? Am I upset? I am not trying to upset anybody. Okay, now you all know you can ask me anything.
Go to church.
I might be. So, everybody, I just want to give just a few examples. I mean, I can't help myself, but like, so, let's look at a woman like Nancy, all right? It's okay if you don't know, she's sort of a famous, well, I guess to me she's famous, was a black woman who came up from Maryland. She's probably between 24 and 27 years old. She comes from Somerset County, Maryland. So if you're from Maryland like me, this is the Eastern Shore. To this very day, the Eastern Shore is not a place I would call safe for black people. Now, Maryland is a Democratic state, right, with a black Democratic governor, but it ain't because of the Eastern Shore. Right? Like, when I used to play sports, I can't tell you how many times I was called the N-word when we were in Eastern Maryland, right? Okay, but my point is, so Nancy comes up here, and she's owned by a dude named Caleb Jones. Caleb Jones was a loyalist who, some people think he's actually like a planter or something, and through my research, I know he wasn't. He was like total riffraff. One of the reasons why he wanted to move to New Brunswick was because he knew he was going to get land. He inherited Nancy and probably her child Lidge and a couple other slaves from his wife's father, okay, who was a colonel. Colonel Wheatley was his name. And so my point is, Nancy gets up to New Brunswick. Caleb Jones is a cruel slave owner. There's no, he's ambitious to make himself somebody special, but he's a cruel slave owner. And he basically, a group of enslaved people run away from him in 1786. And it's like a large group. It's like a man, Isaac, I think he's around 35. He's from New York, right? There's like Flora, couple other Flora, and then Nancy, and they also take a child named Lidge, or that's in Maryland, that's short for Elijah. So like he's only 4 years old. Now, of course, a mass escape attempt like that has about, I'd say about 0% chance of success. And of course, he gets them back. But the amazing thing about Nancy is that 13 years later, in 1799, she, and I'm quoting the New Brunswick newspaper, went to the court to procure her freedom. She goes, I'm being habeas corpus wrongfully confined. I shouldn't be a slave here in New Brunswick. Unfortunately, the court split 2-2, and she was sent back to slavery. But here's the thing. 17 years after that, in 1816, this boy Lidge, we think it's Nancy's son, but the way the Slave Act is actually worded, I'm not totally sure. But basically, Lidge, in 1816, like 30 years after the runaway attempt when he was 4, he runs away from Caleb Jones again. Right? Now, why am I bringing this up and talking about identity? What I'm saying here is, I think somebody like Lidge, who got to the Maritimes when he was 4 years old, that's his, his life has been here. Now, Nancy, you can make the same argument, because she's here and we're not sure exactly when she dies, but, she's here for 25, 30 years of her life. But she also spent the first 25 years of her life in Maryland, right? With the growing seasons in Maryland, with the climate in Maryland, with the people in Maryland, with the slave culture in Maryland, all of these sorts of things, right? And so I don't think that we can discount that, right? I think we have to understand that as part of this ever-evolving African Nova Scotian or a Black New Brunswick or Black Atlantic Canadian identity, especially in these early years when you're having these waves of migration, right? Starting, whether you're talking about in Cape Breton, right, 1713 to 1758, coming from all over the globe. You're talking about the New England planters, where we really don't know enough about, and I know Isaac's going to give a great talk about this tomorrow. We really do not know enough about the enslaved people of the New England planters. We don't even really have exact numbers. A couple hundred, we're not really sure they came from New England. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you come up and you're 30 years old, your life that you led before, you're not going to get rid of, right? And let's also be clear, if you're talking about the Black refugees, I will just remind everybody, when they create an abolition society, right? We're talking about Richard Preston, Septimus Clark, so all the sort of what I would call like the Black elite among the Black refugees, or at least the sort of leadership class, if you want to call it, leadership group, right? When they create the African Abolition Society, right, this is 12 years after the end, I'm putting in quotations now, end of slavery in the British Empire, right? So and they celebrate Emancipation Day up here, right? And this is important, but their abolition society, that's for all their counterparts, sisters, brothers, parents, great-grandparents, grandparents who did not come to Nova Scotia. They are interested in having a system where they can support Black people who can come up through Nova Scotia. And they talk about this in the advertisements in Nova Scotian newspapers. It matters to them. It doesn't mean that they're not African Nova Scotian. It doesn't mean that at all. It doesn't mean that there's not a distinct identity of being Black in Nova Scotia or in New Brunswick or in PEI or writ large. We don't want to leave out Newfoundland, right? We're doing a little bit more work on that now too, right? Like, but what I'm saying is like context matters, right? That history for these people matters. And I don't know, like, I mean, as I said, and I'm just gonna add a few more things, but like, just in terms of my own experience, like, I got to Nova Scotia for the first time. I had just turned 23 in 1997. Now you know how old I am, okay? And I was here until the age of 30, doing a master's degree, a PhD, and then working for 1 year as an adjunct at St. Mary's. And then I was gone for 20 years, 17 years at the University of Vermont, and then 3 years at the University of Calgary, and now I've come back, you know. And so I've never, ever tried to claim that I'm African Nova Scotian, ever. I've said I am a Black American, a Black person living in Nova Scotia, but I know that I did not grow up in Digby or East Preston or Halifax, Cape Breton, Fredericton, St. John, right? But you know, I joke with people that, yeah, I mean, but did I live on Gottingen Street for 4 years when Gottingen Street was still Gottingen Street? Yeah, I did. No, and I knew a lot of people there. I'm just saying. I mean, like, you know what I'm getting at. And I'm just saying, but you know, here I am now in Halifax, and back here now, and I'm not leaving. Like, I'm gonna retire here, you know. I'll probably die here, and I'll probably be buried. And that's important to me, like, you know, to say I was in Nova Scotia. But I also know, you know, we've been talking about generational trauma and those sorts of things. A lot of the experience I have comes from, you know, being a Black American. And I think Graham said this beautifully earlier, being a light-skinned African American. I'm not, you know, both my parents are actually African American. They're light-skinned. And if those people were not schooled in this, you know, there's a deep colorism, especially among the Black elite in the United States, right? An expectation that if you're light, you'll marry light. And until very recently at HBCUs, and we can talk about this because my parents were professors at Howard for 30 years. My grandparents were Howard University class of medicine, 1939. I mean, you know, the colorism there, I think, runs deep. It runs deep. Now, and I know, you know, and I just wanted, just to take this point home a little bit, and then I like when people ask me questions. Like, so if people, would leave some time for that, but just to make just a few more historical points, this is like just as a nice way to sort of put it on a thing. Let's see. So it's sort of a famous slave for sale ad, and I want to be clear about something. A lot of times I think sometimes people submerge like runaway slave advertisements and slave for sale advertisements, and they're not the same thing. Okay, a runaway slave advertisement usually tells us quite a bit about the enslaved person's personality, who they were, where they were going. The slave for sale advertisement, unfortunately, we don't get as much detail, and it's right on down to pecuniary profit, right? At the end of the day, that's what slavery is. It's black bodies, right, for these people who want to benefit from it. But I think what's the amazing thing about black people in the Maritimes is people like Stacia, people like Mary Postal, right? People like that, they didn't let themselves be erased. They left documentation first, right? Let's be clear. Mary Postal left an affidavit, right? Diana Bestian did the best that she could, and a church recorder in Sydney helped us out with that. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's kind of important to me. I just want to make a point here. This is from 1752, and my doctoral student, Mr. Eaton, right there, is done a really good job of this, just showing from the outset, you cannot think of Nova Scotia slavery or maritime slavery without thinking about the Caribbean in this wider business of slavery in the United States, in the Caribbean, back to, right, Liverpool, Bristol, wherever you want to point, right? It's all part of that. But I just want to mention this. He says, this is just imported. It's a well-known ad by Joshua Major. And of course, I think I'm right. Majorville is named after him. Yes, right. And you are absolutely, that's another thing. Slavery is inscribed all over street names throughout the Maritimes. Like if I actually had time to write a paper on this, I would. I mean, it's everywhere. Salter Street, Cornwall. Not Cornwallis. Cornwall is a slave-owning family, right? Just, you see what I'm getting at? Majorville. So what he says is, and this is that difference I want to make about sort of time and space. Just hear me out for a second. So he says, a very likely Negro woman, that's not the word that's used, of about 35 years of age. 35 in 1752. So are we all clear when this person was born? He says a Creole born. And what he means by that, he's trying to sell her based on the fact that she was born in the Americas, basically. That she was born either, that she was born in the Caribbean. So in other words, she's not directly from Africa. He sees that as a selling point, okay? And then, listen carefully, he says, been brought up in a gentleman's family, capable of doing all sorts of work, belonging there too, and in the best manner. And then, he really goes on in detail. Now, she's 35 years old when she gets to Nova Scotia. Only Lord in heaven knows what she went through, what her life was like. But I'm pretty sure whatever she experienced when she was for those 35 years, she didn't forget about it when she came here. Now, if she lived here for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we don't know. Because, of course, in this ad, there's no names. At least we might be able to find a shipping manifest that might give us the names, but I don't know if they even do that. Because they would consider it, I hate to say this, property. Right? I have this 10-year-old, unfortunately. But that's something we could probably maybe do a little bit better on, and I'm including myself in that. I should do better than that. But everybody, so she's 35. But at the same ad, we have other ones that say, well, he says, I have 2 Negro boys of about 12 or 13 years old. They are likely healthy, and this is pretty gross, well-shaped. We're doing a lot more research today and one of my colleagues, mine, Thomas Foster at Howard, we're doing a lot more research today on the sexual assault of enslaved boys and men. We have done, there has been a lot done on, in slave owners and enslaved women, understandably for obvious reasons. There's not quite as much about how do you get at what enslaved men, enslaved boys might have been through. But for these 12 and 13-year-olds, what I'm trying to say is that like their lives, if they lived, right, if they lived until 40, their life is going to be shaped by living in Nova Scotia. If they were here, that's going to be, you know, it's not that they're going to forget the first 12 years of their life, but if they live 50, 60, right, this is going to be their home. And so to me, I think that that's important. And then like the last thing I'll just leave you with, and then I'll be happy to answer some questions for a little bit, is this is one of I think if there's like one slave act that I'm happy that I was able to use and find and so on, it has to do with a boy named Peter, who was supposed to be 17 years old. This is in the 1783 Nova Scotian Gazette. And his owner, Hugh Kirkham, who was a slave owner actually from South Carolina, you know, he goes on this thing, he says, my slave is round-faced, speaks broken English. That's important, we'll come back to that. And when spoke to, has a remarkable smile on his countenance. He's short and stout-made, has been used to the carpenter's business, right? And may attempt to pass as a free man, right? Because there were all these free black loyalists around. So black people were enslaved in 1783. They were constantly trying to, like, you know. Anyway, at the end of the advertisement, it says, if he is stripped, he has his country marks on his back in the form of a square. Okay? If you don't know what country marks are, those are, it's like African, and in the most broadest sense, forgive me. It's African ritual scarification. It can be on the face, it can be in cheeks, it can be on the forehead, it can be in other places. But, so, what do we know about this 17-year-old boy, Peter? Well, what we know is he was clearly brought over from Africa. We don't know where. We could have a general idea of the way the marks are made, but we know he comes from Africa. What else do we know? We know he's in South Carolina because Keith Kirkham, his owner, was a loyalist from South Carolina. Now he's in Halifax and he's running away. So he's got a bunch of different identities. But if he becomes free in Nova Scotia, then that's that African Nova Scotian identity, I think, is developing. So I think the last thing that I want to say is that I think in the period 1750 to 1860, this identity that we are talking about is being established, it's growing, it's changing, right? With the different migrations, I think that's true. I think we have to remember though, after the 1830s, you have less migration. That's not to discount Cape Breton stuff. I know I'm not doing that, so you know. And then, but my point is that African Nova Scotian identity in 1830 or 1850 is not the same as African Nova Scotian identity in 1870. And it's not the same as African Nova Scotian or Black Nova Scotian identity in 1895, as we know from Peter McCarroll's book, The History of Black Baptists. Now we know McCarroll is from the West Indies, right? So that's a whole other thing, right? That's going on. It's not the same as Black identity in the 1920s, right? And then you can go to the 1940s. So that's sort of what so I return to that question, you know, what are you? What am I? What are we? I don't know that I have like a bright answer for that, but those are just some of my thoughts, and I sort of just thought that maybe that would be a better talk to give than to talk about, you know, Black workers in the timber industry, which if somebody wants to ask me, you absolutely can. So thanks a lot.
Anyone like to ask me questions about both of you? Okay, we'll start from left to right, so Dr. Michelle.
For someone who's thinking a lot about African Nova Scotian distinctiveness,
I think that, so I have a couple thoughts to share, because I think to hear your thoughts on, then I have actually a couple, at least one question to go with that. I don't think that it's, that the connection to the African American experience is actually what significantly informs the development of African Nova Scotian identity. So I don't think of it at all as that you aren't bringing, that people aren't bringing that experience that you thought they're doing as an adult, right? They're absolutely bringing their experience and having been shaped by the African Nova Scotian experience into the African American experience into Nova Scotia. And that would continue, of course. There were other people who were born here during that period. And it's the 7, 8, 9 generations of the coalescing of those communities in especially these isolated geographical spaces where they're sort of really, I think we were, in some ways, because of the isolation, we're holding and developing culture in a way that maybe wouldn't have developed as strongly if we were in forced integration moments. So I actually see it as bringing that African American culture into the migration, and that informs the African Nova Scotian identity as it develops. And so, yeah, I guess I maybe I was not hearing it entirely, but I didn't see or never thought about an argument that somehow there was a denial of that early year experience that informed the African Nova Scotian experience and as it evolves over generations within individual communities. The question that I have is shifting gears a little bit, but it's related. And that is, part of the experience of African Nova Scotian identity right now, I think, involves the fact that we've gone through all these generations of experiences, both in terms of positive expression of culture, but also in terms of horrendous oppression, legal and otherwise. And the material conditions, of course, were affected by virtue of that. And so another related area I'm really interested in is reparations. And so I'd love to hear a little bit, this is probably a whole other talk, about what evidence you as an historian might think about, or categories of evidence that could be used to ground reparations claims, for example, for slavery in Nova Scotia.
Okay, so where do you want, I guess the question is like, where do you want me to start? I mean, I think first, it's not that, it's not so much that it's denialism, it's more like I want to make sure that we understand how these different migrations affected, what they meant, right? Because you have Black loyalists, you have loyalist slaves, the Black refugees, we're not mentioning the Jamaican Maroons, but we could, right? Do you see what I mean? And I just want to see, like, when in some of these people's individual lives do these transitions take place, right? So is it, some people feel that, is it, I mean, you can make the argument, for example, in 1838, when people are part of the African Friendly Society and they're celebrating Queen Victoria's coronation, they're carrying a big banner that says, Victoria and freedom, right? Is that part of this sort of, is that sort of part of this British connection that came up in a lot of documents that I've read in Nova Scotia? What do we do with that, right? What do we do with the decision to name churches African as opposed to Black or colored, right? Because in as I talk about in my book, some of the churches in the United States were moving away from using the word African because of the American Colonization Society. But in Nova Scotia, that's clearly different, and I talk about that. So I think for me, it's more, I don't think I'm trying to make an argument about denialism as much as I'm trying to make an argument about, to have a question. How, when, what does this mean? When does this happen? How does it happen? Why does it happen? Is it different in St. John? Is it different in Fredericton? what does it mean in Digby? Is it something else in Cape Breton? So that's sort of what I meant. Now, your second question was about reparations. Okay. All right. So that's a tricky topic. And let's see. I'm traveling down to see my daughter on April 30th. Hope Whitfield. She lives down in Cape Cod, and so I'm going to go see her. So hopefully, after I say what I'm going to say, I can still go. Now, so no. In all seriousness, I think if you're talking about like historical evidence, you know, how do people look at it? You know, I would say you're looking at something like probably what families or businesses benefited from slavery. Do you see what I'm getting at? So, and I guess your question also is a good one in the sense of how do we understand that, like, because that's much easier in a place like Britain, right? Because we know exactly who was doing what there. We know who the Royal African Company was, and we know, right, Barclays and the Crown. We know all this. In the United States, we know the families. Like, you know what I mean? But so here the question is, how do we find that? That's a good question. You know, there were absolutely, were there obvious families that were involved in slavery? Yeah, and were there families from the Maritimes that asked for compensation from the British government in 1834 because they had property in the Caribbean? Yes, right? So that's one thing. I think reparations can quickly devolve into, at least back home, for me at least, into a debate that's not always super helpful, right? And so the question is, how do we do it in a way that is helpful? And I think one way that I saw that it was a helpful debate is what they did in what Georgetown University did. And because Georgetown University is a very wealthy school in back where I grew up in DC, very famous school. You know, it almost closed in the mid-19th century. And the way they kept it open was they sold like hundreds of slaves of enslaved people. And so what Georgetown did was they had all those names, right? They had all the names. They knew who these people were, the enslaved people who were sold. They had all these names. They got the names together, and they made a huge project of it. And the families, you know, were compensated with like scholarships, all sorts of stuff to this really great school. So there's that. I think, you know, I guess the other challenge is, I think, the political atmosphere we're living in right now in the United States, or at least in, you know, at least in the U.S. And what I mean by that is, I guess, for me, as a Black American or somebody of mixed heritage, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, even though we've seen stuff done in Evanston, Illinois, where my dad's side of the family's from, some stuff in California. When I look at what's going on in the, you know, where as, you know, active erasure of Black history, not allowed to say the word race, not allowed to say the word in certain contexts or slavery or something like that, reparations just seem so far off to me that it's hard for me to wrap my head around, right? Like, and I'm more of a historian with documentation. But if you're asking, is there, you know, where are the documents? Documents are government records, runaway slave advertisements, slave for sale advertisements, right? But sometimes we don't know who those people were. Sometimes the slave for sale advertisement would say something like, I'm selling these three people, you know, meet me at the public whatever house at this time, and if you have any questions, inquire of the printer. But that doesn't mean the printer of the newspaper was the owner. So as long as we don't even know that owner was, right? So there's a complexity to it. I think what I fear is, and maybe fear is not the right word, but what I worry about is that, can I use that term? What I sometimes worry about is there's already a huge backlash in the United States against us. I mean, and I feel like I can see there even being an even larger one with reparations. Now, that doesn't mean that that's something that shouldn't be pursued. That's to say what I think the reaction will be. So to me, it's just it's you know, when I'm more, my daughter's extremely fair. You know, we have a term for this. I don't know if it could be construed as not like the program. She's very light skinned, and you know, like when I go to you know what I'm saying.
From Atlanta, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, when is reparation something that I deeply care about and want to talk about and want to figure out what it means in terms of, like, as a historian? Yes. As a man who has a 9-year-old daughter, who I see sometimes, right? What I'm thinking about when I see my daughter is not necessarily reparations. What I'm thinking about, given some of the context that's going on, is when I go home and I'm in my car and we stop at a gas station somewhere, I gotta look around and make sure there aren't people who are gonna think that I've somehow kidnapped this child, or that there's gonna be some people who are you know, nationalists. I don't know how to call it, what you want to call them, right?
Yeah.
Who might want to hurt me or my daughter. That's what I'm thinking about. That's that. And that's where I'm at. I'm not those are what the sources are. That's just sort of, you know. But, you know, also Brown University did something good, right? You know, they had to have a black president to do it, right? Just to make that clear, right? But you know, I think some stuff you say from Atlanta, you know, there's stuff going on in Emory, other places. So I don't think it's not that it can't be done. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the context that we're living in right now just makes me extremely skeptical. That's all.
So I want to thank Professor Williams for the question that created this introspective discourse regarding forced reparations and social ramifications of them. So I believe the next question was Dr. Dumpiers.
Well, thank you so much for speaking extemporaneously. I think we all agree you did an awesome job. It was very rousing. And some of what you said, I wanted you to maybe comment on your personal position as a researcher. You talked about some of the distinctions, and I'll say why this comes up, but also I'm wondering to what extent that the community claims you and wants to claim folks doing the work you do. So I get this as an American who speaks very fluent French and teaches at a French language university and writes for our provincial French language newspaper and is involved in our French language festival and all that stuff. And people say, Clint, you're an Acadian. And I'm like, no, I got from Louisiana, right? like being in Acadian communities. So that's one question that I had, is maybe how you respond to sort of being claimed if that happens. I don't know the dynamics. But the second one is sort of group identity formation is ongoing ethnogenesis, right? And this maybe goes beyond the periods of your historical research. But I mean, I gotta say, when I'm at the supermarket in Weymouth and I see someone wearing Pan-African colors that I could have seen my Jamaican neighbors in the Bronx wearing 15 years ago, or folks in my hometown of Shreveport, Louisiana wearing 25 years ago, it's really powerful. And so there are these kind of transnational currents, you know, that are on top of a purely provincial or regional based identity. And I just think it's so layered. And maybe those are two things that have to do with the very personal identity versus this sort of like almost global culture's, you know, identity as well.
So I guess like the first thing I would say is like, I don't want to you're gonna have to ask my friends who are part of the African Nova Scotian community if they want to claim me or not. You know, some, you know, I think it depends. I mean, you know, I guess in my experience, I mean, I've always found that in my personal history and my parents' and grandparents' personal history is that African Nova Scotians, I hate speaking in these sort of wide terms, have always been extremely welcoming to me. So, you know, whether, you know, and you know, I can't tell you all the people who came, have come up to me since I came back to Nova Scotia. And people say, they're so glad you're back. You know, because I was gone for 20 years, and I would ever get back. You know, I really didn't. And so that's been very meaningful. You know, my grandfather, he took my dad and my dad's sister to Nova Scotia in the 1950s for vacations because it was safe for them to go there. They lived in Chicago at the time. And so it was, and this was not uncommon for Black families. Some of them to go up to Nova Scotia and visit with Black people in Nova Scotia. And they thought, well, okay, yes, it's racist, but I probably won't, maybe at least hopefully I won't. Like they knew if they went back home, for my dad's side, as Mississippi, that was dangerous. And they knew it. They found Nova Scotia welcoming. So that's how I would answer it. So.
So I believe it Miss Burke was first.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think that hand.
Yeah, questions about anyone? Am I good? Sorry, just Evelyn, not doctor, but I do want to piggyback a little bit off of what was said because I happen to live in PEI, where this idea of being an islander and that identity is huge. But we're dealing with the erasure of a Black community that has been erased in such a way that the reality is the average Black Islander's actual community existence is that similar of an average white Islander because they aren't being perceived as Black at all. And so my question is a little bit around this idea of, not to oversimplify, but how long does one live in a place before they're of a place? And when we're talking about hidden histories, how the heck do we address that in current real time when an entire Black community that thrives in PEI arguably isn't from there? Like, I love this idea of Afro-Nova Scotians and what you're connecting it to, because people come from somewhere. And that impacts the etymology of how they look at everything. Well, the Black diaspora in PEI is erased. And so as we chat about stories, and we'll do this tomorrow in our panel, and again, I apologize, I am the non-historian in the room. I'm an English major with a pretty face. What I want to know from you is, at what point does island history, as it relates to Black history, reflect a true reality when we are not gifted with the privilege of being Afro-Nova Scotians?
So let me address that just really briefly. I think first, this is okay. I'm going to tell you what I know historically really quick, and then what I've heard much later on from like you said, admittedly few Black people I've met from the island, right? Basically,
limited number of actually visibly racialized individuals.
Okay, see, visible. This is okay. Yep. So hold on. So right, no. But some of the most interesting stories we have about slavery are actually from PEI, and these are multiple families. It's in my biographical dictionary, right? Like there are Black families there, like not just even just single individuals. Obviously, the research that my former graduate student, now doctoral student at the University of Toronto, Sarah's doing on Jupiter Wise. I mean, it's clear there's some form of a Black community, right? And I still think that, you know, it's Jim Hornsby, right?
Yeah.
His book, right? That's still, you know, but it's important, right? Because at least he tried to do that. Right? Yeah, if I remember correctly, he was a lawyer, right?
He was a lawyer.
Yeah, he was a lawyer. He didn't have to write that. I mean, like, I'm thankful he did.
You're right.
Yeah, yes, I noticed, but, I mean, so I think that's one, that's, you know, what happened to these people's descendants? That's question A. It could possibly be out-migration. We talked about tilling new soil. One of the things that we're starting, you know, that would be interesting. So there's a lot of Black people from the Maritimes who leave the Maritimes in 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s and go down to Boston. And W.E.B. Du Bois talks about this, right? He talks about living with a Black Nova Scotian family when he's doing his graduate work. So I think there's some out-migration, and then I think, you know, there's also, I mean, and we know this for a lot of different reasons, there's a lot of mixing, right? And, you know, as, you know, and this is anecdotal in the extreme.
I'm not taking
Do not take this as scholarly evidence.
No.
But I was always told that, yes, there are people that descend from Black Islanders, but you would not know.
Correct.
That's what I was always told.
Yep.
Now, whether that's true, I don't know. But then you got to think about it, that if you, I mean, look at somebody like Sally Hemings' children, right? I mean, we have photographs, photographs of Eston,
right?
And we have photographs of Madison. They're like, I can tell because my mom used to point this out.
Correct.
But they are very light skinned. So how to get at that? That's I guess I don't have the full answer, but it's something we can talk about and think about.
Well, yeah, and because a lot of my research right now with these groups of heritage is centered around this idea of do genetics denote community? And if they do or don't, great. But in PI, because again, that margin is so narrow, it's this question that you're saying of, okay, but now, and how do we tell these stories in the most accurate way while acknowledging the fact that people currently exist in this way? Thank you.
And now one final question.
Thank you. I don't even really kind of know how to ask, but it was something that you said, and I was intrigued by it, around the light skin, dark skin situation. And you having grown up where you grew up, and then you came here and you went back, and from my understanding, you were teaching again when you went back to the States. And your parents also experienced light skin, dark skin, and they did teaching. So I wanted to ask you, and again, I'm not a historian, but I just wanted to, because it's so intriguing to me, and I want to do some research around all of that. But is there a difference for you in how it is now manifested in terms of what you might see among students or people or community versus either when you were a child or what you know your parents talked about or what their experiences were, and versus when you were there teaching for 17 years, you came back here and now you're going back as a to your daughter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it's a lovely question, actually, because it's something I've thought about my whole life. I think, you know, I guess, you know, both my grandfathers were they were more brown skin. I get my color from my grandfathers. My grandmothers were both very light skinned. My dad was light skinned, he had blue eyes. Okay, my mom was light skinned. I do think that in the United States, if you're talking about the United States of the 20th century, right? Like basically what I would tell you just from having grown up is that what we used to call, I don't know if we call it this anymore, but we used to call black bourgeoisie.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So the light skinned black elite, right? They had a phrase, it was called our kind of people. Okay, and we used to have clubs.
And our kind of people were the light skin?
Light skin. And they had clubs for the black elite. For a long time, it was partially based on color, but it's also based on class. And we used to have these things called Jack and Jill. And anybody from the United States knows what I'm talking about. Like Jack and Jill, really the thing for you know, and we sort of like, we sort of came up in that. And I think, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, you know, my grandmother was light-skinned from Mississippi, and her husband was more brown-skinned, and my father, I was talking to somebody about this earlier, my dad bought, and I'll be happy to pass around my phone with a picture of my dad just there, and my mom. I can show anybody, you know, and do that for the rest of the conference. But my dad, he bought home a woman who was, we would say today, from the Caribbean. It's not the word they used at that time. You know, Caribbean in Chicago, Hyde Park. That's where my dad grew up. And, you know, so she comes over, you know, my grandmother's super polite to her, everything else. She leaves the house, and my mom, or my grandmother, comes up to my father and she said, "Come here." She said, she is too dark-skinned to marry into our family. And so, of course, what did my dad go and do? You know, my mother, my biological mother, whose parents are both Black, African-American, married a light-skinned woman. And I think that there was pressure in parts of the African-American community for light-skinned people to intermarry with other light-skinned people. And in terms of film, I think some of the people who are my age will know this film. For the younger folks, I don't know if you've seen this, I think one of the most interesting depictions of this course is Spike Lee's School Days. Right? Now, I want to give trigger warning, because violence, sexuality, bad words, everything like that. But I mean, it's got a young Samuel L. Jackson, a young Lawrence Fishburne. It has some guys in it. It's a wonderful thing. But they really have a dance, right? A dance off between, you know, and the dance off is called Good and Bad Hair, right? And the light-skinned young women, they talk about having, like, you know, we're proud of our hair's like almost straight. And then dark-skinned women are saying, well, we're proud of this. This is what this means to us. You know, and it's not like this anymore, but for a long time, sororities were pretty, you know, like, right? Like, let's not lie. Like, Delta was considered to be for dark. I'm not lying though.
No, all of my aunts are deltas. I'm just laughing at the way that this is being described. This particular.
No, I'm just right.
No, you're right. And the AKA is the paper bag. It's a paper bag.
For light-skinned Black women. This is right. And so I think that's. I mean, I in my experience, this is a very real thing. And I'll just say, and then I know one more thing, and please, Bonnie, I would love to hear what you're going to say. But the one thing I do want to say is just like, I mean, I think, like, how can I say this? I do know at Howard University, because I went there, I wish my dear friend Rachel Zellers was here right now. But she went to Howard. But at Howard, they don't do this anymore as far as I know. But they used to have brown bag parties. And absolutely until the 1990s. Yes. I don't know, but brown bag parties, that meant if you were darker than this brown bag, you didn't get to go in the party. Correct. They were doing that. I'm not talking, they were definitely doing that in the 50s, the 60s, and 30s. I don't know about now, but I know back then. So all of that stuff, I think, comes to us. And you know, as a Black person, I can't find anything that is more upsetting and disgusting. But that's what it was.
I don't know how you know I had a question.
Telepathy.
And I just want people to know, years ago, I saw this documentary. It's called The Question of Power. I don't remember her last name, but her first name is Kathleen or Kathy or something. And it's all about that. And it's really, really interesting. She interviews all kinds of, she goes to colleges and universities and stuff.
And I think that's
what it's
important.
called, The Question of Power.
I think Black North Americans, can I use that term? African North Americans, Black Canadian, Black Americans. There's a spectrum, right? People are what, can be light skinned and they can be dark skinned. This seems lost on certain political groups. However, right, like they're just like a spectrum. I just grew up there. So
the whole idea of the pigmeritocracy is something that, we don't talk about enough. But I'm curious, going back to your identity piece, because my own work is, looking at migration post-Confederation. But we know that there is this, I hate the wave thesis because it erases the fact that there's this constant movement into and out of Nova Scotia and the rest of the Maritimes. So during enslavement, after Confederation, all this, there's this constant movement of people. So there's no hermetically sealed space where people become a certain thing or whatever. It's fluid. But I'm curious within all this, because you just said, for example, in your anecdote about your family, you said your dad brought home a woman, let's say, from the Caribbean.
No, she was from the Caribbean.
Okay, but hang on. When you said that, the first thing I'm waiting for the hook, because I'm like, by Caribbean, does he mean dark?
He meant
right? So
not that it always has to be.
Right, but when we think about jumping ahead in terms of immigration into Canada, for example, there's a moment at which our government starts deciding that being from the Caribbean means being black. It doesn't matter what you look at. So you still have the spectrum from whiteness to the darkest dark. But it doesn't matter who you are. If you're coming from the Caribbean, you're black. You're coded as black. So I just wondered if you'd talk a little bit about the infusion of the Caribbean piece into the identity piece, because you omitted, you said we could talk about the Jamaican roots, but we could talk about lots of Caribbean. So I'm just wondering if you want to talk a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I would make the argument, I guess. Well, let's see, where would I start? I would say, like, Sarah's research and Jesse doing some of this, and I've done some of this. There are people that have experience or are in the Caribbean before they come to the Maritimes, right? The exact number of how many of those people are pre-1867, we don't know for sure, but we do know absolutely that they're coming. A good example of that is this runaway slave advertisement for a man named Hector in 1784. It's an amazing runaway advertisement because it says in it, well, the owner is Frederick William Peck, who was from New York. He owned multiple enslaved people in the Maritimes. He says, well, Hector has run away. He's sort of tall and slender. He's a cooper by trade, which is sort of an important thing. And it says, he came from St. Augustine. So he's like, right? He's like, so from St. Augustine. And then he says, oh, and he speaks, and I'm just a direct quote now, like the West Indian Negroes. That's what the literal phrasing is in the runaway ad. And then he went to New York and he got his toe, his frostbitten, and now he's in St. John and he's run away. And I mean, that's just one of many examples, and that's not to mention, as you know, some of the, and what happens, just as at the sort of end of my research about Blacks on the Border, I started to see more people coming up from the Caribbean to Nova Scotia. I mean, the obvious example is Peter McCarroll, right? But there are others, right? In terms of that sort of thing, one of the deep and abiding questions on a personal level is on my mother's side. And it's only 7 great grandparents that aren't from the States. On my mother's side, My great-grandmother and great-grandfather were from Jamaica, and they moved to Portland, Maine in the 1908, 1909, and they could have gone up to Nova Scotia, but they went to Portland. And my grandfather, or my great-grandfather, he was like a skilled laborer in Jamaica, but he was a janitor in Portland. He worked at Bowdoin College, which is a very elite school. And he used to say, I'm going to send all of my sons to this rich white man's school. And he also had a daughter. His 4 sons, my grandpa Leon was oldest, granduncles Audley, David, Freddie, they all went to Bowdoin. And they all became medical doctors or PhDs. And of course, the daughter, the youngest, went to Harvard, and she's the most famous. Her name was Lois Rice, you might have heard of her. And that's my grandmother, that's Susan Rice's mother. And Susan Rice was the National Security Advisor under Obama, U.S. Ambassador to the UN. So I do have some privilege on a personal level. And I think that that's one of the benefits, I think, of, the work that you're doing. So you're sort of digging into this. Like, when do we see the first influx? And, we could include, the reason I said what I said about the Jamaican Marines is because, is the Jamaican Marine influx, is that epic, or is it episodic? Like, because so many leave. So my question is, when do we get the first people from the Caribbean, and we can break it down even more specifically, Antigua, because that keeps coming up in research. I'm not exactly sure why. Like, when do we get a substantial group coming and staying? Now, obviously, we know about the early 1900s, but I'm wondering, like, is there something happening in the 1840s we're not seeing? Is there something happening in 1860s I don't know about, I haven't heard about? I mean, my knowledge is a bit old on this because I do much earlier stuff now. But I think that would be my basic answer.
And so if we have no further questions, I'd like to once again thank Dr. Irving. Between cultural identity, race, and addition, colors, and class in the Americas. Now I'd like, on behalf of myself, Dr. Walker, to invite you all to take a brief afternoon break in which you guys can get a light direction right outside. Once we get back into it, we kind of push through with the next few minutes and get to the dinner.
The dinner! Gabe! He's good, man. He did a good job.
I feel like you're here for the food.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about him. I'm judging you.
Why?
Did you meet Asha?
No, we didn't even, we just got, we turned out half of, that's why we were so quick.
Why?
Because we didn't have to go.
Why?
Because we didn't have to go.
How did she get home?
Somebody else. I said go to church. In front of your pastor.
I'm not even.
I said that. I got no shame. I don't even care. I said go to church.
And then he goes, I might.
That is true. Yeah, he did that. I might.
Oh, my hair's tangling.
Huh?
My hair is tangling.
It's tangling.
I need to take a
tie it up.
Your hair don't like no curl.
Hey girl, don't make no curl.
What's wrong with it?
Hey, everyone going back down no curl.
No curl.
And I got no curl.
Stop that. What was I going to say?
And I go back no
What
curl.
was I going to say to you? I was going to say bye bye. Please.
Oh, I thought that was your pastor.
No. And don't be
No.
anymore.
No. No.
that's where it gets interesting to me because my
Are you
question.
getting that out? It's hot. I know, thank you. I know. I'm trying to like move in so that you can get past me. Okay, I'm not that. You're causing conflict.
You're causing conflict.
No, look how look I couldn't fit. Look, my leg was stuck in there. Where am I supposed to go? I watched you pick a burger earlier. That was like this is really good. This is gross. Got rid of it. Not that long. Like, maybe it's online. Like, not that long.
If you want to get a donut.
Oh, you better go. Can you go?
No.
You want one?
Look,
You want one now?
I'm probably allergic to thank you.
I'm probably allergic.
I have a real allergy.
Like this?
Yeah. Oh wow. Wait, brownie on the donut? Yeah. I'm totally nosy. Look at me. Is this Dalhousie? I'm very.
Right, doesn't matter. Cultural objects. Who then do we pull from? Because that's like, if I'm thinking about the office of the professor, that question is kind of. I'm gonna take a break.
Good.
Jeff talked about the ancestors of Black Islanders. And it's this tightrope where, again, yeah, their experience for the most part, the Ryan still look this.
You know, when I think about like while we're doing this, I'm like, okay, but how do we, if there's an exhibit, what do we qualify her as? How do we? Because she came there, she died there, so we don't understand. And she like, oh my God, maybe not, but there's so many in her economies that I'm fascinated because she's super shepherd. Yeah. Right. Correct.
No, you have a little more freedom.
I mean, if you choose to live there through 5 winters, you can say something. Because that's And so my question would be, at what point, how could I do it? As a requirement for staff. It's like, okay, but at what level, who determines that?
Recently,
Wait, now?
no, just in general. Yeah, no, but just in general, she was like, that was one of the first things she said. It was like
That's really lovely for her.
she said it as a deal breaker,
And they
basically.
don't want?
She was like, when we first met her, she was like, I do want kids. And I was like how soon? Like on some baby mama shit? She was like,
Thank you for coming to our
Hello.
on community historians. We have 3 people here with us today. First, I just want to say I'm a PhD student here at Dal. I started in January, and one of the things that keeps coming up in my head is any conversations is that the importance about talking to communities. I think it's like academics, there's a tendency to get siloed in your research, and you become sort of independent from the communities that are supposed to be understanding the past in a way that you're hoping understanding it. And just an example, my mom, she is a machinist. She has been a manual lathe operator for 30 plus years at one company. She doesn't have a lot of time to think about the past, and so the stories that she hears are the ones that she hears from media. And as we know, those are often horrible and just not accurate at all. And I think that like the ability to not silo people like that and to talk to community people, like people from the community who actually engage with people as activists is incredibly important. And because as we know, one's politics is always informed by history, accurate and inaccurate. So I think the more we can do to understand how people are operating in the community, the better off we are. So I'll give a little spiel, then I'll introduce them, and then they'll take over. This panel brings together a dynamic group of community-rooted scholars, creatives, cultural leaders who are preserving and amplifying African Nova Scotian history. Their work, grounded in both lived experience and rigorous research, bridges academic inquiry, creative expression, and Afrocentricity. From archival recovery and oral storytelling to arts-based activism and inclusive education, these historians are shaping how Black histories are remembered, understood, and carried forward into the future. Our first panelist is George Frempong. He is an inaugural director at the Delmore Buddy Day Learning Institute. A not-for-profit organization based in Nova Scotia, Canada, that focuses on Afrocentric research. Over the past 5 years, his outstanding leadership has cultivated a Ubuntu-centric vision and fostered collaboration at the Institute, leading to a multitude of innovative research initiatives. Dr. Frempong obtained his PhD in curriculum and instruction and his MA in mathematics education from the University of British Columbia, Vancouver. Supported by research grants from MITAC, SSHRC, USAID, and endowment funds, his work has significantly influenced educational policies across Canada and Africa. His current research investigates how Ubuntu mindset can shape the development of inclusive education systems. With a career spanning over 3 decades, Dr. Frempong has worked as a classroom teacher, university professor, researcher, and authored numerous publications in reputable journals that highlight ways in which educational systems can ensure all leaders succeed. He earned his physics degree from Kwame Nkrumah. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I was again. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kunsami, Ghana. Dr. Frempong is committed to engaging in Ubuntu-driven conversations that examine inclusive working environments through the lens of a physicist. Our second panelist is aquaculture, which is the artistic voice of Lance Sampson, an uncommonly versatile singer, rapper, composer, and storyteller from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Since winning the 2018 CBC Searchlight competition, aquaculture has released 2 Polaris-nominated albums and a multitude of genre-diverse multimedia collaborations, establishing him as a significant musical and cultural presence. Driven by his passion for history and culture, Lance is currently developing the Aquaculture Project, theatrical production in collaboration with the internationally acclaimed 2B Theater Company. He is creator, host, and director of the TV documentary series Generation Nova Scotia Black Memories. Or, I'm not going to say that properly.
Generations Black Memories in Nova Scotia.
Oh, let's go. The first season is on air now. A second season is in production. In October 2024, Lance presented his first major audiovisual installation titled Matriarchs as an Anchor Artist at Nocturne, a Halifax's annual Art at Night event. All the while, Lance has been doing deep research and collecting oral histories from African Nova Scotian communities for his next record titled 1783, in homage to his Black Loyalist ancestry.
Yes.
And our third panelist is Crystal B. Mulder. She is a descendant of Black Loyalists of Nova Scotia and hails from the African Nova Scotian community of Lake Louise. She is a graduate of St. Mary's University with a Bachelor of Arts major, where her major was history, and Mount St. Vincent University with a Master's in Education, or Master's of Education, specializing in Afrocentric leadership and management. Crystal has worked for Halifax Public Libraries for 30 years and currently holds the position of African Nova Scotian Community Specialist. Crystal has also spent over 25 years working as a researcher on a variety of projects. She also, in her spare time, conducts research on African Nova Scotian history, with particular emphasis on family genealogy. She is currently working on fully recording the history of her Black Loyalist ancestors here in Nova Scotia. So I will hand it off.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I have a confession. I'm not a historian. So I'm a specialist. Mathematics educator. And I deal with numbers, statistics, and those kind of things. And I haven't, this is my first time that I'm presenting at a history symposium. I did a presentation without tables, without statistical significance, and all this kind of stuff. And again, I didn't like history when I was in high school. I just liked it. But I think just because the way history was presented in high school, and I wasn't good at remembering dates and people's names. I mean, those days, a lot of time in high school. You have to do an assignment, you have to read a history book, and the test, you have to be able to remember the days and the dates of this and the like. So when we got the invitation and Sylvia sent the email to me, I was just thinking about what am I going to say. And I made it a point that maybe this should be my what should I call it? A learning experience for me. So I should build a repetition that will make me like history. Maybe it also not understand like history. So my presentation is all about me and maybe how DPDLI can help make history fun for everybody. I thought physics was a cool subject, but for the past 3 weeks that I've been trying to put this presentation together, I've just realized that I think history should be the most important subject in schools, within academic course, because we have history in everything. Even in research, you have to do musical review and it's about history, and you know what others have done, what will contribute, and how that is going to help the future. So history should be the most important subject. So thank you so much for making me realize the importance of history. So the presentation was conceived from it's about the power of reimagining Black Atlantic history through open students. So I'm looking at that as number of work I'm going to I worked in South Africa. I had a graduate and postdoc whose thesis was on that too, and qualification side. But I haven't actually relate to who needs to and succeed, making it to history. So we'll put the discussion that I think will help me to center an identity, cultural exchange into our history. I think Ubuntu, as many of you know, is an African philosophy that means I am because we are. I am because we are. It reminds us that history is not just a solitary pursuit. It is a collective memory. It is belonging, and most importantly, it is all. And it also tells us that, without history, we lose our identity. And that is what happened through colonization and slavery. That's something. We are going to lose our culture, our history. And in a way, that is why we are struggling in Africa during this period. So, the question is, what is the problem with the traditional narrative of history? Why is it history? And I think if you look, these are some of the four things that I think maybe provide challenges to the traditional narrative of history. Too often, Black Canadian history, especially in Atlantic Canada, has been fragmented, marginalized, or entirely omitted from the mainstream narratives. And Black contributions remember only the moments of drama or token celebrations. The stories, incident, matters about some of the standards that we go through because of these protections. And the complexity, and often because of these challenges, we lose the complexity, continuity, and cultural richness of these histories. And often this leads to historical record that isolates individuals, and rather than acknowledging the deep community ties and collective resilience that have defined Black life in this way. So, what is my solution? What's our solution to the other side? So, I think that this is a paper that I'm still writing. is there something that you can add? So my thinking is that the food can offer us as a way to redress these challenges. Because it tells us that identity is shaped in relations with others. So again, my thinking is that the route to history, we can describe history as not being static and active. It is a living, participatory, and then also very people. And we can also help us to approach history by asking two useful questions. I mean, how do we co-create knowledge? And how do we honor the stories passed down by our elders? The wisdom embedded in cognitive memory and the lived experiences of the present to inform the future. And that this is consistent with, I come from Ghana, the Akan tribe, and we have what they call the decibels. So that the decibel that is seen when the head with the head turned backwards to pick an egg, is called Sankofa. Sankofa. San is go back and take. So we can conceptualize history as, knowledge that should help us to inform what we do now and guide us into the future. So that is the way we can conceptualize what history should be. It's about the future, the past, the present, and the future. So reclaiming Black Atlantic narrative. Okay. So how do we make the history fun? How do we reclaim the narratives and make it something that places like me would like to work with? So for me, reclaiming the Atlantic history means from Bolivia Santis centric towards Afrocentricity. It means helping us to center history, oral histories, helping us to center intergenerational storytelling, helping us to center history of community-driven and other research. And then including, Afrocentric epistemologies to inform this. It also means that affirming Black history is not the margins of the Canadian history, so it has to be part of Canadian history. So it's a Canadian history, it has to be at the center of the Canadian history, and it has to be vibrant, multifaceted, and ongoing. So, therefore, when they learn to listen to Muslim Atta, for the day, who is living that history, was a boxing champion, a community advocate, the first African Nova Scotian sergeant of arms in Nova Scotia administration. There's a street outside in Atlanta, but he did it. But more than the titles, I think we get to, I think that they also embody the point. We believe that personal successes was meaningless until it's history. It's life, work, challenging racism, mentoring youth, and fighting for education and equity was rooted in the idea that we rise together, we need to work together to address our issues. So at DBDLI, we try to live, go by these ideas. It's not just a research institute, it's a living business space for accepted education, cultural recognition, and then we also try to promote intergenerational dialogue. We try to live Ubuntu values, so it's Ubuntu in action, by the community, elders, scholars, and students into what they call a shared journey of historical understanding and social justice. And I mean, one of our also the main mandate is helping to make the education system more inclusive. And we strongly advocate that with an educational system with an inclusive mindset can provide not opportunities for Black students, but for all other students. And that will require that we center experiences, whether Black or white, not just on the textbook knowledge. The oral history and community voices involve elders, families, and youth together to share space. And all these ideas challenges the Eurocentric norms by grounding knowledge in academic values and worldviews. And we also believe that this thinking will also have implications for curriculum development, it has implications for teacher education. We now have a certain teacher education working with ECD at the university, and it should inform policy making, community partnerships, and it should shift education from making it transactional to making it more transformative. So if we provide interventions to African disclosures, and that intervention works, the intervention should be part of the policies within the social system. So without making sure that this intervention ideas doesn't go to the mainstream system, the system will never be inclusive. So it should be about teaching about Black history to complicated history, also with the Black communities. So reimagining history as living and perspective. I think we also must. I also think that we also must move beyond viewing history as a static record of the past. I've said that already. Instead, we should embrace it as a living conversation, a communal act of memory, healing, and communication. Which teaches us that knowledge belongs to everyone, and that our histories are deeply interconnected. So these are some of my final reflections. I think Ubuntu teaches us that a person is a person through other people. So reclaiming Black Atlantic narratives through Ubuntu is not just about setting the historical records straight. It should be about building a future where every child, Black, Indigenous, otherwise, can see themselves in history and know they are part of something greater. When we tell our stories this way, I So it becomes a powerful force for healing and justice and exploitation. And I think that is why at DBDLI we try to center history not only as a political, but as a community culture and a community power. We see history is something now as the most important the most important subject and not physics. As a history in every academic discipline, and therefore can be the most, like a discipline in all academic institutions. Now I'm also into in AI space for about 4 years now. So I tried to ask ChatGPT to give me, present me a picture of how learning history with terrorists will look like. That's the picture that I have. Give me, I wish, and you see the Baba tree there, or called the tree of knowledge. Let's imagine that with our elders and thinking of developing like what I call the artificial
Oh yeah, artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, so instead of artificial intelligence, call it ancestral intelligence. I like that. The sample probably is our ancestral intelligence.
Yes.
And providing guidance to our kids and with our kids, listening to our elders and our what do you call it, artificial intelligence, ancestral intelligence, artificial intelligence, guiding or reinforcing and creating our ancestral intelligence. To guide us to understand our history, to guide the present, and then move us into the future. Thank you so much.
Nick. I got these things here. Listen, I'm old school. I don't do all the video stuff. I don't know what I'm doing with it. But if you can't pass this around, if the gap is small enough, you can pass it. Please take a photo of the email that you see there, because if you don't have easily television, I'm going to share with you guys the television series after this. I'm also going to take this microphone and bring it over here, because it's comfortable. And I got 5 pages of writing. That's all I got. And I'm just going to read it verbatim because I don't play around. Appreciate that. Yes. Okay. So first of all, without looking at the paper, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to come here and soak in a lot of this knowledge. I'm a student first in this. I'm a community person who is very, very, very interested in local history. I'm very interested in Nova Scotia's Black history, and I just find it fascinating, and I feel like a lot of my a lot of why I like it so much is because sitting with my grandmother was hearing her talk about stories of the community, whether it be good or bad, whether she's talking shit about somebody or she's breaking down the smell of her grandmother. It's just beautiful, and I'm very thankful that I get to do the work that I do with generations. Black members of Nova Scotia. So back to the papier.
I don't speak French. I'm only from Louisiana, so don't come home. Good afternoon, family. Just gonna basically read verbatim. Again, it's an honor to be here. My name is Lance Sampson. I'm 32. He, him. Thank you, Dr. Claudia Bonner, for extending an invitation for me to participate in this symposium. And I truly hope these events can be a place where we come together and learn about the work we are doing. One thing, as an artist and a musician who has traveled across Canada to perform festivals, I noticed a lot of these festivals, they do a great job at getting a lot of musicians together, but nobody's talking about the work that we do. Everybody's just being like, oh yeah, we did this show this way, like we did it that way. They're just talking about touring and grinding and shit, but they're never ever talking about like why they're actually doing the work they're doing, what type of messaging that they're giving to people. They're not really breaking down like their set, like what, like they're not talking about the work, they're just talking about the spoils of it. And I really hope that this event continues to be a event we can come through and talk shit about what we're doing. Yes, and again, grateful to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and I want to talk about the work that I'm doing, Generations Black Memories in Nova Scotia. But I'd like to start from the beginning. My first 8 years of life, I lived in a place called Spryfield, Nova Scotia. Anybody know what Spryfield is? Make some noise. Talk to mixed race neighborhood. Familiar surnames like Thompson and Thomas, Beals, Johnson. My grandmother calls it Carson Street. And what I know about Carson Street is that once upon a time, it was a race ride. And fast forward a little bit, moving from Spryfield to Uniacke Square, Arch Street area specifically, but that's pretty much Uniacke Square because all the co-ops I claim is Uniacke Square. And it's just easier to do that. But at the time, I was not aware how much family I had that lived in Uniacke Square. When I moved from Spryfield, I had a couple cousins up there and stuff. But when I moved to Uniacke Square, I was like, wow, I'm related to everybody over here. This is crazy. But I really, truly didn't understand how. And also, I didn't know when I moved over there that Uniacke Square was a neighborhood filled with descendants of Africville. And I didn't know much about Africville outside of what my grandfather, Victor Carver, told me about growing up there. And of course, the displacement of the Africvillians and learning about that history in particular, it made me angry. And I don't really know, I'm not really sure why. And stick with me when I say that, I'm not sure why I was so angry about that. Just like going outside of the community, just mad at everybody. Just mad at people outside of the community, mad at people within the community. I don't know. Once I heard about my grandfather's experience, I just started harboring this hate. And I was just trying to really figure out like how I was related to most of these folks. Fast forward a little bit more, age 15, I found myself incarcerated for the first time in Waterloo facility. And there was a lot of us boys from Uniacke Square up there running shit. Honestly, was a bit too comfortable. Felt really comfortable when I was up there. And I found myself in and out of different jails most of my 15, 16, through 21 years. Survived it, didn't enjoy it, wouldn't change it a bit. Because that time that I spent up there, I wouldn't have been able to spend time with a lot of the folks that I would never, ever get to see, like anytime. A lot of the dudes that I grew up with who were doing a lot of time. Some of them ain't coming home. Like there's a lot of folks that I know doing life, a lot of folks that I know doing double digits, a lot of folks that I know that get caught up in the system, you don't really see them coming home. And I really enjoyed that time up there because I got to spend that time with them. It was awesome. It was beautiful. I got to see those dudes for who they are as men. I got to see their heart and not just the crazy stories of their moving on the street. Hold on, you guys are give me a second there. I'm not used to this. And then, just a lot of the dudes that I grew up with, do a lot of time. And that's mentioned on that. Sorry. There's a lot that has been going on between my years of getting over 2015. So I did a lot of time, 2011, 12, 13, came home in 2015. And since 2015 to now, becoming a father of 2 babies. We got the national recognition as an artist, musician. We got a Red Seal certification. I'm a plumber, also a playwright, award winner. But who cares? Who cares? We made it out. I've never really been someone to recognize the magnitude of all that because I just keep it moving. I keep it going. Throw it all the winds. Still can't seem to shake the fact that the streets keep whispering. Shootings, backstabbings, drug dealers, murders, all of them. I am 1 degree separated from knowing everybody who's doing all that bullshit. And because I spent time with them. I went to school with them, I grew up with them, I got survivor's guilt because I couldn't be right there with them. One thing I found interesting, having given the opportunity to talk to a lot of the guys behind bars, because a number of them have been, my number has been the same since 2013, and the prison guards are bringing in cell phones. Yeah, they're bringing a lot of cell phones. They're getting paid to bring in cell phones. It's hilarious. But yeah, talking to them, it's interesting because, like as Black youth, young Black men, whose families who have been in Nova Scotia for hundreds of years, they have no idea that the people that they're in jail for shooting or hurting have no idea that when they look back to their great-great-grandparents, that they're actually related. You look at their great-grandparents, brothers, sisters, first cousins, have no idea. They're looking at each other and they hate each other. And I'm trying to understand why. First line. Let's go to a specific date, 2020, the year of the virus. Talk to them. Had nothing but time to think. Honestly, thankful I got that jail time experience because I knew that's my time. I knew to do it. My grandmother, my parents, my wife's family, our family, I was super, I was just thinking about it a lot. I was thinking about the streets, I was thinking about all that, and just a lot of stuff that was happening. I was thinking about, you know, how vulnerable older folks were at that time. Just thinking about a lot. And remembering, just like thinking about like if I ever like sat with my grandmother and like just listened to the things that she was telling me. Like, sat with my mom and just listened to the things that she was telling me. And I was just thinking about like, am I even gonna have time to do that again? It's like, right? We didn't think he was coming up that host when they told us to stay at host for 3 months. I was thinking about a lot of this stuff. And so like I didn't really like, yeah, so my grandmother, she caught COVID twice, so like I was just thinking about all this stuff. Like, am I even gonna get the chance to really talk about a lot of this stuff? And before, like, even just thinking about my dad, like I didn't really know him that much. I didn't really know my Johnson side of the family too much. And just curious about family and like just wondering, like trying to answer that question, like, who am I? We talked about, what was it, Brother Imani Whitfield, Dr. Imani Whitfield was talking about like identity and stuff. Like I was just going through that a lot. I was just thinking about my life and what it meant to be Black in Nova Scotia. And what similarities and qualities do I have of my ancestors and elders? And I was selfishly looking for information because I wanted to be able to tell my children stories of their family. And so I put in DNA and ancestry, and I was scared to death because I was unsure if the police were going to show up at my door. This led me down to a huge research journey, specifically looking to where the Sampson last name originated. And I got to shout out. I got to shout out to Brother David States. He actually allowed me, brought me into his home and gave me some information on how to research a lot of this stuff properly. And his research in the Windsor area has helped me a lot to understand that Sampson origin. I knew my great-great-grandfather, Daniel P. Sampson, was born in Windsor, Nova Scotia. Couldn't find much else of his father, who was from Bermuda, Barbados. They got me thinking, Bermuda. But one of my grandfathers from Africa, his mother is from Subeganegi. Her grandparents are from Delapse Cove. Dad's family's from Liverpool, but also from Middleton. This is like, guys, what does that make me? Like, I don't understand. What if? Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, that term, like, when I think about, you know, the term African Nova Scotian, like, that's a term that I struggle with a lot more, because I couldn't place that. Like, I understand, like, we're from the African diaspora, like, we're from, you know, like, we can trace it back, but, like, when it comes to the Nova Scotian experience, I knew it was a lot different when I was younger. I didn't understand it, so I was struggling a lot with that. So that's just from the archives, me following all that stuff. And I was just interested to figure out how, as Black Nova Scotians, we are all connected. Fast forward, 2023, I had a thought. How come I don't know any of the history before the demolition of Abbeville? How come I don't know any of the history of Carson Street before the race riots? What was in the area before Union Square was built? Why do I like sitting with my grandmother and asking her questions about the neighborhood and her family and her life? My two pals, John Walsh and Jeff McCollum, who work for Eastland, came to my house and asked me if I would be interested in pitching a show to Eastland. And I already had an idea. I want to go across Nova Scotia and talk with Black folks about what it was like growing up, what it was like for them growing up in their communities, who their families are, ignite memories of folk tales and songs, what they know about old traditions, what they miss, what they like to see change, what their vision for the future is, and try my best to start intergenerational conversations with life, experiences, and understanding. Create a safe space for elders to pass down the good things about their communities for generations such as mine to learn from, and make those connections of family, spark that interest in getting to know their genealogy. Optimistically, that I hope that that interest to learn more of the province's Black history manifests itself in my joy and love, and respect and understanding that we are all connected through names, experiences, trauma, isolation, and we're all connected through community and faith. Generations is one season deep. It's 13 episodes. And first season, we traveled to Upper Big Trackety, Weymouth Falls, learned of the Brunswick Cornwallis Preschool. And I don't know if most folks know about the Brunswick Cornwallis Preschool, but it was very shocking for me to learn of this preschool that existed through a relationship of Brunswick United Church and Cornwallis Street Baptist Church, which is now Blue Horizons Baptist Church. A relationship between them that they started a preschool, and it was mid 1970s, and it was the thing up until mid 1990s. And how did I not know about this? Like, I'm growing up in Union Square, like, and all these elders that are walking past, like my mom Dukes, she didn't know about it. My grandmother, and I found it interesting too, because like grandparents are only gonna tell you something if it sparks something. They're not gonna sit there with you and just tell you a bunch of crap. Like, and they're not gonna tell you if you're not listening. For me, I guarantee my grandmother didn't really truly give you a lot of information because she knew that I wasn't listening at that time. But now that I'm older and I'm asking a lot of questions, she's super, super down. If you're like, Lance, this is what it was like back then. This is the Brunswick Cornwallis Preschool, this person worked there, that person worked there. I was just shocked to find out about the Brunswick Cornwallis Preschool last year. And that's, I find it, I hope that a lot of this work that we're all doing, I hope that it ends up being mandatory in school, Black history. I hope it becomes mandatory, because it sucks that I'm 32 years old and I'm just learning about stuff now. You know, I'm not an academic dude. I'm not really trying to go to university because I feel like I'd be fighting people 24/7. But like, you know, for someone who's not interested in going and pursuing that, what are the different avenues? And I feel like, you know, like junior high school, those things can be implemented so we can really understand our history. And discovered, oh yes, another thing, discovered a community that I didn't know existed called Creighton Avenues in Dartmouth. When you look at it, it seems like it says Crichton, but it's Creighton, it's pronounced Creighton. There was a Black church up there, burned down. Victoria Road Baptist Church was the remnant, or not the remnants, was it was a replacement of that church up there, lady up there, who I think she's 83, 84 years old. Her name is Carolyn Fowler. Her family's been there for 4 generations. Shout out to Adrian Lucas, who wrote a paper on community about the community of Creighton. I was just like, how did I not know this stuff? It's crazy. And learned of the rich history in Digby. Got more familiar with the amazing work that's happening at Halifax's North Branch Library. I learned that houses existed along the space that Hope Blooms and St. Pat's Alexandra are now. Like, it was a huge community, and in one of the trees you can actually see a clothesline that's growing into the tree. That's like really high in the tree because it was down here and over. I learned that my great-great-grandfather, Daniel P. Sampson, who was born in Windsor, grew up in Beachville, was the last person to be hanged in Halifax courthouse in 1935. This year, on the anniversary of his death, March 7, 2025, my grandmother, my lawyer, and myself put in an application for ministerial review, hoping to get him exonerated. I'm still going. I got 2 paragraphs. I'm taking up time. My apologies. Season 2 is being edited right now. We went to Whitney Pier, went to Nova Scotia, Aldershot, Middleton, Annapolis Royal, New Glasgow, Gibson Woods. We're not stopping there. Season 3 and 4 are also being organized and prepared to shoot this year. Also, Generations been nominated for 2 Screen Nova Scotia Awards for Best Unscripted Series and Groundbreaking Performance. It was very interesting, and I was so ignorant to Truro, Nova Scotia. I was so ignorant when I was younger. I was like, there is no, and I'm gonna swear, there's no fucking black people up there. There's all kinds of black people up there. When I went up there, I was like, this is crazy. How come everybody's telling me that there's no black people up there? And you know where that comes from? It comes from, it comes from, like, maybe stereotype about the word, but it just comes from folks that have never actually been up there getting told these things that aren't true when it gets passed down, and you're just taking it on. And that's why I think history, local community history, true facts is so important. And, if you're not getting it from your grandmother or your grandfather, I find it's actually easier to get it from somebody else's family. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I find it so easy and better to talk to strangers. For me, I can tell you my whole life if you're a stranger, and I feel like it's the same thing, especially with doing this work. Like I don't know any of these folks that I'm talking to. They're inviting us into their homes, and it's just opening up dialogue around stuff that they've never ever talked to their families about. And I think it's because we don't know each other. Maybe, I don't know. You guys know what's wrong. You guys are the scholars. Just joking. Don't hurt me. So yes, I believe that this work to be really important. This series has given us an opportunity to bridge the gap between generations. It's given us an opportunity to tell our stories our way, an opportunity to heal, an opportunity to spend time with our elders and our families while we can, while they're here. And the reason why I say opportunity to heal is when I went to Whitney Pier, and I was talking to a lady named Debbie Green. Debbie Green is holding a tradition, holding tight to a tradition that happens in Whitney Parish. Every Sunday, she cooks rice and peas and chicken, fried chicken. And that was it is still a serious tradition in that community where everybody on Sunday is cooking that. You mean tell me every single household is cooking fried chicken? I'm going to every house. I'm going to every house. What are you talking about? Debbie Green is still doing it. And me and Debbie Green were talking. Debbie Green, you look at her, you don't know that she's 60-something years old. She might even listen. I couldn't even tell that she was that. I couldn't even tell that was her age. And we're talking about her experience within her relationship. And she was married for a while, and she felt I feel like through the years of her marriage, she wasn't actually able to talk to anyone about her experiences within that. As a young person coming into her house, who's also been in a long-term relationship, shout out to Jules Zane, my wife up there, we were able to really talk about and communicate our roles within relationship. I I was able to kind of share with her like my experiences learning through relationship, and that she's, you know, it's not too late for her to find that person. And it was really great conversation to have. Like, it was so dope, and I found myself having conversations like that with everybody I go to the host with. And it's not just necessarily about, you know, local history and stuff. It's about having real conversations about the now, the future, stuff that you've been harboring for a minute. I'm a listener, dude. If I'm coming in your host, dump on me. I'm with it. Let's talk about this shit. Start to swear. Yes, because spend time with our elders while they're here, because when they are gone, all of that generational knowledge goes with them. And I truly, truly think that with this knowledge comes values, cultural identity, self-love, and understanding of each other that I knew I was for sure missing spending time with. That I knew when I was spending time, like, I knew I was missing that. Everybody that I was in jail with, they were missing that. We didn't have that. We were looking at each other as Black men growing up in the same neighborhoods, hated each other, and had no problems killing each other. No problems. And I wanted to kind of unpack that. Why is it that we, like, where did that come from? Come on, let's get back to understanding who we are, where we come from, what parts of Nova Scotia we come from. Because when you, it's crazy that I'm talking to someone from Weymouth Falls and then coming to Halifax, and then realizing that that person in Weymouth Falls was my great-great-grandfather, and that my great-great-grandfather's children are now in Liverpool, and now my dad's son, I'm the youngest of my dad's son, lives in Halifax, and is related to basically 90% of Nova Scotia. It's crazy. But we didn't have that. Like, I just wish that we had that instilled in us earlier as youth growing up, and understanding like the importance of community, and understanding the importance of knowing who, you know, shout out to my grandmother, she collects a lot of obituaries. Now I understand why. Because you gotta know who people are. So through this work, it's given me an appreciation of our Black histories we have here in our province, and a broader understanding of our connectedness. We all share with each other through research, through sharing, spending time with our grandparents. And as an artist, as a musician, there's so much to pull from. Creative, like, you know, filmmakers, documentarians, scholars and academics that are professors and doctors. There's so much history and experiences to pull from in this province. And it's great to be able to contribute to preserving our stories. So thank you. And again, take a picture of that email. Make sure you holler at me. Please email it. I don't care if it's just a hi, hello. Please send me the link. I will send you the link. Because not everybody got $100 a month to be paying on Eastlink. Fuck all that shit. Let me give you that shit. Holler at me.
How y'all doing this afternoon? Everybody cool, everything and everything? I want to preface my previous a couple things. Number one, I do have to do, I fell into history quite by mistake. In my high school days, I had this great idea. I was going to be a microbiologist. And then I got my science marks. Reality set in real quick. So then I signed up to St. Mary's. I figured, hey, commerce. What can go wrong? 2 years later, I'm standing outside St. Mary's wondering, how did that go wrong? So I ended up taking a course in keyboarding and administrative stuff, and then realized, no, you need to get back to school. And so when I went back to school this time, I took a look at what was available
in the Department of Arts at St. Mary's. And I said, okay, what are you gonna do? So I decided to do a degree in history. Didn't like economics. Philosophy wasn't my thing. English. Dude. I got tired of reading Shakespeare after reading.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah.
History it is. That's why I fell into this. You know, Dr. Jim Morrison, who was here earlier, remembered my years at St. Mary's because I had to go see him to get my form signed so I could switch faculties. So that's where that is. And I have to say, you know, I had a great thing. People have sort of shouted out David States, and I have to shout out David. David and I used to see each other in the archives when I was doing community-based research. Hey, pay the bills. And David and I get to talking. And I said, no, we're talking genealogy. David knows some of the history of my family. And I'm like, okay, I need to know this man more. Now, David also gave me a job during my student days, working for Parks Canada, when David moved to Parks Canada. So, you know, kept me out of trouble and kept me in some money. But by working with David and with Dr. Sylvia Hamilton as well, I spent a great deal of time in archives and libraries. And I became fascinated with library. And that's what I ended up doing. Fast forward 30 years later, and I have to say this, Nancy used to be one of my kids in Halifax North. Because I almost said it. I'm going to say yes.
No, you're real, you're real.
I'm going to say yes. But, you know, he was, you know, I look at the young folks I'm working with in Halifax North, and I've been here 30 years in Halifax North. I started out doing African Heritage Month, the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and Martin Luther King birthday celebrations. Part-time, allowed me to do some other things. Then I became a branch operations supervisor for United running the entire branch. They didn't know what they were doing. They let me loose. But I had to leave North Branch to do that. A couple years ago, they created a new position. The position they created are, and I'll talk about that in a minute, because what I want to say is that public libraries, first of all, such as Halifax Public Libraries, not often seen as have access to much information related to the Black and Scottish community and community history. And that's a function of connection more than anything else. So what does Halifax Public Libraries offer that makes it so unique? The African Nova Scotian Community Specialist. That's me. And then the Preston Township Office. A few years ago, one of my colleagues in the Cole Harbor area decided that she wanted to do more outreach in the Black Nova Scotian communities in Preston. Big Blue Cherry Brook, North Preston, East Preston. So she hired a staff member. And that individual's job was to go open and, you know, visit the communities and do programming and stuff like that. Well, they ended up establishing an office and hiring 3 more people. Now we're down to 2 because one was a summer student. But what we have are staff who are based in the East Preston community and right here in Kinney Place, part of the Acoma property. For those of you who don't know the Acoma property, it is historically known as the Nova Scotia Home for Colored Children. Now it's near and dear to my heart because that's one of my grandfathers. He grew up in the Nova Scotia Home, he knew this is. But beyond Beyond that, we actually hired 2 staff members who are from the Black Nova Scotia community. Denise Kane from North Preston, and she works at the Coma Center now, and we'll be working with the communities of North Preston and Lake Cherry Brook. And Nicole Johnson is concentrating on the community in East Preston, whose roots are in East Preston. So we actually hired out of the community, people from the community to work with us. My role is completely different from theirs. They are specific to those communities. My role is from reconstructing the hubs and every Black community in between. So I get to work with Upper Hands and Lucasville, Beachville, and the Prestons. And Creighton Avenue.
Oh, cool.
I know Creighton Avenue. My great aunt lived there for years. My mother can tell me stories about going up to visit her family up there and playing on Creighton Avenue, pick blueberries and everything else. But when we talk about that, while new history is being researched and written about, public libraries are not quick to see the importance of that academic work that's being done. We are more interested in the public library system in the latest Danielle Steele novel. We are more interested in Black fiction instead of Black non-fiction. So we're still purchasing that material for collections. I have been trying to develop in East Preston, at least, in the office, a Preston-centric, and I use that term, guys have on purpose, a Preston-centric reference collection that centers on the history of Preston and those who write from the community of Preston, who live in Preston, and who write material. We often, we don't purchase these materials on our own. We often need our public to request them, and then that's when we buy them. And there's still material in the public libraries, that can be accessed. The Preston collection is, as I said, a reference, and I'll talk about what reference collections are. And we also have a fairly significant reference collection at Halifax Memorial Public Library, which actually is centered in the community of Uniacke Square, right, where we service the square and North End Halifax from that. So not just Uniacke Square, but also Mulgrave Park, Creighton Garish, One Day, Arts, that whole North End neighborhood where Black folks historically live. And where Black folks are still historically living that have not been gentrified by the community. So when we talk about our collection of public libraries, we work with 3 collections. One is materials for public work. And these are items that can be removed from the public or from the library for a specific period of time, usually about 3 weeks, so you can read them twice, so you get them for about 9 weeks. And we ask that you don't mark them out before you bring them back. But that's a reference collection. These are items that can't be removed from the physical library setting. You can actually use them within the setting. Halifax has a fairly extensive Black history collection that is reference. Things that are unique and not available anymore. And some things that actually come to mind, and these are specific to Black Nova Scotian history. The Black Cultural Center for Nova Scotia produced a 2-volume set called Traditional Lifetime Stories. And Traditional Lifetime Stories was literally interviews with elders in the Black community. And they were transcribed and put into a book with a picture, people talking about their life, talking about those kinds of, they're growing up and how they ended up in the communities that they ended up. And then Beneath the Clouds of the Promised Land, volumes 1 and 2, which was actually commissioned by the Black Educators Association of Nova Scotia. And beneath the closet is a historical overview of the Black community, beginning from the coming of the Royalists and even beyond that, the arrival of Matthew Costa in 1605, through to about 2000. And so here's a book that just was new of an update. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's been 25 years. But somebody will get it. And then we have closed stats. Now, closed stats are rare items that are relevant to research, but are no longer in print and unavailable for purchase. You can't purchase them anymore. You can use closed stats, but they're very much like a reference collection. They have to be used within the library. They have to be handled with capabilities. Some of them are very old and can fall apart very easily. And we also house database collections and have access to genealogical databases. Through the public library in Mansfield, we have all this. We can access databases such as Ancestry, Family Search, Nova Scotia Archives, and Library Archives Canada. During COVID, we actually made Ancestry available for people to access from home.
Free.
For free. Wow. You know what the cost of an Ancestry membership is? Mortgage the house.
Wow.
And cut off your right arm. And then you may have to talk. So that's how Ancestry is, how expensive Ancestry is. What we also did too is we never stopped programming during COVID. One of our biggest programs is, of course, Black History Month. Yeah, I'm just going to go over that. Our opening night celebrations. We've had opening night celebrations for African American Month or Black History Month, whichever you want to use, for 41 straight years. We had not missed a year. We're better than the post office. See? Snow, it don't matter. And we're having a good time too. Have I had you on the program yet? We'll talk about it next year. And we do that because we want to keep that continuity. Because it's during African American that we talk about the history of our communities. And we talk about the history within the library. One of the things that I'm working on now is an interesting project. Is Halifax North. Let's wrap the database first. I'll tell you what the interesting part. We also have access to municipal archives, especially for HRM. And that will contain city governmental records, minutes of city and county councils, because in 1996 we amalgamated. And when we amalgamated, we had the city of Dartmouth, city of Halifax, and the county of Halifax. 3 different levels of government, all trying to work together, along with three different libraries, all trying to work together. That was fun times. We also have historical minutes of the local school, which contained within the municipal archives. So if somebody had to cry the fact that we no longer have school boards. Huge mistake on the government's part, but I'll say yes. And then personal collections, such as the Jackie Barclay collection. Jackie is a local individual who has been involved in many things, including some social justice issues and stuff. Some of it related to the Black community. So Jackie has donated the papers to the municipal archives. So if you're looking for information about the visit of the KKK to Halifax. You're gonna find it in Jackie's papers. The other place you may find it, we're talking, there'll be another discussion of this tomorrow, is the Lynn Jones collection at St. Mary's. It's Jackie and Lynn, have been around together for forever. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of knowing both of them. Newspapers and periodicals, all the newspapers and magazines are no longer in print. Also available in the local history collection at Halifax Central Library, which is over downtown. And this is just a short list of what's available. I go to the basement of Halifax North. I'm going to find Pride magazine out of Toronto. I'm going to find was it Caribbean? There are a couple of Caribbean newspapers out of Toronto. And we have multiple copies. One of the things that we're looking to do is digitize those items. Halifax North was gifted a digitizer. A business that was going out of business asked us to be running a digitizer. There was no hesitation, there was a yes, because we knew what we had downstairs. Not only do we have a collection of newspapers and papers regarding the history of the branch itself, but also papers and photographs that highlight the history of the neighborhood. So, which photograph are you looking for? I might have that downstairs. The Brunswick,
There's a picture of me down there, I saw it.
yeah, we might have a picture down there that, you know, we will eventually digitize.
Yeah.
And, it'll show up on our website someday, you will know it. What else we do is, Halifax Public Libraries is now doing blog posts. And with these blog posts, we are highlighting Black Nova Scotian people. Dr. Alfred Waddell Street just named after Dr. Waddell, who's literally from Trinidad, but his practice was in Halifax. So he's been the #2 construction battalion. Everyone's familiar with them. We have a blog post about that. And the smiling face of George Elliott Clark. For the last 5 years, I've had the pleasure of hosting George in a program called 5 Poets Breaking into Song. And we've had at least five talented poets each year. This year, George Hickory is 7. But what happens is George commissions the poetry, and we've had aquaculture do our show. He commissions a poem. The poem is then set to music, and we have vocalists who are hired to sing the poems after they're read by the authors. Wow! So it's awesome. It's a program that is still living on our website. This year we actually had the pleasure of having 2 singers this year, and we went a little far afield.
Like gospel style or?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily gospel. And we went far afield. We picked up 2 singers, one with Nova Scotian roots, living in Amsterdam. And I don't know one another. And then another one who's American German, living in Romania.
Oh, international.
International this year, and I can tell you, our Romanian listener sings anything from punk to gospel, not whatever. For African Heritage Month, 2024 was our 40th anniversary. We did a limited edition of historical bookmarks. Those bookmarks highlight African Nova Scotians in the arts and African Nova Scotian historical figures. And these are some of the things that this library in particular is producing. Because we're putting biographies and lists of their writings on that. And one of them we haven't quite got it finished yet, but we're looking at doing a writer named Charles Saunders. Charles was wrote for the Daily News, wrote for newspaper, but Charles was also an Afrofuturism writer. So, I want to get that one done because, Charles came here from the United States, he was here by himself. Charles passed away during me. And that was really cool. So I wanted to pay him the homage that he deserves in Nova Scotia. And we also house clipping files. And these are newspaper magazine articles that pertain to a certain city, town, or neighborhood. And for ours, they're extensive to the North End community. They include biographical articles, obituaries, and you learn what we'll be collecting, neighborhood profiles, and profiles of interesting individuals in those neighborhoods. So we're pulling together that hidden history, because this is stuff that doesn't get into books. Now, I said earlier that Nova Scotians were teaching recently Black Nova Scotian history, starting with vinyl desert. We go back a little bit longer than that.
You got Rose Fortune.
Right, Rose Fortune, and even before Rose Fortune. I mentioned the name Matthew DeCosta, and people look at him like I got 3 kids. We have a local history room at Halifax Central Library, where the clippings from Halifax North are currently being housed, and this is temporary. 2026 Halifax North is undergoing extensive renovation. It's going to take about 2 years. And I have been pushing for the creation of a local history room for North End Halifax from day one, because I think it is that important. Digitization, that's what we're looking at, digitizing those files, digitizing the older photos, the documents, the VHS tapes, and the audio files that currently house in the basement. One of the files that we managed to digitize was our first African Heritage Month program. It was held in 1984. So we had Sharon Robinson and Mark Charles, God, I can't remember Mark's name, from Jesse Jackson's Bishop South in town to visit. So we now have a copy of that. And that was led by a former resident back in Ministry of Science. And I still think the copy of this because Mr. Science passed away some time ago. And this summer I'm going to be spending a great deal of time working with that collection. So as budget shrinks and there's opportunities for cross-pollination between public libraries and more academic institutions, we have the War Annual Return Annual Program, which allows the public access to academic collections and allows the academic folks access to the public collection both leading on campus. We'll bring it to you. Public meeting and performance spaces are always available at your public libraries, and while there may be a nominal cost, partnering with your local library would result in the cost being waived, and we have a dedicated marketing staff that can actually advertise the program, and advertise the partnership. This year, for African Heritage Month, we had, I had the pleasure of first hearing Dr. Harvey Lamont Whitfield at a lunch and learn. It's in partnership with Halifax Americans. It's a public lecture in the middle of a Thursday afternoon. Great turnout. And it was a terrific program. That is just a snippet of what we do. One thing I do want to say, particularly around genealogy, is because I'm a historian by acclamation and nature. When folks come in looking for historical information, genealogical information, I'm the one that spends a great deal of time working with them, working through. Then a young lady come through, and I'll say young because she was not exactly young. But she was looking for her family tree. She needed dates. So I spent an hour sitting with her, going through genealogical records, through the Nova Scotia archives, through Library and Archives Canada, through census records, to trace her family tree to prove her connection to Africa, so that she could participate in the current lawsuit that has been filed on behalf of the residents of Africa. These are the things that we do in the Halifax Public Library. These are the things we do in Halifax and North Branch. We are a community-based library. We serve the community. The community comes first. So when all else fails, and you're looking for a community person to help you out, don't visit me. Thank you all.
Thank you guys so much. So we only have time for 2 questions. All right, raise your hand first.
I was like, I'm not gonna miss that. I have a question for Ms. Crystal. I wanted to know, so a few things. I love libraries. So when you talked about libraries, I was like, oh, so much fun. So with the Halifax North Memorial Library, we said that they have Black history collection in reference. So first question is are they available virtually? And then you also talked about the renovations that are coming up. That will be from 2026 for 2 years. I'm trying to get ahead of that because that's really close. And me being in Ontario, I don't have access to a lot of your files because it's not all digitized.
For the, most of the reference collection is not digitized.
Okay.
It is actual physical books. However, a lot of them are also materials that can be borrowed from the regular collection.
Okay.
So how you can do that is through an interlibrary loan from your local library to Halifax Public Libraries.
Okay.
So there's a service that allows,
Interprovincial?
Interprovincial, yes.
Wonderful.
So there is an interprovincial service. Whether or not we're going to digitize those items, I don't know. Digitization is also based on having the staff to do it. And we're taking advantage of library students and library technician students from the local community college who have to do practicum. So, I'll be cracking whip on a few of them, getting some stuff done in the summer. Because I'm trying to get as much digitized as possible before we have to pack things up and start putting it in storage.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With the digitization, have you guys considered having community volunteers come in and do any of that work? Because I know there's lots of us that have wanted to get access to things and want them digitized and have asked about that and have never gotten a clear response.
You probably won't get a clear response from me either at this point. Because I don't know. I don't know what our plan is. We're still kind of working it out. As I said, because right now we have access to library students, to Masters of Library and Information Studies students, as well as library technician students. So, and it depends on what our timelines are for the renovation. And we'll remove the equipment, because we will, when we renovate, we will not be shutting down the branch. The branch will be moving to a smaller location where we can still do some services, but I don't think we'll be able to do that at this point. That's a discussion that when I get back to the office on Wednesday, I'll chat with my branch manager and our team and see what we're thinking in terms of being able to continue with the work once we start the renovation.
All right, well, that's all the time we have. I just want to say thank you so much. And there's at least two things among the plethora of things that everyone talked about today. That one, history, as Dr. Furman said, is a living conversation. And the second thing is that a physicist, a musical artist, and a librarian is not just the beginning of a joke.
And everybody's attention, please stay seated. We're going to move right to the next panel, and then right after this panel is over, dinner will be ready, and we'll also have our keynote.
So the next one is only happening
What? What? Where is that?
Mercy, tell him somebody can't go see her tonight. Tell him somebody can't go see her tonight.
I don't really care, to be honest with you.
You're evil. The African and Acadian diasporas is literally my life.
Pardon?
The topic, the African and the Acadian diasporas, I'm African, Nova Scotian, and Acadian. This is like me in a nutshell.
Stop.
Okay, don't make fun of my snack I'm gonna eat.
I don't know what it is. See, you already that fixed.
You want one?
I thought you were asking me.
I'm not making that
No,
kind
you
of
said,
pack with you.
no, you said, you want one?
I'm not making that kind of pack with you.
You know how you said that though? No. You said, do you want one? Whatever. Here, I'm muted, man. I'm sick of this.
You gotta give people a 5-minute window.
I have so many questions. Well, no, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I just keep tapping.
Yep. Hello, folks. We're gonna do the introductions because we're waiting on supper coming soon. Everyone's very excited. We're short on time, so we're gonna probably break up our panel a little bit. My name is Jessica Bundy. For those who don't know, my family hails from Cherry Brook. And yes. I'm currently an assistant professor at the University of Guelph, but from here, and when I heard it was Black and Nova Scotia, I was here. So introducing the panel, this panel features a group of scholars and practitioners deeply engaged in ongoing projects that bridge historical inquiry and public scholarship. Together, they represent diverse disciplinary backgrounds ranging from geography and history to literature and archaeology, but they share a commitment in exploring the Black Atlantic, its legacies, and its global connections. Their current work highlights the power of sustained community-centered research, the visiting and enrichment of established historiography, while analyzing the interactions of historic Black communities across the Maritimes with broader societal groups like the Acadians. Collectively, their work will serve to reshape public memory and scholarly discourse alike. So some folks we've already introduced, like Graham Nickerson up here. Because we're on time, I was told respectfully we're going to skip it. Love you. So we have Patricia Matsumoto is a research assistant for the Wicked Problems Lab and adjunct faculty member at NYU. Passion for maths led her to pursue degree and career in geography, with a Bachelor of Honors, a Master's degree, and a PhD from Sao Paulo State University in Brazil, followed by a postdoc fellowship with geotechnologies at the Adolfo Lutz Institute in Brazil. During her academic journey, she collaborated with Brazil's landless workers movement, a social movement advocating for land reform and social justice in rural areas, mapping the expansion of sugarcane plantations and its related health inequities. Upon moving to Nova Scotia, she found inspiration at SMU and the Loyalist Connections Creative Society to continue her research and engage with the community, focusing on mapping the Black Atlantic communities and exploring their historical, geographic, and cultural landscapes. Ken Donovan is a retired Parks Canada historian who has published 8 books and 100 historical articles on the social and cultural history of Cape Breton, Wow, that's a lot of articles on paper. His groundbreaking work on the history of Lewisburg contributed to a broader understanding of gender and racial experiences within the 18th century community. His work on Cape Breton history, including 2 major edited collections, The Island and Cape Breton at 200, have been foundational for generations of regional scholars. His latest publications have appeared in the Dictionary of Decayed Geography and in Cape Breton in the Long 20th Century by Athabasca University Press. Ken is a former president and current board member of the Old Sydney Society, a nonprofit organization, and operates 4 museums in Sydney, Nova Scotia, Canada. Moving on to the lovely Keith Grant, who is an associate professor of history at Crandall University. He earned his PhD at UND. He teaches courses on early North American history and early North American and local history. He is active in promoting the field of early Canadian history as a founding co-editor of the website Oralia. Okay. His research has appeared in journals such as the Journal of Canadian Historical Association, Academias, I can never say this, Acadians, and Social History. Keith's second book, Enthusiasms and Loyalties, The Public History of Private Feelings in the Enlightening of the Atlantic, was published by McGill Queen's University in 2002. While not a member of the Black Canadian community, themes in Black history are central to his courses in the Atlantic world and the Maritimes, and he has recently published articles on the effect of the 19th century poor relief on Nova Scotia's Black laborers and on Reverend Richard Preston's early career in the province. Clint Bruce holds the Canadian Research Chair in Acadian and Transnational Studies at the University of St. Anne in Nova Scotia, where he teaches in the Department of Social Sciences and directs the Observatoire Nord Sud, a center for the study of the Acadian diaspora. He's also a research fellow at both the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Center for Louisiana Studies and McMaster University L.R. Wilson Institute for Canadian History. That is a diverse connection all over the place.
And I forgot to mention, since last year, I'm an associate faculty at the history department here.
Associate faculty of the History of That's quite the bio. A native of Louisiana, he holds a PhD in Francophone Studies for Brown University. His research deals with the Acadian diaspora, Francophone culture of Louisiana, and the Atlantic world. In 2021, his book, Afro-Creole Poetry in French from Louisiana's Radical Civil War era newspapers, a bilingual edition, received the Modern Language Associates Louise Roth Award for Literary Translation. Most recently, he has co-edited with Gregory Kennedy the 17-chapter French language volume, Rethinking Acadia in the World, Comparative and Transnational Studies, now available in McGill Queen's University Press. So we're going to start off first with Dr. Matsumoto and Glenn Nickerson. I'll turn it over to you guys.
Hello everyone, my name is Patricia, and today I'm going to present a work that Glenn and I have been developing, but this is a part of a bigger project. So I also would like to highlight Dr. Shirley Freeman, which is outside with the exhibition of William Johns, and Sean Smith, which is very important to all the projects we have been developing. So our project is rethinking our maps and history through oral history, story maps, and artificial intelligence, combating structural racism and amplifying Black voices. So I know everyone's tired, so I'll try to be quick. So in the introduction, we are going to discuss maps and the power that maps have. I'm going to show what we are doing regarding story maps and artificial intelligence, and I'm going to show the results, showing communities and projects we have. And finally, we are going to conclude. So to start, I bring here the world's smaller map from 1507. This map is very famous because it is the first time that America appears as a continent. So this map helps to define the mental geography of the early modern world and helps to reshape how people thought about space, power, identity, and empire. Because of this map, not only this map, but many maps like these, maps became tools for power, and political imagination. Racial, cultural, and civilizational hierarchies emerged because of this kind of way of producing maps. On the other hand, we have here the Mi'kmaq map that shows how indigenous usually represents this space, which is very different from the first map. Indigenous maps usually use the representational space highlighting the relationship between people, animals, water, and land, showing roots, sacred place, migration, oral traditions. Sometimes it's in songs, not necessarily in a physical representation. Almost never representing space for concrete territory and resources. So as Turnbull reminds us, our interpretations of the natural world are deeply rooted in cultural constructs. So we can see two different ways of mapping the space. So to zoom this first map that I showed you here, we have two examples of races that emerged since that time. These maps serve to plot physical space and legitimize and perpetuate European hegemony through geographic fiction. We can see in the zoom here, people as unclothed, showing primitive and devoid of any culture. And in this description in Latin, it's in America, it's not a symbology, but it is describing these new people there with lighter skins from compared to the previous expeditions. So we can see how systematic races subtly ingrains notions of inferiority, often unnoticed. And this map, it's reproduced several times, and we are using this map, referencing these maps. And I also bring an author, a traditional geography author, that says that maps, how to lie with maps. And he says that maps are lies because of two main reasons. One is that once we move from the three-dimensional reality to a two-dimension, we are selecting information. We have to use this generalized information to simplify information because it's impossible to represent the reality of the world as it is. And the second one, it's a more insidious way of lying because this can be by mistake or on purpose. And what we are discussing here, it is on purpose. Our history and has been erased. There's another author, Harley, that says that maps should be deconstructed. Harley reminded us that maps are social constructions shaped by power, ideology, and cultural biases. They often serve to assert control over territory and people, contributing to a select and biased narrative of the world. So how we use colors, symbols, labels to create visuals that are not only clear but compelling will affect the spaces that we are playing. And even with the advancements of the geotechnologies in the last century, so Kisha showed us the example of Google and like how modern technology continue to reproduce the same races we used to do in the past. Nothing has changed, so we need to really think about it. So here's an example of a map that we have seen in the previous presentation as well. It's an excellent initiative to represent Black communities, but there's still a lack of representation of some other Black communities. For example, Cork Harbor, Port Mouton, Port Latour, Jolietown, and others that we are still discovering. And this is two problems we have here. One is because of the cartographic limitation, and another is the process on how we create the maps. So in the names of the cities, we can see Halifax, rural, and within the cities, we have the communities. So for example, if we think the names of the cities, we can understand that the map maker probably decided to use cities as the scale. And we can see the text that some communities, for example, Africville is within Halifax. So
So this is a methodological problem. So when we are creating our maps, we have to think that maps are not neutral. So these black communities are represented in red points, but when we selected to choose, this is Halifax, this is rural, what criteria were chosen to classify a historically black community? Who is making the map, for what purposes? Who in the community was consulted? What resources were utilized to make this map? We cannot appreciate the beauty and heritage of some black communities depicted on the map. This is, again, because of the scale. So scale matters. So how we choose to select the city scale, or the community scale, or the city scale, and sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes we have to jump from one scale to another scale, because community needs to see, not in the city scale, but in the household scale. And I also bring another author to talk about this space. So how we define absolute space, relative space, and relational space matters. Because the absolute space is the one that we can map. So for example, each of you is in one coordinate. So I can map many points. But what you are thinking about my presentation, I cannot know. And you cannot know what I'm thinking. But in this relationship, what I'm thinking, what we are thinking, and what we are building together with this network, how our projects interact, they are in the relative space. And if you add more complexity, if you add time in this history, then we are moving to the relational space. So there's the limitation on how we represent this. So the cartographic scale, we can represent in the absolute space. But once we move and we do these jumps in space and time, we are using the geographic scale instead of using the cartographic scale. So there is always the choice component. So the aim of this research is threefold: to discuss the concept of space as perfectly power, to identify locations of cultural and historical importance through Nova Scotian Black communities, and to demonstrate how technologies and critical cartography can open up new avenues for rectifying historical injustice and foster a more inclusive representation of marginalized Black communities. So how we are doing this? We are using social cartography, geographic information systems, story maps, and Gen AI. So although we know that our technology, modern technology or contemporary technology, has a lot of bias, we still want to use them to try to repair and to recreate narratives. So we use the podcast, the Loyalist Connection podcast. I hope it works. The sound, yeah. So there's it's like the sound more sensorial experience to highlight some of the guests of the podcast. So this is Inaugural from North Preston talking about his relationship with the community and places of importance to him. Then we map these places, cities, important points like church, and then we add like several layers depending on the episode or the season that you're talking about, and we create story maps. And the second one, it is not only mapping places, but also trying to create or recreate using Gen AI, generative AI, to create new narratives. So here's an example, one of the story maps that we create and show episode 1 on the Black Atlantic that shows the relationships of Shelburne with USA, the 13 colonies, Barbados, New York, Virginia, and how this ended up in Shelburne Harbor and the precious history we have here now. The same story maps. We also talk about the Prestons, the Black Atlantic, and vernacular mapping using census data to show how much of population at that time and nowadays Black population we had in the past and nowadays. So you mentioned shared growth. So we are trying to say, but not from my perspective, but from community's perspective. What places are important to them? Then we try to use the technology to retell these stories. And for example, here it's the identity of the territoriality of how community sees the space down the road, upper the road, down the hill, and showing the church as a pillar for the community, because the church was always a place that they felt welcome. On the other hand, there is also a description of an episode of racism when he goes to a lake. So we try to emphasize a lake as an episode of racism, a church as a pillar for the community, making this visible in the maps. And the story maps of the No. 2 Construction Battalion, that everyone knows the story. How was the war for these men? Here in Canada, during the war and after the war, they had to fight racism here, showing the places important, what was happening in each of these important places here. What happened when they came home. And we also always bring the transcription, because we try to make this accessible also for everyone, not necessarily thinking about people with disabilities and other conditions. So our star maps, we try to be inclusive as much as possible. And here, an example of what we're doing using Gen AI.
Wow.
So sometimes we take a picture that already exists and create, and sometimes we take a narrative and create a video or a picture from a non-existent document. So literature shows that other scholars are doing this in history, but not necessarily with Black research. They are doing this with medieval characters. So we just decide why not to do this with Black history. Just to show you again, I don't know if you noticed, but here we can see the eye movements and sometimes like the smile enhancement. So this gives like more life, makes like the archives alive. So I think it's pretty cool.
So cool.
And finally, I think we want to emphasize the critical and digital cartography as a methodological tool for better representing space-time by situating Black Nova Scotian communities within both vernacular geography and broader conceptual space of power. We advocate for the use of technology to address and repair social injustice. Through Black communities' perspective, story maps, generative AI, we have the potential to reconstruct or construct when we don't have historical narratives, and offer Canada an opportunity to confront and redress the legacy of structural racism. These tools allow us to use imagination, reflection, and the creation of new narratives, grounding the community's perspectives, helping to minimize the representational biases inherited in traditional maps. So especially for the young generation, so in the morning we heard like a call for action. So for young generations to engage, I believe using technologies can be very powerful. Make possible to recreate places from oral history, embodying stories with emotions, perceptions, and lived experiences, a contemporary way of mapping, similar to what the indigenous maps used to be. And maybe after the presentation, maybe an Ubuntu way to create maps as well. So thank you so much.
Can everybody hear me okay? Good? Well, thank you for staying around. Thank you. I was pitching myself, I was sitting back there with MD, I said, I gotta stay awake from my own presentation. Thank you. You know, it's been a lovely and long day, so it's been wonderful, Claudia. And I think it's very, very good day. And thank you for organizing. Today I'm going to talk to you about three people, part of the hidden history. But in order to talk about these people, I have to give you a little context, because I'm going to be talking about slavery. And slavery, a large part of it is about power and human degradation. The Atlantic slave trade began around 1500, and by 1870, 12 million people were brought to the New World. And very few enslaved people came to North America. Out of that huge number. Very few. But they received the most attention because the United States is the cultural center, has the greatest universities and the most resources. But the great bulk of the enslaved people went to Brazil and to the West Indies. The French brought over 1 million enslaved people. Okay? And most European powers were involved in the slave trade in some way or another. Africans enslaved Africans. Many people are surprised to hear this, but it's the case. There's an extensive literature from other tribes and brought them to the coast to be sold to Europeans. African people were held in confinement until sold for cotton, cloth, shells, guns, and alcohol. The red arrow shows where slaves were imprisoned. The blue arrow shows where food was prepared. Slaves lived throughout Cape Breton, primarily in Louisbourg, but also out throughout Cape Breton, mostly along the northeast and southwest coast of the island. And they were enslaved from 1659 to 1815. Slaves came from the African slave coast from Senegal to Angola. Now, the slave ship was prepared for the Middle Passage. And oftentimes that would be done before they got to the coast, but primarily off the coast. Before the ship departed, Africa was the time of greatest danger. Some slaves attempted to escape, others attempted suicide, and others to overtake the crew. We know a lot about slave ships. There's an extensive literature on it. A barrier was constructed on the slave ship, and the men were separated from the women. And all of the women virtually were sexually exploited by the crew. And this is an example of human degradation right here. Men and women chained and separated. Now in Louisbourg, I've been studying enslaved people there much of my adult life. There were 381 slaves in Cape Breton from 1713 to 1768. There were 277 slaves among the French, 242 of them, about 87%, lived in Louisbourg. There were 104 English slaves with the British and New England forces. And of the 277 slaves, French slaves, there were 141 males, 104 females, and 32 whose gender could not be determined. Most of the slaves in Ile Royale, 90% were blacks, reflecting the colony's close trade links with the West Indies. This is reconstructed Louisbourg. It's one of the largest research projects in the history of the world. Slave occupations. The majority of French slaves in Ile Royale, 92% were domestics performing work to support the functioning of households. They became servants, nursemaids, gardeners, and did most of the daily chores. Only 19 slaves, 1 fisherman, 2 cabin boys, 15 sailors, and 1 executioner worked outside the household. We've got good evidence that female slaves were sexually exploited in Cape Breton, and I published on that. There were 70 adult female slaves out of a total of 104. 36 of the 70 women gave birth to 48 illegitimate children. 21 slave mothers in Louisbourg delivered 30 children. 15 slave mothers in the Ile Royale outports delivered 16 babies. The remaining 34 female slaves were either beyond their childbearing years, had died as a result of miscarriages, or were young children. So if a person owns you, if a man owns you, set up for sexual exploitation. Saint Dominique, present-day Haiti, was the most prized slave colony, and you can see the results of, the French were able to, with the Haitian Revolution in 1804, French were able to walk away, and you see the disastrous results in Haiti today. It's on the verge of being a failed state and dramatic problems there. Large plantations were common in the West Indies. This is the first person I'm going to talk to you about. Jean-Baptiste Cupidon was a native of Dakar, Senegal. Senegal is a country, a democracy, 95% Muslim, 5% Christian, a large, besides the official language of Wolof, people speak French. I've had a good opportunity to spend considerable time in Senegal. Canada has good relations with Senegal. And there's a lot of interchange between the two countries. Cupidon is a remarkable person. He gets his freedom. And with his freedom, he purchased a house in November 1752 from Jean Marcadet for 200 livres. Now this house would have been a modest structure, doubtless a piquet structure, which simply means that the posts are driven into the ground. And the house was built near the Royal Battery, and it was, he purchased the house, but it was to be paid for over the following year. And the Royal Battery is right up in the middle part of the harbor, right up there. So his house is on the west side. This is a view of the Royal Battery about 1768. See over on the right side there of the view. Now, bride wealth payments. After buying his house, Cupidon signed a contract with Blaise Casignon, 1st of March 1753, to purchase Catherine Francoise, an enslaved woman, who was Cupidon's fiancée. He paid 120 livres immediately, and he was to pay 80 livres in September. The remaining 300 livres was to be paid in 100 livres installments over the next 3 years. Jean-Baptiste and Catherine were married on 5th of March 1753 in the chapel of Saint Louis. Now, I don't know about you folks, but getting a mortgage is a tough thing, especially if you come from the working class or if you're poor. My wife and I paid off our mortgage twice. But look at the kind of mortgage this man had. Keep it on. He had to mortgage his own freedom, mortgage his house, and then buy his wife and pay that off. Now that's one heck of a mortgage, isn't it? So this is where the human degradation comes in. And by the way, Jean-Baptiste Cupidon was a remarkable man. He signs his wedding contract, or 6 other signatures, with a beautiful, clear hand. So I'm willing to argue that he was literate. How did he get literate? I don't know. How did he get his freedom? Don't know. But I say he was exceptional and remarkable. Okay, so we have Catherine Francoise and Jean Cupidon, and the third person is right here. Sieges. Louisburg was besieged in 1745 and 1758. George Souzy was a young man, and I've been able to discover quite a bit of information about him over the last year. His owner was Pierre Morpin, who was a port captain, a well-respected man in the community. He goes out, he and Antoine Bollinger, to meet the French forces that land in Gavroche, and then down in Kennington Cove. They come up against a superior French force, or British force, New England force, after they've landed. So, but George Souzy risks his life for the sake of his owner. He's born in 1725, so he's 20 years old. His owner is wounded, but, and this is a direct quote, his Negro carried him, dragged him, hid him under some leaves, and after 3 days, he brings him into the town. Pierre Morpin, he saves his life. George Souzy was acclaimed in the town. And as early as 1722, French authorities had proclaimed that freedom be given only to those enslaved people who had saved the lives of their owners or their children. Souzy's deeds raised the morale of the garrison and the townspeople. And he was proclaimed a hero and freed on the spot. And he goes on to live a fairly long life. When Louisburg is resettled by the French in 1749, he comes back and settles on the Mire River. So these three people are part of the hidden histories, but no longer, because they're going to appear shortly in separate biographies in the Dictionary of Canadian Biography. Okay? Thank you very much.
It's been a long week today. And a good one. Are you ready for a story? For a question? Yes. All right, let's do it. All right. So Silas Rand was about 13 years old in August 1823, when Black Nova Scotia Baptist preacher Richard Preston initiated what Rand described as, quote, one of the most extensive revivals that ever swept over Cornwallis, the Annapolis Valley Township. As his later reputation might lead us to expect, he says that Preston's preaching was powerful and charismatic. Yet for Rand and his older brother Thomas, and this is going to be a surprise here if you know anything about Preston's story, Preston's singing was as affecting and memorable as his preaching, especially his evocative rendition of this spiritual. This is where it's not going to be historians breaking out into song. But here is the song that Richard Preston sang. Don't you hear the trumpet sounding? Glory, hallelujah. Don't you hear the trumpet sounding? Glory in your soul. Oh, a judgment day is coming. Oh, a judgment day is coming. Oh, a judgment day is coming. Are you ready for to go? If you know anything about that song, can you please talk to me after? I've not been able to find it anywhere else. Rand later recalled, next day, as we worked in the wheat field, my brother seemed to think of nothing else save that hymn. He kept singing matches at it and seemed much affected by it as he worked. Many persons, he said, afterwards dated their awakenings to the singing of that same wonderful hymn as Mr. Preston sang. Rand continues, his voice must have been rich and powerful and melodious, both as a speaker and as a singer. Rand was also clear about Preston's prominent leadership role in this season of revival. And this is the record in any of the histories by white Baptist denominational leaders. Rand recollected, I've heard the late Brother William Chipman say, referring to these times, that people were awakened to the importance of eternal things, not only by Mr. P's preaching and his singing, but also by the very sound of his voice, heard in the distance, as they approached the place of meeting, before a single word was understood. And then he said, it sounded as though God were speaking, and he was. End quote. So what follows is a little bit about what I've learned about, I guess, a hidden history or an earlier moment in Preston's ministry, when most of the significant milestones of his career still lay in the future. So this is before his London ordination, before the African Baptist Chapel, before his best-known community organizing, and before the AUBA. In the early to mid-1820s, Preston had a now largely forgotten itinerancy throughout Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. That is, and again, this is not represented in detail in much of the work that we have on Preston. Unlike much of his later public career, during this year, Preston preached to racially integrated or predominantly white audiences. At a different conference on Saturday, I'm going to be giving a paper on how Preston has been remembered and commemorated publicly in the last 100 or so years. But today I simply want to tell the story of this missing year in our understanding of Richard Preston. So, from the summer of 1823 to the summer of 1824, Preston lived and preached in Cornwallis Township in the Annapolis Valley. So Cornwallis Township would run from, say, Canard, the Minas Basin, on the other side of the river from Wolf Hill, all the way down to about Billtown, if you know the valley. During this season, Preston was credited by contemporaries with sparking an extensive and prolonged religious revival, and his ministry elicited a range of responses, from curiosity and conversion to insidious prejudice and some outright hostility. So this portrait of this period of Preston's development is drawn primarily, though not exclusively, from the extensive journal of Edward Manning, who was the Baptist minister of the Cornwallis Township Church. During this time, Preston and Manning, and at this point I need to offer an apology that if you're thinking about Preston Manning, I so lived in the 19th century that I didn't even notice that for months and months and months, and now I can't unhear it, and so apologies if I've just done that to you. So during this year, Preston and Manning were often together. They were preaching in the same church meetings, conducting pastoral visits in Canada, and they were riding side by side through the sprawling rural township, all fodder for the finely grained accounts that Manning recorded in his long, extensive diary. And since these accounts are not written by Preston himself, it's an imperfect source, for sure. But I think that the effort of excavation is worth it for what we do learn about Preston and his reception, even if we sometimes have to look at the source a little bit sideways to hear Preston's voice. Manning's first impressions of this season of revival, led by Preston, were positive. When Preston first came to his house, he said, in his diary later, he said, I find him, Preston, willing to be taught and tender. And I hope from what I see and what I hear that he is sent to this place and good will result to the cause of God. End quote. So in homes, barns, meeting houses, Preston drew crowds that struck Manning, who had been a preacher for most of his life, as exceptional. Diary entries for August of 23, for example, were punctuated with record turnouts along these lines. So at Annapolis Road, Manning said, though the notice was short, a large congregation of people, and Preston spoke to them in a more than common impressive manner. At Mr. Woodworth's barn, Manning said that a very considerable number attended, and Brother Preston addressed them from Zechariah, a sermon that Manning described as alarming and animating. And those would be good ones. At Mr. Levitt's house, he said, Brother Preston again addressed the people, who attended numerously, some of them coming from 6 or 8 miles away to the west to hear him preach. So an element of spectacle apparently drew some people to hear Preston. Rand recalled that in August 1823, word, and this is a quote from Rand, word had been circulated that a colored man was to preach at one of the private houses. Of course, there was, he said, quite a muster to go and see so novel an event. He continues, doubtless, most of the congregation had gone out of curiosity, and many may have expected a treat in the way of fun or frolic. And he says it was, at the time, a singular phenomenon to see a black preacher in this part of Nova Scotia doing this kind of a leadership activity. But whatever motivations initially made these meetings into a local event, Preston's words appear to have affected many of those listeners. Manning sees this large crowd at one of these meetings, and he prays in his diary, "Oh, may their curiosity be sanctified, made whole." And Rand later said that if they went to laugh, they went home summoned at least to pray. So the witness of contemporaries is that the hearers were moved by Preston's messages, finding them affecting and intelligent as well as practical. Nevertheless, I think we all knew there was going to be a nevertheless, Preston harbored no illusion about the racial prejudice that clung to even the successful evangelical ministry that he was demonstrating. For the sake of proclaiming his message to a largely white audience, Preston was willing to adopt what was sadly a realistic strategy, deferring to some of their racist social misgivings while transcending them when he stepped into the pulpit. So at the beginning of his Cornwallis ministry, for example, Preston went to Perot near Canning with Manning. And as the diarist later reported the event, Preston preached a clear gospel sermon, much to the edification and quickening of the people of God. Yet Preston knew that if they were to hear this sermon, he needed to address their biases directly. So this is Manning's description of what Preston said. At the commencement, he begged of the people to divest themselves of prejudice on account of his complexion. And at the close, he told them that when he went to their houses to take nourishment, he did not wish to eat at the table with the white friends, but he would take a bit of bread and potatoes by himself. And Manning said that this was consoling to the people. So it was a difficult, for Preston, certainly a painful balance to maintain. Asking hearers to sit at his feet, as it were, while he was preaching from the pulpit, but at the same time, not presuming to extend that same spiritual egalitarianism when he was in the social sphere or at the dining table. And in practice, the people of the town were indeed reluctant to share their tables or their homes with Preston. On the 16th of August, that same month, Preston preached at Mr. Pineo's New Light Meeting House, and Manning said that a goodly number of people attended. He said it was a good sermon, it was faithful and experimental. Afterwards, however, he said Brother Preston was quite disgusted. No one in the neighborhood asked him to their house. Now, ironically, the sermon that Preston preached that day was on John 6:37, which reads, "All that the Father hath given me shall in no wise be cast out." But it was apparently possible for a black preacher to be both heaven sent and socially cast out. And I think that these prejudice limitations on racial integration speak to the real state of race relations in the province, even if Preston's evangelistic labors were welcomed to some degree in some quarters. So as the site of Preston and Manning, and again I apologize for that, companionably traveling and preaching together through the township became more common, so too did the resistance to such a partnership. Despite his own view that there will be good done here thanks to Preston's ministry, Manning sadly reported, "My daughter Mary is mortified that I'm spending so much time with a man of color." And if he was not already, Manning was now uncomfortably aware that there were some social consequences for transgressing these racial barriers. Yet he staunchly defended his ties with Preston, at least in this season. He said, "I feel happy in the company of one that I think is a servant of God, though of a different complexion than me." A week later, however, this domestic disagreement intensified when town rumors drew Mary, his daughter, into an even closer association with Preston. Manning writes in his diary, "Grieved to be when hearing the opposition against the beloved Preston, the man of color. And likewise that the insidious insinuation has been communicated to my poor daughter Mary that she was going to be married to him. This grieved her, and I'm sure that it grieved me, but I thought it was best to treat it with entire indifference and advised her to do so, and I made it a matter of prayer to God to forgive the scurrilous propagations." Now, it's doubtful whether Manning's regard for Preston would have overcome his contradictory views on race to countenance a match between Preston and his daughter. But he doggedly made a point of continuing to support Preston in his ministry. For Manning, the divine stamp of approval on Preston's preaching superseded racial difference, at least in the pulpit, and on this principle he said he was willing to stand beside, despite the opposition. The divisions within the Manning household are notable not because they valorized Manning's views on race, which, if you read more of the diary, you learn they remain contradictory and quite complex. But because these tensions reveal something of the extent and the nature of anti-Black sentiment in the early decades of the 19th century. Slavery may have ended in the province in practice, if not yet in law. At the time that Preston was engaging in this ministry in 23-24, but racism resolutely persisted during this time. And for many white Nova Scotians, and we could say many white North Americans, it was not yet thinkable that Black people could live as equals in their communities, share their tables, worship in their pews, and preach from their pulpits. The animus directed toward Preston is a microcosm of the views and structures that Imani and others have described that marginalized Black communities exploited their labor and resisted Black efforts to grasp meaningful citizenship. That's a quote from our friend, Brother Mom. As Preston and Manning discovered, insinuating comments and rumors motivated by such anti-Black views could then edge more towards something a little bit more violent. Preston's close encounter in this season came Preston's close encounter with a would-be mob was in the Kings County neighborhood of Habitant. Manning recorded that he had arranged for his colored brother to preach to a house full of local Baptists. But strange to tell, wrote Manning, a number, and most of them professors, by which he means church members, somewhat intoxicated, made disturbance all the meeting time outside the house. Not content to boycott the meeting themselves, the group determined that Preston could not preach to those inside the house either. Manning said, "We very kindly requested them to depart or to come in, but not to interrupt the worship of God, but to no purpose." So after these kind of polite requests went unheeded, one man, a Scotchman, son-in-law to the man in whose house the meeting was held, went out and Manning says, treated them somewhat rough. And a quarrel ensued, but no one materially got hurt. Then Manning went out to confront the protesters and entreated them, he says, to desist, and they mostly complied. I'm curious whether this is because they esteemed their longtime minister, or because Manning was well above 6 feet and was a rather imposing figure. Manning summarized, so the fray was ended, but the consequences, this to be accounted for another day. Now, to be sure, this incident in Habitant doesn't come anywhere close to the level of violence experienced in Shelburne in 1784, whether we call it race riot or not. Yet I think it's revealing that a sizable group of local residents, apparently emboldened by liquid courage, were hostile enough to the idea of a black preacher that they were willing not just to forego going themselves, but to risk the ire of their local minister and their neighbors to make this kind of a mob protest. As David Sutherland wrote about a slightly later period of provincial race relations, black assertion provoked white resistance. And some Nova Scotians resisted Preston's evangelistic success and assertion. It's not uncommon in this period that a dissenting or an evangelical or a Methodist kind of preacher, irrespective of race, might encounter some hostility. But Manning, who has some experience with that too, he was having none of that interpretation. And he said that this was, religion was merely being a cloak for a more insidious racial opposition to Preston as a black preacher. The hostility to his preaching from some quarters may have informed the steps that Preston took later to attain formal theological education and an unquestionable ordination to bolster his ministerial authority and social respectability. So I can't talk about it now, but he did actually have plans right at that time, 23, 24, to go to Maine, to Colby College, and take the seek ordination. Manning actually swapped horses with him so that he could take the trip. He ended up not going then, we don't know why. But a half a dozen years later, after the years that we're discussing, of course, the African Baptist Chapel, or what becomes the African Baptist Chapel, sends Preston to England for this purpose and to lay the foundation for a separate church in Halifax and eventually a separate denomination after overtures from Preston and the church to receive formal fellowship with the Nova Scotia Baptist Association were met with silence. The insidious racism and the outright hostility that Preston encountered in some Cornwallis neighborhoods demonstrates that in those years after the de facto end of slavery, many Nova Scotians were not yet able to imagine a racially integrated society. Yet, the sustained success of that 1823-24 ministry suggests that sometimes that gospel message could trump racial animus. And it's argued that this is a moment of contingency, that there were some real choices to make about whether black and white Baptists in Nova Scotia and indeed later in Halifax would forge a common community or whether they be divided by racism. I think that the evidence, just to close things up, the evidence from this undertold part of Preston's life begins to fill in the picture of Preston's early career in the Maritime provinces. There are things that happened between his arrival and before the founding of the AABA and his ordination that we hardly know about. Right? And this is just scratching the surface. Despite his omission from many of the regional religious histories written by white scholars, their range and success of Preston's itinerancy should put him in the same conversation with other denomination-shaping maritime leaders, whether New Light, Henry Lyon, Methodist Freeborn Garrison during his time in Nova Scotia, Congregationalist William Black, and not only because of the founding of the African Baptist Association, but also to reflect that he has this longer arc of influence through the whole region. And one of the things that I've become, this is slightly speculative, but I've become quite convinced that he arrived from Virginia as a preacher. We know that fact. But I think what we have done, especially in the early denominational histories, is emphasize the role of his white mentor, John Burton, and that it's somehow John Burton's benevolence that makes Richard Preston a preacher. I think that Burton opened some doors for Preston, but I think that when Preston arrives, he is a fiery, charismatic Virginia evangelical preacher, and it's the next 10 years of his life before his ordination that he is exercising that kind of a ministry on a scale that I don't think we've understood before. I see that our keynote guest has arrived, and I want to finish with some words that he put into Richard Preston's mouth, if I may. Speaking about Preston's Annapolis Valley missionary errand, especially the 54 years, to these mournful, misty, sorrow shores I came, to North Mountain, Annapolis Valley, South Mountain, to a fresh, feral world, blue waters, green foliage, to deliver many unto God. Amen. Thank you. I know we don't all have institutional access, and so if you'd like a copy of the longer paper, just jot down my email address and I'd be happy to send it to you. And if you want, if you do have institutional access, that would take you to the link that you can get it there. So that would be helpful.
We have one more panelist, and then we're going to throw a lead keynote speaker. So you guys are being so patient, and we just had so many good discussions today. All right. And here we have. Pretend you don't smell the food.
I didn't until you said that.
So I need.
Yes. Yep.
Where is it? They have
You can also try to go
No, it's not that. There's Miguel Moriarty, Nevaski, Concordia, and Quebec.
So yeah. Maybe. No, 6 8. Same here.
That's here.
Is it local?
Yeah,
It's only
well, it's
local?
like farther away. Like it's like in the valley. I guess it's like kind
So
of
it's
it's in like
it
kind of
is
like an
local.
Acadian-ish
My bad.
area. I'm Acadian.
Yeah.
So
She knows.
What's on the French side?
it's like a friend, yeah.
So my family, my kids are Francophone. So if I were to go here, I have to look for.
So that's not me.
Okay.
That's what I went to.
Is it Franco or is it bilingual? It's French or it's not
No.
the same. It's French. Oh, nice.
If they do have English classes, you get to grade 5, but that's it. Like it's I think French. I went there. They have 2.
Thank you all for being with me. And as I'm trying to fast again. So I may have the distinction of being the only person on the program who is not actively engaged in Black Atlantic Canadian history. However, I was so enchanted by the invitation from Claudine by having to say hi today, but thank you so much. And I wanted to also open up some avenues for my future research that I thought that it would be worthwhile sharing some of what I have going on down in Saint Anne. I think I can get this off. I'll put it on my phone and you should be able to hear it. In the day with some music. I'm so loud and proud to hear. Of course, there's going to be a little ad.
I love that no one else pays for that too.
Okay.
I refuse to pay for it.
Okay, so we're going to start off with a cultural artifact that is going to take us to the heart of some of my concerns in regards to the local community where I live, which is down on what is sometimes called the French Shore, right down in Clare, between Digby and Yarmouth. But I do believe that, as I was sort of starting out, that some of my work on the Acadian diaspora related to Louisiana and also Afro-Creole communities in Louisiana do relate to concerns that I have for Francophone society here in Atlantic Canada, and that's kind of what I'm going to try to hit on. It'll be a little tangential. We're going to have some fun with it. Starting off with a cultural artifact from the most popular Acadian band, 1755, sort of an Acadian folk rock supergroup with members from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. And there's a 2-minute song on their 1979 album, Vive la Baie, Living on the Bay, Southfield. So I'll put it on my phone and hold it up, and we'll see what happens on the mic and hear the lyrics. So this song is a rollicking bluegrass fueled, as you can hear, there we go, homage to the party culture that enlivens the backwoods of Digby County, right? And it's also an homage to a site of interethnic and interracial contact, which is the community of Southfield, right? Where the bootlegger, Sarah apparently lived, and young Acadians would go and have a party, because they would call it a group time, still a word that we use today, right? So the reason I got interested in this is, of course, because it does speak to sort of shared spaces of interaction between two communities on the margins of mainstream English-speaking Nova Scotian society. Also, it's one of my favorite songs by them. And it also, of course, can sort of mask over some of the histories that we know, including that a few members of the Acadian League practiced slavery at St. Mary's Bay in the early 18th and early 19th century. And also that I happen to know just from some conversations that these parties sometimes turn to fist fights, right? That would also happen in Weymouth among members of the various communities. So I'm going to start there because I think this is a really rich text, and I'm not really working on this site, particularly in my research, but I'm trying to find my way there. So that's what we're going to get at as I talk about 3 of my research projects with 3 themes. So I'm going to give a sort of overview of some of the stuff I've been working on with my research chair, and then we'll wrap up and we're having a good meal, and we're going to listen to one of Canada's favorite and best living writers who's here with us today. So the first theme is diversity as a problem in contemporary Acadian society. The second is Africans and Creoles, and Acadians in Creole Louisiana. And the third is the Acadian diaspora, transnational diaspora, is a racial project in the early 20th century, very much tied to a place you may know, Grand-Pré, right, a UNESCO heritage site, the statue of Evangeline, and the commemorative chapel built in the early 1920s. So my research chair began in 2015. I've been teaching in Maine before that. And what I really wanted to do, when given the lifetime opportunity to study stuff that I am absolutely fascinated by, was to look at the complex aspects of Cajun contact in Louisiana. specifically in the mid-2010s, as I would say the Black Lives Matter movement was really being sort of taking off in the wake of the Charleston massacre. Also to look at conversations on the ground in Louisiana around Creole identity and its links with Acadian heritage, specifically folks doing Black genealogy who knew that they had also Acadian ancestors, right? And how that could fit into a larger conception of the Acadian diaspora. So that's my webpage. You can go see me if you like. And also, so what's going on alongside that is that for Canada's Francophone minorities outside of Quebec, immigration has become a priority. It has become a priority for demographic reasons, right? French Catholics don't have 12 kids anymore. So, I'm sort of simplifying this. And also linguistic attrition since the mid-20th century means that to remain viable, we need and want folks from the outside. I'm a little critical of this idea of human beings as cultural resources that we bring in, but we'll get to that in a day. So one of the things that I want to point out, just looking at this poster from this past year's National Week of Francophone Immigration, is that it has an explicitly interracial vision to it, right? Knowing that if you know much about the Francophone world, the future of the Francophone world is in Africa, right? Even at this very small university where I teach, about 30% of our population comes from Africa. The most represented country outside of Canada is the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is Senegal, which is Cote d'Ivoire. And so, one of the questions that we ask, whether it be at the Université de Moncton or at Sainte-Anne, is, students stay, do they become part of the Acadian community? These are questions that are ongoing. There's a national perspective and then there's the local perspective.
I'm the one. I came as a student. I have been staying here for 40 years. I'm a Francophone from the Republic Democratic.
So my friend Philomene, who's very, very interested in these issues, and you'll see, we can talk afterwards to see how they kind of connect with some of your concerns and issues you've been working on in Brunswick. So the major event that brings together the Acadian diaspora since 1994 has been the Congrès Mondial Acadien, the World Acadian Congress. There have been 7 editions of it every 5 years. The most recent one was held in our area in southwestern Nova Scotia. I'm directing a 30-something person research team actually studying the cultural impact of this event. And it sells a particular version of Acadian identity that is rooted in genealogy, that is rooted in the past, and that is centered on commemoration of the deportation, right? The exile of Acadians in the 18th century at the hands of the British Empire. And that, by the way, is Keith Saunier from our area, who wrote to Southville in the mid-1970s as well. So several years ago, I get it, I'm going to call it a spat, with a very prominent French-Canadian sociologist, Joseph Montagnier, who's from New Brunswick, did most of his career at the University of Ottawa and later at UQAM in Montreal. And in December of 2016, published he's recognized as a specialist on democracy, citizenship, and also, I would say, ethno-linguistic minorities, specifically in Canada, but elsewhere as well. And on the Acadian webzine Astur, in December of 2016, he published an essay entitled, "I'm Not Métis, My Mother Could Have Told Me So." And I couldn't get on board with him for his sort of starting point, which was he was sort of coming out against a lot of white Acadians claiming a Métis identity, and therefore wanting advantages from that. I was actually on the foreground of that, working in Sainte-Anne when I arrived. I won't get into that. But he also then sort of took a sharp left turn into Louisiana and attacked folks on a Facebook group, folks I know actually, called People of Color of Acadian Descent, who do genealogy work, and basically said these folks have no idea what they're talking about. And essentially, I'm going to sort of boil it down. Why do these Black people in Louisiana think they have much to do with us? He subsequently came out with a series of essays, a collection of essays, 7 lessons on cosmopolitanism, that I think is a pretty crusty approach to, I would say, multicultural society. And in his preface, he starts out basically complaining that professors now have to teach diverse groups, including women, that there's all this pressure. And later on, I'm really not trying to quote him very positively in other places, but described a century of segregation in the United States as an unhappy moment in American history, right? So really not seeing race as a central problem, it being sort of a side issue we can sort of sweep under. And so in this essay, he really comes out against having to include diversity or consider diversity, and he writes very specifically, diversity is not an Acadian political program, it will not help us as a people, it's a postmodern issue, right, of identity, bricolage, right? And so, we'll get back to that a little bit later, but I really sort of took, umbrage with his characterization of Louisiana. And so I responded in a 30-page essay article. First in person in the 2017 symposium. He was extremely open to debate. He really appreciated that. I took it seriously. It wasn't a sort of polite, talking under the table. And one of the things I did in my article was look at two profiles of Louisianans of color who had been confronted with their complex identities. One was a 19th century activist, a civil rights activist from New Orleans, free people of color, who wrote anti-racist poetry, and later in his life passed as white, and his descendants moved away, right? The second is a young genealogist who I know now, who grew up in a Black Creole community in Beaumont, Texas, and rediscovered his complex heritage when he visited his grandfather in South Central Louisiana and asked, who's that white man on the wall? And learned that was his great-grandfather, right? And so he can name off his Acadian ancestors and all of that. So I profiled him in this article. But what I really got interested in doing is thinking, and a lot of us are doing this, right? Looking at this issue of what would today's French-speaking multicultural community look like, to say we don't have to invent this. There are a lot of elements of the past that if we turn to them, we can bring that with us, right? And Mathieu de Costa is obviously a starting point for Acadie, clearly, because he came with the French explorers, right? So I'm taking cues from Edouard Glissant and using different historical creolization. Also from sociologist Norbert Elias's essay, The Established and the Outsiders, which is really important because he looks at this community in England that had 3 generations of newcomers who had come, and several decades later, they were still considered outsiders by the established tenants community. There was no class difference, there was no racial difference, there was an issue of temporality. They weren't part of us before, therefore they cannot be part of us in the future, right? And then finally, the multidisciplinary artist, Emily Chiasson, who was Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick, who at that same 2017 forum talked about having an enlarged Acadia project. Yes, we have our historical experience, but we need to enlarge that and to welcome others who are here who want to do carry on with us. So I wrote, in rejection of the other as part of one's own past, it becomes hard to imagine that they will be able to contribute to the future of the community. We must therefore ask ourselves to what extent we can act upon our awareness of the past, our conception of us, in the search for poetics of the other, a way to imagine the other as part of us, that's Glissant, that can inspire an enlarged project for Acadia. So Joseph Yvon did not agree with me, and a couple of years later, he responded and literally said, Cliff Bruce thinks like an American. That was so, guilty as charged. So getting back to my point, Acadians in Atlantic Canada are very interested in Louisiana culture. And in fact, it has become, as a diaspora people, a way of them imagining themselves in the world. This is a poster from an event that used to take place in Halifax on the waterfront called the Good Time. That's the term for a party in Southville. However, they're using a Louisiana term, the Fédodo, for a Saturday night dance. And there's an alligator with a lobster, right? So you can literally see the diasporic imaginary, right, happening. And so this is gumbo. Gumbo is our cultural metaphor in Louisiana, right? The ingredients don't dissolve into a melting pot, but they do come together for something unique. And this, the prevalence of African and Afro-Creole influence in Cajun culture that has been adopted into Acadian culture, you can see the line I'm drawing, right? Has been recognized for decades by scholars and, of course, people who grew up there. So, quoting from James H. Dorman's 1983 book, People Called Cajuns, he writes, there can be little doubt that what came to be accepted as Cajun folklore, folk music, folk cuisine, and in the larger sense, folkways were heavily influenced by Afro-Americans, and particularly by Afro-Caribbean cultural elements. In other words, the culture that Cajuns bring up to Acadie that is so appreciated in events like the Convention de l'Acadien has sort of deep influences from the racial dynamics of Louisiana. So And if we want to look at genealogy, just a very short clip, this is a text I wrote on my blog a couple of years ago. Pierre Camiston was the first African-American mayor of any town in the United States. His father was a white Cajun laborer from the Blanchet plantation in the region that I studied. His mother was enslaved. He became an important figure in Reconstruction and a bishop of the Methodist Church in Louisiana as well. So if you want to look on the genealogy side, we've got that. If you want to look on the cultural side, we have that. But moving into my second project. So when I started giving public talks to French-speaking audiences in the Maritimes, because I was on Facebook all the time in discussions about cultural issues with folks in Louisiana, and because so many Acadians travel to Louisiana and communicate with folks in Louisiana, I just thought that I could talk about current issues, current cultural issues, and it would make sense. And I got blank stares. So I realized that I needed to step back 2 centuries, and I needed to find a hook. I needed to find a hook. And that came to me when I was flipping through online newspapers and came across a very disturbing and tragic incident that occurred on a torrid Monday afternoon in late July 1858, when a man named Toussaint killed his enslaver, whom he had grown up with, and then a few minutes later flung himself into the Mississippi and drowned to escape from the dogs that had been set on his trail. His enslaver was named Constant Menonçon. That's a typical Acadian name. Okay? And he was the descendant, I'll show in a minute, of Acadian exiles. All of his ancestors came from Acadia. He was a sugar planter in Louisiana's sugar country. So I've been working on a book that I'm now calling Another Master Murdered. That's in quotes. That's a headline about the incident in a Northern Abolitionist newspaper. Africans and Acadians in Louisiana's sugar country. Okay? So one of the things that I do with my French-speaking audiences that sometimes elicit gasps is I show not only data that I've analyzed from a colonial era census in Louisiana, 1779, but also Constant Menonçon's family tree going back to Acadie. And you can see that all of his grandparents practiced slavery within 15 years of their arrival, right? And so this shocks Acadians today who view themselves as, I would say, an oppressed minority, but a marginalized minority in Canada. And when they hear racist comments from some of their Cajun cousins in Louisiana, they don't know what to do with it, and it bothers them for the most part. I have an anecdote I'll share with you about that. So, just sort of let that sit with you, and I want you to focus on Joseph Leblanc and Pélagie Doiron. Pélagie Doiron came with the largest contingent of Acadians from France who had lived there for 30 years. She was actually born, we think, on Prince Edward Island, on Ile Saint-Jean. Her father was from there. Grew up, spent her young adulthood in France, and then came to Louisiana with a contingent of 1,600 Acadians who traveled on 7 ships in 1785. And then, after the death of Joseph Leblanc's wife, Marguerite, married Joseph Leblanc, hold that thought. Okay? And that is Constant's grandfather, and Constant is the man who was killed by Toussaint in 1858. So, in trying to set the larger context, those of us who do work in Louisiana, we have access to amazing resources through the French and Spanish era colonial documents, right? So the Acadians first arrived. Louisiana was in transition to be a Spanish colony, which it remained for 40 years. And one of the resources is not only the local documents that I consult, but also this database created starting in the 1990s by dearly departed Gwendolyn Midlow Hall, Afro-Louisiana History and Genealogy, that has 100,000 records on enslaved people in Louisiana from 1719 to 1820. And I've isolated the folks on the area called the Acadian Coast, which is sort of the area on the Mississippi that I study, where there are 2,815 individuals. Where are they from? The Africans, specifically, how many were born in Louisiana, already Creoles, already in that cultural mix. And so you can see that of the 801 folks identified as Africans who expressed where they were from at some point, or how they called themselves, or their nation, that there's a really interesting spread of folks from the Congo to Senegal, right? So you're really seeing the diversity. What's fascinating about this is that when I look at the farm of Joseph Leblanc, that's the grandfather, I see that same diversity on a super small micro level. So in 1787, where Joseph Leblanc marries Pélagie Doiron, there's some contractual stuff done. And I became very interested in a gentleman named Ponte, who was a logger working in the back, probably cutting down cypress trees in the swamp as they're clearing land, who was identified as being of the Senegal nation, a Wolof speaker, perhaps Muslim. And he's also listed with Thomas or Thomas from Guinea, Catherine, who's an Igbo, so from Nigeria most likely, and someone else who's of the Bambara nation, likely from Mali, on one small farm, right? And so you can really see the diversity that's going into the creation of this Creole culture. Okay? I see him much later. I won't get into that now, but we can really work when it comes out. So what's really important for me here in part is, as I mentioned, in some ways, of course, I'm not happy that we're living the Trump moment. I was in Baton Rouge last month for the Louisiana Historical Association's conference. Folks are worried. Historical sites, specifically on African American history, they're very panicked. Folks who work are doing a good job at plantation sites, not the bad job on plantations, good job. They're seeing travel canceled, right? All of that. But in the late 2010s, I became very interested in the work of a local civil rights group in Lafayette, Louisiana, to get this statue taken down. It was erected by the local chapter of the United Daughters of the Confederacy in 1921, and it depicts Jean-Jacques Alexandre Alfred Mouton, who was a general in the Confederate forces, and who was the grandson of an Acadian exile. He was part of the elite Acadian families, and his grandfather, in fact, gave the land that now forms the downtown of the city of Lafayette, right? He was still on the battlefield. When I was a kid, you could actually go to the battle that was reenacted, where he died, the Battle of Mansfield. So I sometimes tell my students I've seen him die like 3 or 4 times. It was in the 1980s. So what I'm getting at this work, and I'll move on to my last point, is that, so I'm quoting from my introduction, the draft introduction, that be it in Louisiana or in Canada, Acadian collective memory has been largely defined by its reference to the defining experience of a victim diaspora, to use Robin Cohen's term, of the deportation. We can all get on the moment, right? But though Acadians did undergo horrific injustice, the subsequent history of the Acadian diaspora in southern Louisiana offers disturbing complexities. And I'm really drawing on research by the preeminent Cajun historian, Paul Brasseau, who recognizes this. And he writes, the parameters, so that while the Acadians pre-deportation were noted for their egalitarian mindset in contrast to the feudal society of Europe, there were limits to that. And Brasseau points out that the parameters of their socially democratic ideals clearly coincided with Acadian group boundaries, as demonstrated by their adoption of Louisiana's slave economy, right? So I'm really trying to personalize this through genealogy, because Acadians are really into genealogy. And also, genealogy has become very important for African Americans, and I believe Afro-Canadians, in reconstructing their heritage. So I'm trying to sort of do 2 things at once, but really bringing the Acadians to affect, sort of their personal consciousness. So the third point, and I'll wrap up with this, the Acadian diaspora is a racial project in the early 20th century. I'm going to do some shameless promo. My book is available from pre-order on Amazon, if you will. It's a 17-chapter collection that really brings up what my colleague Isabelle Blanc at Moncton calls critical Acadian studies, not with just sort of a gung-ho nationalist, we need to defend French, vive l'Acadie, but really looking at some of the the nuances in the Acadian experience. And there are 3 of those 17 chapters that look at issues of race and slavery. Chris Hodson, his chapter Between Empire and the Enslaved, Acadians at the Dawn of the Modern World, I believe that's an English language title. He looks at this very important 1710 petition by the inhabitants of Port Royal just after occupation by forces from New England, where they wrote to Governor Bourget of Quebec. They complained of being treated like Negroes. Okay, so that shows their racial conscience in the Atlantic world. He sort of works with that, rips off of that in the 18th century. I'll talk about my chapter in just a minute to wrap up. Isabelle Blanc, our chapters really sort of work in tandem. She looks at this project that was a student exchange by one of Louisiana's Acadian promoters, a super colorful figure, Dudley LeBlanc, who became a multimillionaire selling this like completely alcohol-drenched patent medicine in the 1950s, Patakol, and was sort of a national celebrity, but he was also an Acadian promoter. And in the late 1960s, he brought young women from the University of Moncton to Louisiana with his sort of goal of marrying them off to local Cajun men and like repopulating the Acadian diaspora. And specifically, they were told, don't talk to Black people down here, right? And so she really got interested in the racial dynamics. So what I'm looking at is using Michael Omi and Howard Wynant's concept of racial projects. I'm really pushing back against what I've seen in some of Acadian studies, that when race got used by Acadian, the Acadian elite in the late 19th century, when they talked about la race acadienne or la race française, that they didn't really mean race. They just meant something else. Yeah. And I actually decided to look at Acadian nationalism as a racial project within the ideology of racial hegemony of the time, and say they actually couldn't unlink it from that because you lived in a world where people believed that there were races and they believed that there was a hierarchy of races. And I'll get to that in my conclusion before I wrap up. So the 1920s become very pivotal because that is when the Acadian elite, who were good folks, right? So I'm not attacking them, right? They're really doing what they can for their marginalized community. They start to commemorate their heritage, and they also start to contact their long-lost cousins in Louisiana on a more sort of intensive basis, right? So these are sites from Pompeii, where today the director, one of the directors, Claude Degas, tells me, he'll get some Black folks coming from Louisiana from time to time, and they have Acadian roots, right? And he loves speaking with them, but there's not really a place in the collective memory for them, right? They come as individuals, not as sort of part of the larger vision. So this is that's actually Dudley Levant with a group of his Evangeline girls who came on a caravan called the Pilgrimage to Nova Scotia in 1930, and then the next year there were Canadians who came down to Louisiana as well for our Evangeline statue. We have dueling Evangeline statues. So one of the things I get very interested in my chapter is when Acadians from Canada come to Louisiana with their own, I guess would say, expectations, and then see the reality on the ground and what filters they have to process what they're seeing. And a lot of that has to do with race. And it has to do, for example, with white Cajuns who actually don't speak French, they speak Creole, right? Because that's what they grew up here. But I got really fascinated by the testimony, I should have put it in English, I'm sorry. He actually wrote it in English and it was translated in French, by Aubin Edmond Arsenault, who was premier of Prince Edward Islands, and then became president of the National Society of the Acadians and traveled with the delegation of Acadians in 1924. And he, as a trained lawyer, jurist, you can tell he's opposed to segregation. However, he doesn't want to be too harsh on what he's seeing, so he has an attached view. But he has this passage that I really can't get past, and I'm still sort of grappling with. So he's in downtown Lafayette, Louisiana, and he walks by a law office. This is what he says. He says he sees several Black Louisianans there, and he hears them speaking French. And he says right here, if I hadn't seen them, I would have thought that they were Acadians from the Maritimes, because they speak basically the same languages as we do, right? So where you put the cultural boundary becomes, I think, sort of not something that you could just decide. Like my colleague Joseph Monterio, here we chop it off, right? Here we chop it off. So I'm going to wrap up now. So what I do in my chapter is, in the conclusion, I sort of bring what I've observed historically and contemporarily in Acadian society in dialogue with the concept of white innocence used by Afro-Dutch sociologist Gloria Weckler, who, like me with, I guess, Acadians, is a bit vexed that Dutch people are constantly rediscovering that they had an empire and rediscovering there was slavery in Aruba and other places, right? It's constantly a surprise because, like Canadians, that's not how they see themselves, right? They don't see themselves like that. They want to be Spanish, they want to be Portuguese. So that is, sort of what I'm working with. So I will wrap up with that just in the, for time's sake. But really, I hope that myself, Isabella, and others doing critical Acadian studies, really are able to really do something on the epistemic level on how we even view the formation of Acadian society, its interactions with African peoples over the centuries, from the very beginning to now, so that it's not something new that's being dealt with. It's an element, an important one. It's always been there. Right? It's always been there. So I will wrap up with that with a merci, and feel free to reach out to me. We're going to
sort of two directly uncovered histories, and we're looking at Pete's research with Preston, as well as Ken's research with these three enslaved individuals, but also some resistance or potentially hesitancy in challenging the objectivity of maps with Patricia and Graham, as well as some resistance with Acadian culture to recognizing these things. We're going to take two quick questions, and then we're going to move into delicious food and keynote. So we have two quick questions for folks. Yes, Michelle.
This is for Professor Matsumoto. Thank you, everybody, though, for the presentation, and really appreciate it. I just had a quick question about the mapping, and that is whether any of the inputs include property lines or sort of land title information that would be mapping the legal boundaries of the land that was owned by African Nova Scotians in those areas.
The work that I present is mostly what communities talk to people against. But for these, maybe Grant can talk more about the other projects because he's mapping laws and more legal documents. So the idea of the project I presented is more like a full text. So we cut what communities said and try to bring those elements mostly.
Yeah, did you catch my talk this morning?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so that's more like looking at property through the colonizers' gaze, and this is more about what Black people say about their own community, and not, if it had come up, if property had come up, and I can see it would, in certain communities, it would, that would be something that came up, but it didn't in the interviews that we did.
That's interesting because it's a lot of that information that helps you know where the boundaries are when you're pursuing land titles that may not be found in the legal documents. I was just curious. Thank you.
And do we have another question? We're just hungry. Okay, so we're gonna get our food from the lobby, come back in here, we're gonna have our keynote, okay? Thank you again.
has been very graciously used the funds from the Canadian Research Chair she holds at Mount Allison University to fund this. Focusing on Black and African would not be such an event if we did not have a keynote address from one of the leading scholars, intellectuals, reflectors on what the Black experience means in the Black family than Dr. George Elliott Clark, who's going to everybody. Okay? So I will be about just because I don't think I need to be one. Okay? But Dr. George Elliott Clark was born in Windsor, Nova Scotia, in the Black Loyalist and Afro-Native community of 3 miles Plain in 1960. A graduate of the University of Waterloo, Dalhousie University, Queen's University. He is now the inaugural E.J. Clark Professor of Canadian Literature at the University of Toronto. Though Dr. Clark lives in Toronto, Ontario, he also owns land in Nova Scotia. His many honors include the Portia White Prize for Achievement, Governor Johnson Award for Poetry, the National Magazine Award for Poetry, the